An ornate white temple stands tall under a soft pink sky.
Shushu, a pink-haired baby, wakes up bewildered on a massive golden throne.
A white-haired elder explains that Shushu has arrived here after her second death. Shushu stares at her tiny infant hands in a state of complete disbelief. The white-haired man identifies Shushu as a candidate for regression and restoration.
Shushu reflects on her identity while wearing a white dress adorned with stars.
In her first life, she was a famous faceless game streamer known for her voice. Her first life ended suddenly when she suffered a heart attack after a broadcast.
She lies on the floor, still unable to comprehend her sudden and lonely demise.
In her second life, she was born as the second princess of Zenta Kingdom. She recalls her warrior mother, her frail but loving father, and her sister Latia. A bloody rebellion led by her cruel uncle resulted in her father's tragic death. Her uncle imprisoned her in isolation and allowed her teachers to physically abuse her.
Shushu found her only comfort in the arms of a kind and caring nanny.
When Shushu reached 16, her uncle finally passed away from a lingering illness. Treacherous subjects tied her to the throne and used her as a puppet ruler. After being killed by rebels, Shushu wakes up held by the white-haired man. She is brought to a grand hall where 4 other infants wait on cushions.
Shushu looks at her companions and wonders if every family receives 4 children.
A white-haired deity sitting on a high throne announces that everyone has gathered. The deity explains she will rank the children based on the purity of their souls. The highest-ranked souls will be sent to the best families for their new lives. Shushu is horrified to learn that those who fail the ranking will not return. The infants begin to wail, their soft cries filling the massive and silent hall. Shushu tearfully pleads with the deity, explaining how exhausting her previous life was. She remembers the agony of her execution after a life of constant suffering. An orange-haired baby cries out loudly as Shushu continues her desperate, tearful plea. Shushu begs the deity to spare her from any further pain or suffering. The deity pauses and reconsiders her plan, admitting she may have been too harsh. Shushu notices that she is the only one who remembers her past lives. She volunteers to go first and bids her fellow infants a final, tearful farewell. Impressed by Shushu's selflessness, the deity decides to grant her a special ability. 3 mysterious bags appear before Shushu, and she notices a sweet, familiar aroma. Shushu sniffs the air, following the scent of what she hopes is candy. Believing she has found a snack, Shushu points to the brown and orange bag.
The bag erupts in a brilliant flash of light as Shushu makes her choice.
To the deity's utter astonishment, a radiant golden crown emerges from the bag. Shushu stares blankly at the crown, clearly not expecting a royal artifact instead of candy. The deity promises Shushu a good family as the pink-haired baby cries out. The deity prepares to send Shushu back, telling her to discover her power later. Shushu gives a bright and happy smile, ready for a fresh start at last. The deity notes that Shushu is an otherworldly soul while the other babies sleep. Holding the baby aloft, the deity resolves to eventually make Shushu her royal heir. Shushu wakes up in a nursery, confusing her maid with her sudden, loud crying. She realizes with horror that she has been returned to her second life's kingdom. Shushu screams that she has been scammed while the deity's laughter echoes from above. The pink-haired baby collapses on the floor, weeping over her terrible and unfair luck. A blue system window appears and confirms that user Shushu has met the qualifications. Shushu wails in despair as the maid tries to understand why she is so upset. She is trapped once again in the palace where she was once a puppet king. Shushu recalls her previous life as a puppet ruler, surrounded by cold, treacherous traitors. Back in the nursery, Nini asks why Princess Shushu is crying so hard. Nini shakes a purple star-patterned rattle,
making a cheerful clong-tang sound to distract the baby.
The brown-haired nanny smiles warmly, hoping to cheer up the distressed pink-haired infant.
Shushu crawls across the wooden floor of her grand room toward a large mirror. She stares at her reflection, shocked to see her young face once again. Shushu is stunned to see she looks exactly like her sister from her past life.
She notes her pink hair and bright green eyes that resemble fresh leaf buds. Shushu realizes her eye color is different from what she remembers of her sister, Latia. She looks at a portrait of Latia, remembering her as the world's most beautiful child. Shushu recalls the deity mentioning regression as the scene shifts to a masked woman. She wonders why she returned to this specific life if she was meant to regress. A sudden, quick suit sound is heard as Shushu realizes her royal name remains unchanged. She remembers her first life as a shy streamer hiding in a crowd with a cap. Another quick siat sound marks Shushu's focus returning to her current infant body.
A title card identifies the brown-haired woman as Nini, the princess's caring nanny.
Nini asks the princess if she has finished looking at herself in the mirror. Shushu tries to speak, but can only manage a soft while struggling with her mouth.
Shushu shouts for Nini and tries to ask about her sister with a babyish cry. Nini looks surprised and repeats Shushu's attempt at saying the word for an older sibling.
Nini clarifies that Shushu has no older sibling, only a younger sister named Latia.
Shushu is confused, noting that the details of her previous death and illness match perfectly.
She smiles while wondering how the sister she remembers as older is now her younger sister. Nini apologizes for her inappropriate talk, as Shushu recalls her status as an otherworldly soul. A flashback shows the deity holding Shushu and acknowledging her unique, displaced spirit. Shushu reflects that the original soul of this body likely perished before her arrival. She envisions a lonely silhouette lying in a coffin overflowing with white chrysanthemums. Nini gently lifts the crying baby, desperately trying to soothe her sudden tears. Shushu is intrigued when Nini offers her a small, fluffy pink piece of cotton candy. After tasting the sweet treat, Shushu decides to stop crying because it is absolutely delicious. She realizes her adult mind is being influenced by the simple emotions of her child body. A soft pat sound follows as Shushu sucks her thumb, feeling comforted and confused. Nini hugs Shushu and calls her a precious treasure, while a quick suit sound rings out. Shushu stares blankly into the distance, her expression becoming solemn and focused. She remembers the shadowy, smiling faces of the traitors who once manipulated her.
Shushu looks up at the smiling Nini, noting the contrast between her and the traitors.
Nini carries the princess toward the center of the room, passing large baskets of yarn. Shushu gives a playful wink, hoping her cuteness can be used as a weapon. She notes that acting cute was Latia's old trick, but now she will use it.
Nini lets out a loud, shocked jang as she reacts to Shushu's sudden charm.
Nini calls for the other palace maids to gather and witness the princess's behavior. 3 maids, Betty, Rana, and Pep, arrive and ask Nini why she is so excited.
Nini shows them Shushu's wink, and Rona collapses from the sheer cuteness of the princess.
Shushu wonders if her wink worked and considers using even more charms on the staff. She reflects on how she has adopted the outgoing personality her sister once possessed. Shushu sits in her nursery, feeling truly loved by her nanny in this new life. The princess gives a radiant smile that leaves all 3 maids clutching their hearts. Shushu suddenly stops when she hears a mysterious sound and sees a strange light. A glowing, sparkling orb of blue and white light manifests in the middle of the room. Shushu points at the light, but Nini is bewildered and claims she cannot see anything. Shushu gazes at a shimmering orb of light, noting its resemblance to the deity's gifts. Her green eyes widen in shock as she reacts to a sudden, silent realization. A blue system window manifests, informing Shushu that she has gained a general channel. As a soft pat sound repeats, a notification identifies the maids Rona, Betty, and Pepe.
Shushu realizes the window is the same chat system she once used while streaming.
The system displays the nanny's adoring thoughts about the princess's unmatched beauty.
Nini holds Shushu close, triggering a notification that the baby has gained interest points.
The maids beam with joy as another system alert confirms a boost in popularity. Shushu considers the possibility of generating wealth through these newfound system rewards. The baby princess asks for candy, but Nini gently denies the sweet request. Shushu pleads for a treat with a soft, quick set sound as she points. An audible, strained sound escapes Nini as she struggles against Shushu's overwhelming charm. The infant makes a cheerful, soft sound while nodding to further entice her nanny. A sudden, sharp ting sound marks the deity's upgrade to Shushu's unique streamer abilities. Another crisp ting sound accompanies a notification, granting her the high-level SS concept attribute. Shushu stares skeptically at the floating window, questioning the implications of her new power. Her thoughts race as she fears her naive adult mind might be regressing into childhood. A repetitive, airy hosh sound echoes through the grand and empty palace hallway. The heavy doors fly open with a loud brack sound as a maid brings news. A carriage pulls up to the palace bridge under a bright, clear sky. A soft, quick top sound marks a visitor's first step onto the stone ground. A man with vibrant red hair stands before the towering, ornate palace facade. A voice announces the arrival of a guest as Shushu looks on with curiosity. A tall, imposing figure with bloodstains on his dark coat stands in the sunlight. Nini's expression turns solemn as she holds the princess while awaiting the visitor. Rhythmic, sharp tap sounds follow several pairs of boots walking toward the nursery. A sudden, sharp arrival marks the blood-spattered Berg Willow's entrance into the room. The scene shifts to the Duke sitting regally as the maids watch from a distance. Shushu hides behind her nanny while identifying the red-haired man as Duke Berg Willow. She notes his cold demeanor and imposing stature, despite the bloodstains on his hands. The pink-haired princess peeks out from the safety of Nini's long, dark skirt. A low, rumbling grue sound emphasizes the Duke's displeasure at being in the nursery. A soft, nervous swallow escapes Shushu as she watches the powerful visitor. Narrative text identifies Berg as her late mother's half-brother and a legendary northern commander. An image reveals the Duke in full armor, standing as a hero of the kingdom. Shushu recalls the Duke's tragic fate after he battled a poisonous dragon in her past. She reflects on how his presence could have prevented the bloody rebellion she once witnessed. Text explains that only the dragon-blooded family can rule the monster-filled northern territory. Shushu envisions the Duke lying bloodied and defeated on a frozen battlefield. She remembers standing before a coffin, mourning the family she was once distant from. In the present, the Duke sits with crossed arms while his aide stands nearby. The silver-haired man clears his throat with an "ehem" and mentions the princess is listening. With a sharp, quick set sound, the Duke brushes his hair while questioning his next move. A piercing, sharp focus marks the intense and cold gaze of the red-haired man. Berg Willow expresses his reluctance to go on a conquest while Shushu watches intently. A terrifying red dragon roars amidst a sea of scorching flames. Shushu realizes the king is orchestrating the Duke's demise through this dangerous mission. A bright ting sound signals the activation of the princess's concept attribute. Shushu flashes a bright, sweet smile, deciding to act like an innocent, hungry child. Her eyes widen in shock as she notices a new system development. Narrator Grant advises the Duke to avoid royal conflict, noting the princess is his own niece.
The pink-haired baby princess doubts her cold uncle would care about family ties or politics.
In a flashback, Shushu recalls her uncle ignoring her desperate letters for help in a past life. Nini nervously addresses the Duke while Shushu worries the red-haired man might lose his temper.
Shushu envisions poking her uncle's eyes out if he dares to treat Nini poorly.
She is surprised he stays calm, unlike the king who killed anyone who interrupted him.
Nini suggests the Duke join the princess for a meal as Shushu gives a playful wink. A sudden, loud jang rings out as Nini asks the Duke to eat with the princess.
The cold, red-haired man asks if they really think he has time for such trivialities. Grant whispers that stalling here might prevent the king from summoning the Duke again immediately. The Duke remains silent and pensive, his dark coat still stained with blood.
Shushu finds it entirely unexpected that she must eat with her incredibly annoying uncle. A stained glass window depicts a royal lion crown and the blood of fallen knights.
6 noble houses are shown, each representing a season or a specific time of day. The Willow family serves as powerful war commanders ruling over the monster-filled Northern Territory.
Their mines produce magical metals and precious ores that fuel the kingdom's vast wealth.
Willow Territory is recognized as autonomous, trading beast products while maintaining a distance from the throne. Shushu recounts her family's tragic history, where her mother lost her title and life to war.
She reflects on the deep resentment between the Willow family and the current royal crown.
A divine, faceless figure in purple robes stands before a shimmering and ethereal background.
Back in the nursery, Nini encourages the princess to open her mouth for a meal.
Nini praises Shushu for being smart while encouraging her to try eating on her own.
A cheerful, soft cheer follows as Nini and the baby share a happy meal together.
Grant is deeply moved by the scene, while the red-haired Duke remains unimpressed and bored.
Shushu eats heartily, noting her uncle's blank expression as he watches her with apparent annoyance.
The princess calls out to her uncle, leaving him confused and his aide crying tears of joy.
Shushu decides to call him anyway, acknowledging he is her only living family member. Shushu forgives him for the good food and decides to offer him a red candy.
The Duke coldly remarks that the baby does not seem to have inherited noble blood.
Shushu observes that she and her sister lack the golden hair typical of the royal line. She feels truly loved by Nini, contrasting the anxiety her nanny feels in the Duke's presence.
The Duke stares intently, his red hair framing a face hardened by years of battle.
Shushu notes he answered quickly and decides he is better than her previous meddling uncle.
A soft pat sound marks the princess's focused attention on her red-haired relative.
Shushu asks if her uncle hates her while staring up with big green eyes.
The Duke is flustered when the princess asks if he actually likes her instead. Grant notes the princess is stubborn and blunt, just like the Duke's late sister. A sudden, bright ting sound signals a new person entering the general chat channel.
A message from Grant reveals he finds the princess cute and misses his own daughter.
Shushu realizes Grant is the one holding her and notices her uncle is missing from chat. The princess starts to tear up, assuming her uncle has no interest in her at all.
A loud "Hugh" echoes through the room as Shushu begins to wail for her uncle's attention.
Grant is bewildered as the princess continues her loud, desperate crying for her red-haired relative.
The Duke asks why she is crying and why she gave the candy to him.
His large hands reach for the infant as he asks what the princess wants next.
Shushu reaches for her uncle, thinking it is better to stay with him than royal knights.
The princess worries that if her uncle leaves, she will be taken to a distant temple.
She concludes that traveling with someone who isn't entirely evil is her best survival option.
A sharp internal deg rings out as the Duke claims he has no reason to take her. The pink-haired princess recalls the Duke's tragic death
and vows to help him survive his next conquest.
The red-haired man looks skeptical as the child offers him a small, bright red candy.
The pink-haired baby gazes up with sparkling eyes while holding out a red lollipop. The baby princess opens her mouth wide and requests to see the entity named Ataita. The red-haired duke stares with a widened eye, shocked by the child's knowledge of the secret conquest. The duke asks what she's talking about while the baby repeats the name Ataita in confusion.
The red-haired man notes that the target of their conquest is a secret unknown even to the king. A figure in white robes appears as the duke wonders if she inherited the hidden willow blood.
The duke lifts the baby high into the air with a sudden metallic-sounding cling.
The red-haired man looks at the princess with a blank and slightly dazed expression.
The baby princess recalls the streaming system and considers the identity of the royal high priest. The red-haired man glares intensely as a vision of the fire dragon Ataita roars amidst flames. The duke leans in close with a sharp, focused-sounding ta-top while the baby reacts with shock. The pink-haired baby begins to tremble before letting out a soft, sobbing-sounding heeks. The baby wails for her nanny, while the duke stands confused as Nini rushes toward them. The duke wonders why she's lighter than a foal as the baby continues her desperate crying.
The silver-haired Grant nervously mentions holding the duke when the man was only 8 years old.
The candy slips from her hand with a quick "suit" and rolls away with a tuck. The baby princess cries out in despair because her precious candy has fallen to the floor. The duke picks up the treat with a soft tuck and tells her not to play with food. The baby princess quickly snatches the candy back with a satisfied, soft-sounding hap.
Shushu forgives her uncle while a triumphant, fanfare-like tete-a-tete sounds amidst a floral, blooming background.
The duke asks the child where she heard the secret name of the fire dragon, Ataita.
The baby remembers the king's cruel sabotage plan involving a hidden dagger and a dark ritual. The princess claims she heard her uncle caught the dragon with a sudden internal deg sound. The duke asks who told her, while Shushu questions if he didn't already know the truth. The princess worries about the king's sabotage while her uncle's aides watch the conversation with curiosity. The duke turns to his green-haired aide and asks how often the king contacts the princess.
The green-haired man reports that the king sends messages to the princess about once a month.
The red-haired duke clenches his teeth, suspecting that their secret operation has already been leaked. Grant is horrified by the leak, while the duke questions how a toddler knows such secrets.
The red-haired man wonders who the traitor is while remembering the king's cold and distant throne.
The duke's eye narrows with fierce determination as he vows to disturb the king's peaceful life. The red-haired man carries the child away while his aide prepares to contact their northern headquarters. The duke looks out the window, his red hair catching the light as he remains deeply pensive. The red-haired man tells Grant to prepare for their departure to the temple with a swift suit. The duke orders Nini to prepare the princess's belongings while the nanny looks on with visible concern. The duke declares he's taking the child alone, leaving Shushu shocked with a sharp-sounding kaget. A sudden, bright-sounding jang marks the appearance of several colorful lollipops held in the duke's hand. The pink-haired baby lets out a strained, overwhelmed ugh while staring at the mountain of sweets. Shushu is overjoyed by the candy, clutching them with a soft hap and a tight grip. The duke holds the candy-laden princess and loudly commands everyone to follow his direct orders immediately. The duke says he'll wait at the carriage for 2 hours with a soft, mechanical-sounding click.
Shushu peers at her uncle while a blue system window hovers near his red-haired head.
A system window reveals the duke's goal to increase the princess's weight during their upcoming journey. The pink-haired baby princess stares skeptically, concluding that her uncle is truly a very strange person.
Narrative text marks the passage of 5 days as the scene shifts to lush green mountains.
A carriage is loaded with supplies as the narrative explains the start of their long journey.
The Duke stands in blood-spattered armor, while Shushu notes she hasn't seen him for 5 days.
The princess is showered with snacks and jerky as several hands reach out with soft, repetitive pats.
The pink-haired baby princess smiles brightly as she declares her love for sweet food.
The aides are overwhelmed by the princess's beauty, shielding their eyes while snacking on popcorn.
A blue system window lists the personnel currently active within the general communication channel.
A black-haired man named Ted punches a tree, overwhelmed by the princess's cuteness as Nini watches.
Mia wants to pinch the baby's cheeks while Dave declares his heart has been captured.
A system window announces a massive gain of attraction points from the surrounding crowd. The princess observes a floating system window, noting its format differs from a typical streamer's interface.
Shushu realizes the window has no sponsors and bizarrely reveals the inner thoughts of others.
A soft, smiling-sounding senyum follows as Shushu appreciates knowing so many people like her.
A purple-haired wizard in a hooded robe approaches Nini while holding a glowing wooden staff.
A sudden, sharp-sounding prang echoes through the dark and empty halls of the royal palace. A blonde-haired man stands over a bleeding subordinate, questioning if he just learned of their departure. The blonde-haired man stomps on the subordinate's head, calling the wounded man completely useless. A masked man with long blonde hair coldly orders his subordinates to capture the princess. The purple-haired wizard urges Nini to hurry as they navigate through the dense green forest. The masked blonde-haired man stands amidst a dark aura and repeats his order to capture Shushu.
The purple-haired wizard calls out to the princess while clutching a staff topped with a gem.
A sudden, high-pitched sounding zing rings out as the green gemstone on the staff begins to glow.
A sudden, celebratory sounding jang accompanies the appearance of a delicious-looking slice of strawberry cake. Ivina offers cake to the princess, who reacts with excitement at the sight of the treat.
A soft, shimmering-sounding cling highlights a fresh strawberry cake, a famous delicacy from Denvar.
The knights complain about the travel time to Denvar until the wizard tells them to be quiet.
Shushu asks for a hug, prompting the purple-haired wizard to laugh and welcome her into her arms.
A blue system window announces that Ivina, the wizard, has entered the general communication channel.
Ivina hugs the baby and tells the dirty people to stay away from the beautiful princess.
Shushu considers a message from Mia explaining that Ivina is extremely hygienic and fears germs. Shushu remembers a modern girl at a computer and wonders if she can chat through the window. Shushu tells Ivina the cake is delicious and declares that she really likes the kind wizard.
A sudden, slippery-sounding leeson causes the princess's favorite strawberry to fall from her small fork. A large hand catches the falling strawberry with a quick, firm-sounding tep.
The red-haired duke catches the strawberry mid-air, surprising the princess with his sudden, swift movement. The princess begins to tear up, but the duke clarifies he has no intention of eating her snack. The red-haired duke carries the princess away, accusing her of seducing his subordinates for 5 days. The red-haired duke looks down at the pink-haired baby with a silent and unreadable expression.
A quick, soft-sounding suit follows as the red-haired man holds the baby princess closer.
The duke turns his head away from his subordinates while a question mark floats above him.
The duke asks what they're doing, and the aides nervously claim they are simply taking a rest. The red-haired duke glares slightly, thinking that the entire situation and his subordinates are completely ridiculous. A quick-sounding set marks the duke carefully adjusting the princess's white and red bonnet. A sudden, soft-sounding suit accompanies the duke handing the princess a large piece of strawberry cake. The duke tells the princess not to eat in a dusty place, as she happily accepts. Shushu finishes her meal and holds up her arms, asking her red-haired uncle to carry her. The baby princess looks up with large, pleading green eyes while begging to be carried.
The aides whisper behind the Duke's back, labeling him a cold-blooded man for ignoring the child's plea.
The Duke glares at the fleeing aides while the princess agrees that he is indeed cold-blooded. Shushu watches her uncle and concludes that he is actually a much better person than before.
Narrative text explains the Duke ordered spells to prevent motion sickness during their long and comfortable journey.
Shushu recalls a past life where cruel knights offered her no food while traveling as a prisoner.
In her memory, the dark-haired Nini holds her tightly and promises to protect the princess forever.
The pink-haired baby princess hugs her uncle, thinking that the Duke cares for her more than the royal family, while wishing to stay this way forever.
Shushu sits in the carriage and notes the Duke's absence from the chat window, wondering why he's the only one moving in and out like that.
The red-haired Duke glances back with a quick, observing lyric sounding.
Shushu's large green eyes focus as a blue lollipop is placed before her with a sudden, decisive set sounding.
The baby princess is delighted by the candy, but the Duke explains that since he provided the snack, she must now pay for it with a soft Shrek sounding.
Shushu is shocked by her uncle's greed, clutching her treat while asking if she really has to pay for the food. The pink-haired princess looks on skeptically while enjoying her lollipop.
Silver-haired Grant greets the princess and explains the Duke is referring to a specific item as a blue crystal begins to glow. A blue book with a magical crest appears amidst a sequence of soft, repeating pot soundings.
Shushu looks at the glowing crystal with surprise, seeing the magical book reflected in her eyes while noting its familiar appearance.
A decorative crest sits above a red book adorned with elaborate gold designs. A text box on the red book identifies it as the official list of names.
Narrative text explains that the royal biography book details names and talents made possible by the inherited protection of the sun.
A glowing, mystical eye represents the special ability known as the Eye for Talent. Narrative text tells the story of the first king, born under the protection of a radiant, glowing lion.
The first king was blessed by Minerva, the goddess of wisdom, whose shimmering blonde hair marked the royal bloodline. Silhouettes of blonde royals illustrate the talent's history, while Shushu notes she lacks both the blonde hair and the special gift. Shushu considers that if she had those eyes, she could see everyone's talent, just as her father and uncle do.
Shushu remembers that her purple-haired uncle had very weak talent, but emphasizes that she remembers everything clearly.
The red-haired Duke leans in and asks the princess if she has ever seen the special eyes.
The Duke looks at the child with a stunned and silent expression. In a memory, a pink-haired woman writes in a blood-splattered room, claiming to remember every detail of the book's contents. Silhouettes of figures stand before a gallows, and the narrative explains that many talented people in the book were killed by traitors.
Shushu thinks deeply, confirming to herself that she knows the truth about everything. The pink-haired princess wonders what would happen if she told her uncle the secrets she knows.
Shushu asks her red-haired uncle if he plans to take her back to his northern territory.
Grant touches the image of the book with a soft tep sounding, noting that the original color was much darker than the projection.
Shushu gestures with her arms amidst soft, rhythmic pat soundings, describing the book's large size and asking if Grant has seen what's inside.
The Duke orders his aide to come closer with a sharp C-tack and a quick sruck sounding.
Shushu is overwhelmed with joy as she sees a spread of cakes and flowers, letting out a delighted wah.
Grant offers a slice of cake, promising her the entire set of sweets if she tells them the story accurately, while a hooded wizard lets out a loud R sounding. The Duke reflects on the need for information after the secret details regarding the subjugation of the dragon Ataida were leaked.
The pink-haired baby princess stares in silence with a thoughtful expression.
Grant asks the princess to identify anyone she recognizes from the figures he is about to show her.
The princess's large green eyes sparkle with visible excitement as she looks at the crystal.
The Duke's aides wear 3D glasses and eat popcorn while dazzled by the princess, who decides she wants to live among those who love her. Shushu declares she'll guess up that 100 names, and the Duke agrees despite saying he can't provide that many cakes. The red-haired Duke promises to provide coupons for the missing cakes as Grant stifles a laugh with a soft sounding. The Duke continues his explanation while his silver-haired aide watches on nervously. The princess and the Duke shake hands with a firm grep sounding to mark the end of their successful negotiation. Shushu cheers for the cake as Grant clears his throat with a soft ehem sounding and shows her the first image. Shushu recalls a man in her second life who tortured and controlled her, causing her great suffering. The princess informs the silver-haired aide that she has never seen the man in the official name list. Shushu worries that they won't believe her, frantically insisting that her answer is the truth while her uncle and Grant watch. The baby princess trembles with a soft sounding, remembering how no one believed her honesty in her previous life. A large hand rests on the princess's head with a gentle, reassuring tuck sounding. The red-haired Duke offers the princess a piece of chocolate cake with a quick set sounding, calling it the first reward. The baby princess smiles brightly with a soft sin-yum sounding as she happily accepts the strawberry-topped treat. Outside the carriage, Grant asks the princess to describe the nature and character of the person in the image. Shushu sits contentedly in the carriage, surrounded by snacks while hoping her uncle finds her useful. Shushu looks uneasy amidst a mountain of cakes, sensing the mood is off. The red-haired Duke questions the point of bringing Shushu along while Grant defends the order. Grant observes that their current predictions regarding the information they sought seem to be entirely incorrect. Grant asks if there's one person left, but the Duke doubts it's worth the effort. The aide asks the princess to look at one last image with a soft sounding. Shushu feels frightened by the Duke's intense and scary gaze while looking at her. A heavy silence falls between the Duke and his aide as they share a long look. The Duke apologizes for his frightening expression and begs the princess to answer his serious question. Shushu tells them to just ask, prompting a grateful nod and thanks from Grant.
A projection of a stern, white-haired man with a mustache appears amidst soft, repeating pats soundings.
Shushu is horrified by the image, recognizing the man as a truly evil person. Narrative text details the crimes of the white-haired traitor who killed many innocent people. The pink-haired baby princess simply confirms the identity of the man with a soft yes.
Grant asks if she's seen him, while Shushu clings to her uncle's sleeve.
Shushu insists the man must be eliminated, but the Duke sharply tells her to stop. The Duke declares there is nothing left to hear, as a chilling aura fills the air. The Duke wonders if his niece was coached by the royals to speak so cleverly. A sharp, electric-sounding bzzzt highlights the Duke's suspicion regarding the princess's articulate answers. The Duke asks Shushu who instructed her, suspecting his own cruel teacher or followers. Shushu bursts into tears, sobbing that her uncle warned her about the man's dangerous power. The baby princess hits herself and cries, regretting her belief that her uncle wasn't scary. Grant scolds the Duke for being too harsh while wondering if Shushu anticipated their questions. Grant emphasizes that without the princess's insight, they cannot identify the traitors in their midst. The red-haired Duke looks contemplative, comparing the child's possible talent to a known ability. Shushu continues to sob and hit her chest in a display of deep distress. Narrative text describes the mysterious oracle power within the Willow bloodline that allows glimpses of the future. An ornate crest sits atop a field of white flowers and drifting blue petals. The sun shines through the forest canopy while birds let out a cheerful sounding sip-sip.
A dark-haired boy strikes a training dummy with a loud, rhythmic-sounding booh. The young boy continues his intense training, delivering several firm, repeating buh soundings. The boy finishes his practice and wipes his face with a quick, soft-sounding set. The boy with purple eyes stares ahead, looking sweaty and startled by something unseen. The Duke mentions the legend of the Oracle, while Shushu looks on with visible concern. Narrative text explains that it has been 200 years since the last Oracle appeared.
A silhouette of a knight kneels before a guillotine, representing those who lost control and went mad.
A tattered red flag flies over silhouettes of fallen soldiers who met an early death. The red-haired Duke dismisses the dark thoughts, labeling them as nothing more than ridiculous memories.
Grant argues that they've misunderstood the child and are wrongly accusing an innocent princess.
Shushu cries piteously as a background text box declares the little princess is not guilty. The princess wails loudly, feeling she has been treated with extreme unfairness by her uncle.
The Duke remains suspicious despite the child's shivering reaction to his cold, questioning gaze.
Aides and knights rush forward with a quick, repeating drap sounding to apologize for interrupting.
The subordinates vocally defend Shushu, insisting she is just a child and completely innocent.
The pink-haired baby princess looks up with huge, glistening eyes, appearing incredibly vulnerable. The red-haired Duke looks at his emotional subordinates and asks if they've all lost their minds. The subordinates weep together, pointing out that the poor princess is crying her eyes out. A sudden, sharp-sounding ting announces a system window listing the current channel members. The communication window shows 22 personnel, including knights like Ted and Mia. Ted appears in the window with a sudden-sounding jang, betting on the princess's innocence.
Dave and Lawton complain about the Duke's behavior with a series of loud, repeating buck soundings.
Surrounded by floral sketches of her new allies, Shushu wonders if they are all truly on her side.
Pink and purple fireworks explode against a dreamy sky with a sudden, loud poir sounding.
A glowing system window announces that Shushu has quickly gained the love of many subscribers. The princess's large green eyes fill with tears of joy as she reads the divine notification. Shushu recalls that in her past life, only her purple-haired caretaker truly remained by her side. The worried subordinates watch as Shushu continues to wail loudly about the unfairness of her situation. The purple-haired woman confronts the red-haired Duke with a sudden, determined seuk sounding. She threatens to use truth magic despite the risk of fainting, startling the nearby subordinates. The Duke breaks into a cold sweat while his knights continue their loud and energetic protest. Shushu continues to sob about the injustice she faces while her caretaker holds her close.
A stylized image of the crying princess fills the sky over a vast mountain range.
Clinging to a small pink bag, Shushu looks exhausted from crying amidst a field of daisies. The purple-haired woman offers Shushu a slice of berry cake to comfort her during the journey.
The wizard collapses from exhaustion after revealing the truth, confirming the princess was treated unfairly.
Shushu complains about her scary uncle, unaware he is standing right outside with a soft tuck sounding. The red-haired Duke remains silent as his subordinates look at him with visible annoyance and judgment.
Floating chat windows show the knights scolding their captain for being so cruel to the princess.
The Duke lets out a heavy sigh and approaches the carriage with a soft, rhythmic tap sounding. Shushu is startled by the approaching footsteps, wondering what her uncle plans to do next. The Duke looks regretful as he thinks about his desire to protect everyone during the upcoming conquest.
From the child's perspective, the Duke appears as a terrifying silhouette with glowing red eyes.
The silver-haired aide warns the Duke that his frightening appearance is causing a massive misunderstanding. The Duke realizes his unintentional intimidation as his aide begs him to consider his facial expression. The Duke tries to appear less threatening, but Shushu remains cowering in fear inside the carriage.
The red-haired Duke looks slightly bewildered and awkward while his subordinates watch with skepticism.
The Duke offers Shushu a green gift box, knowing it contains her favorite fruit. The silver-haired aide explains that the Duke used magic to quickly fetch the treats from town.
A flashback shows the wizard using magic for the task while the Duke and aide discussed it.
Shushu is tempted by the delicious-looking treat as the Duke promises it isn't poisoned.
The princess reaches out her tiny hands and excitedly asks for the cake. A beautiful fig tart is revealed, which Shushu identifies as her favorite food from her past.
Shushu decides to forgive her uncle just a little bit because the cake is so delicious.
The Duke promises to fill a whole carriage with figs as an apology, delighting the princess.
The aide finds the exchange adorable as the Duke realizes how simple the princess's wishes are.
Shushu happily asks her uncle to pick her up as her caretaker watches with a smile.
The red-haired Duke gives a rare, genuine smile with a soft, warm sineum sounding. The Duke picks up the princess with a quick set sounding, and she looks perfectly content. Shushu snuggles against her uncle's chest, feeling a sense of peace with a soft poo-poo sounding.
The Duke wonders if Shushu is gaining weight from the snacks while she smiles happily.
As the journey continues, the Duke considers buying out every bakery in the next town. The scene shifts to a serene mountain landscape under a bright blue sky filled with birds. Shushu cheers for the Duke's promise, finally making peace with him as he holds her. Shushu thinks that anyone who gives her food must be a good person, despite her uncle's doubt.
Narrative text notes that 8 days have passed on their 15-day journey to the temple.
The carriage travels down a sun-drenched path with a steady, rhythmic sounding of talk, talk. The mustached subordinate excitedly offers the princess a rabbit-shaped rattle with a soft, cheerful sounding. The subordinates bicker over their handmade gifts while the purple-haired knight looks on with annoyance. The purple-haired knight scoffs at the idea of giving a simple baby rattle to the princess. Shushu is touched by all the gifts from Ted, Mia, Isaac, Dave, Rubus, Lawton, and Davina. The black-haired knight is heartbroken when his gift is mocked, letting out a soft sounding of hicks. The pink-haired princess beams with a soft sinyum sounding while the knight weeps at her joy. Narrative text explains that in her second life, Shushu finally receives the rattle she never possessed before. Shushu recalls a lonely past life where toys were reserved only for her sister, Latia.
A determined thought bubble declares her intent to wield her deadly cuteness effectively.
Shushu winks while her uncle's aide dissolves into tears during a soft, repetitive pot sounding. Ted punches a tree with several heavy buck soundings while the princess watches in bewilderment. Knights and mages offer gifts with a quick set and tep sounding while bickering over their offerings. A sudden resonant ting sounding announces a system window displaying the current channel personnel. Another clear, sharp ting sounding marks the update listing the 15 knights and mages present. Ted's extreme devotion appears in the chat, accompanied by a swift, light shu-op sounding. The chat window fills with the knights' adoration and their reluctance to leave the princess's side. Even a dramatically laments his inability to mail his own heart to the beloved princess. Surrounded by roses, Ivina winks with a soft sineum sounding and claims she stole his heart. A cheerful, ringing ting sounding highlights a notification of Shushu's rapidly increasing interest points. Shushu looks at the glowing window with a mix of surprise and slight concern. The scene shifts to the carriage brimming with gifts as the training session begins. The subordinates wave their goodbyes to the princess as they head off to practice. In a quiet clearing, the knights diligently train and discuss their strategies for the journey. Shushu relaxes in Nini's arms, reflecting on her growing influence over the Duke's men. The princess ponders the mysterious nature of the chat window that constantly follows her.
Shushu realizes the floating window acts as a comment section for everyone's inner thoughts. The pink-haired princess wonders if she will eventually be able to communicate through the window. A celestial notification confirms that Dimension streamer Shushu has attained the noble rank of baronet. The system congratulates her, promising an unexpected reward to celebrate her new level. Shushu's large green eyes widen in shock at the news of her sudden level increase. The princess remains stunned, processing the implications of her new status as a baronet. Glittering light surrounds the princess as she reaches out to touch the mysterious system window. A memory of her past life shows a brown-haired girl happily holding a golden play button. Narrative text explores the unique hierarchy of the fantasy world where Shushu now resides. Shushu is held by Nini, reacting with a soft ugh sounding and a tight cute squeeze. Looking up with huge eyes, the princess asks her caretaker for a piece of candy. Nini makes the child promise to eat only one treat before their next meal. Deep within the shadows of the forest, a pair of glowing red eyes watches them. A sudden, sharp shriek sounding from the bushes startles Shushu as she reaches for her candy. A massive explosion erupts in the distance, accompanied by a thunderous, rolling duar sounding. The earth trembles with a deep, vibrating gruo sounding as the knights react in alarm. Clinging to Nini, Shushu's heart races as she recognizes the terrifying roar of a monster. A mutant werewolf with a glowing red eye lets out a bone-chilling groar. The knights prepare for battle as Dave shouts orders to get the archers ready. A sudden, swift drape sounding echoes as the red-haired Duke charges toward the threat. The Duke strikes with incredible force, his blade letting out a sharp, cutting sra sounding. Blood sprays across the air with a quick at sounding as the Duke's eyes burn intensely. The Duke strikes with a wet krat sounding amidst the monster's deep gruo sounding. Standing amidst the chaos, the Duke prepares his next move as blood drips from his blade. Another powerful slash cuts through the werewolf's hide with a heavy, distinct srat sounding. The Duke's relentless assault continues amidst a wet krat sounding and several ferocious groar roars. A massive spray of blood marks a final blow with a violent brack sounding. The carriage is rocked by a sudden jarring brake sounding as the battle concludes. Shushu shudders in the carriage with a sharp deg sounding while Nini holds her close. Nini reassures the princess that the brave knights and mages are working hard to fight. Nini tells the princess that the knights would be happy to receive her thanks with a soft grep sounding. A close-up shows Shushu's large green eyes filled with exhaustion. Knights in black cloaks prepare for a forest skirmish. A wizard in a purple robe prepares a defensive spell. Berg, the red-haired Duke, is bloodied from battle. A system notification wonders what kind of luck is about to arrive. A terrifying monster with glowing eyes attacks the carriage with a loud brook sounding. The system continues its cryptic message about the coming luck. A dark claw smashes through the carriage window with a sharp praying sounding and a firm gyut grip. Shushu is tossed backward by the impact with a sudden, painful sounding. A monster's purple claw reaches for the cowering princess as someone shouts for her safety. A massive explosion destroys the nearby threat with a thunderous dur sounding. Dust and debris fill the air as the shockwave rocks the area. Berg rescues the princess from the wreckage with a gentle tuck and a soft grep sounding. Looking up at her rescuer, Shushu calls out to her uncle. Standing on the ruined carriage, the Duke protects Shushu as a werewolf lets out a ferocious groar roar. Berg uses his blood-stained glove to shield the child's eyes with a quick set sounding. Arrows rain down on the silhouetted beast amidst a series of sharp thwack soundings and a final groar roar. Shushu complains that she cannot see anything in her uncle's arms, wondering what he is doing. Berg informs the princess that the scene is not appropriate for a child as a wolf roars softly. The Duke explains that his knights can easily handle the mutant werewolves and asks if the situation is safe.
Shushu trembles in fear, crying that she is scared while clinging to her uncle.
Berg remains stoic as he reports all the wolves are dead, while the princess continues to sob.
A close-up shows the bloodied Berg looking at the weeping child in his arms.
A system notification appears with a clear ting sounding to display the personnel in the channel. The list includes Berg, Nini, Ted, Mia, and 14 other individuals present. As they walk, Berg asks Shushu if she is truly afraid of the werewolf carcasses.
Shushu insists she is not scared at all, acting defiant despite her previous tears.
Berg thinks about how different the princess is compared to his own sons.
The Duke asks for confirmation on her lack of fear as Shushu makes a pouting face.
Shushu is annoyed, wondering if her uncle is still scolding her for a past mistake. The princess pouts and asks Berg if he is trying to threaten her.
Shushu lets out a sudden scream of terror with a loud kya sounding while Berg watches her.
A thought bubble reveals Shushu's memory of her brother once keeping 5 werewolves as pets.
The dark-haired aide reminds the Duke that the late Empress was catching monsters at age 7.
Berg smiles slightly as his aide adds that she also caught them when she was 5. Narrative text explains the Willow family legend and their heritage of dragon blood.
A legendary warrior with red hair stands triumphantly over a dragon.
Berg thinks Shushu inherited the Willow bloodline while she looks on with annoyance.
The Duke sets the princess down with a soft tep sounding as the knights finish the battle.
Nini cries out for the princess, worried that the poor child was terrified by the ordeal.
The caretaker pulls Shushu into a tight, comforting hug with a soft greep sounding. Shushu presents several colorful candies as a reward for her hardworking team. Narrative text notes that mutant werewolves are weak compared to the dragon slayers of the Willow family. The aide reflects on the difficulties of the journey as they rest in the clearing.
Shushu approaches the aide with a soft gyat sounding to grab his attention.
The princess praises his hard work and offers him a candy as a token of appreciation.
The aide is moved to tears by her sweet gesture as he accepts the gift with a soft sigh, sounding content.
Shushu continues distributing her treats to Mia and the wizard, who are both deeply touched. Surrounded by roses, the knights and mages weep with joy over the princess's incredible kindness. Shushu shows Evina a pretty candy, causing the purple-haired man to blush.
Evina weeps with dramatic fervor, declaring that the whole kingdom should be honored by the princess's existence.
Shushu is amazed that the man's words perfectly match the comments appearing in the chat window. The blood-stained Duke glances back as the pink-haired princess approaches him in the forest. Shushu offers a red treat to her uncle, who asks if she is giving away her favorite snack. The princess insists on gifting the candy as a token of gratitude for her uncle saving her life. Berg smiles and accepts the gift with a soft set sounding, noting she truly possesses the noble willow spirit. A close-up of Shushu's large green eyes reveals her confusion over her uncle's cryptic remark. The surrounding knights and mages happily enjoy their candies while Shushu reflects on her desire to stay with them. Hugging her caretaker, the princess joyfully declares her intent to officially join the Willow family and stay with those she loves. A sudden, cold wind rushes through the clearing with a sharp whoosh sounding as the Duke stands tall. Shushu runs toward Berg with a series of quick drop soundings while calling out to him. A knight reports a grave issue, explaining they found a mutant wolf king after the battle, amidst a ferocious roar. A massive, shadowy monster with glowing red eyes is identified as the terrifying King of Werewolves. Shushu watches as the Duke turns his attention to a mysterious bundle held by one of his men. The silver-haired knight presents a red cloth, explaining the beast was holding something strange in its mouth. Within the folds of the cloth, a small creature shifts with a tight gut squeeze. A system window appears with a clear ting sounding,
announcing a level-up reward and a stroke of unexpected luck.
A tiny white fox pops out of the bundle with a soft plop and a quick gurgle sounding.
The creature struggles fiercely while the princess watches, shouting for the humans to release it immediately.
The small desert fox glares with orange eyes, letting out a sharp huh of indignation.
Shushu looks on in bewilderment as the white fox continues to make its presence known with another plop.
Isaac examines the animal's large ears with a soft sounding, questioning if it is truly a desert fox. The knight notes the creature's pure white fur and golden tail, wondering how such a beast ended up in this forest.
Berg and Shushu inspect the captive animal, with the princess wondering if these foxes are native to the area.
The fox snaps at Shushu, offended that she referred to its magnificent body as just a thing.
Shushu tries to tell her uncle the fox is speaking, but he only hears a series of gook barks.
The princess covers her mouth in shock, realizing that she is the only one who can understand the animal.
Berg looks thoughtful as he prepares to make a guess about the creature's mysterious origin.
Isaac asks to continue his report, and the Duke gives him the signal to proceed.
The knight explains he found the creature wrapped in cloth and hidden inside the dead Wolf King's mouth. He reveals his belief that the animal is a legendary spiritual being, surrounded by a celestial glow.
Both Berg and Shushu are stunned by the revelation that they have encountered a true spiritual animal.
Isaac recounts how the monster carcasses were purified by the fox's power right before their eyes.
Text explains that the creature is a holy animal capable of cleansing contaminated lands and foul monsters.
Despite its holy status, the fox growls with a deep grrr sounding, looking far from peaceful.
Berg demands confirmation of the animal's identity, and the silver-haired knight affirms his certainty.
The Duke turns to Dave for his opinion, who confirms he has witnessed the creature's strange power. Narrative text explains that spiritual animals are nearly extinct and typically only appear in the purest of places.
A vision shows a holy figure praying over a white fox, representing the animal's sacred history. The fox continues to bark with a sharp guck sounding, demanding that the humans release it at once. The knights discuss whether to report the find, fearing the emperor's reaction to such a rare creature. Isaac warns that keeping the fox secret could lead to accusations of theft against the Duke.
Berg orders his men to secure the area and prepare to move out in the carriage.
The Duke decides they must bring the fox along, despite the creature's loud and angry complaints. A knight explains it took several men and a mage to capture the surprisingly strong little beast. Isaac struggles to hold the fox, which growls with a sharp ha sounding and threatens to escape. The knight suggests that releasing the troublesome spiritual animal might be their best option. A vision of a grown woman with pink hair standing beside a massive white fox appears in a blooming garden. Ancient legends say that a spiritual animal will only ever serve one true master throughout its life. The brown-haired knight questions the situation, asking how they will determine the creature's true master. The white fox glares with its piercing orange eyes as it makes a soft sounding. A sudden cold wind rushes through the area with a sharp whoosh sounding as they stare. The fox's eye widens in surprise with a sudden sharp deg sounding of realization. Shushu tries to ignore the fox, but the creature commands the little human to wait and stop.
The white fox continues shouting for her to stop, directing its loud commands at the princess. Shushu is thrilled to understand the animal, while the fox asks what is wrong with her.
The creature looks smug with a sudden jang sounding, confirming that Shushu can indeed hear its voice. The pink-haired princess breaks out into a cold sweat, feeling overwhelmed by the fox's direct confrontation.
Shushu attempts to walk away with a quick "sute" sounding as the fox shouts its realization.
Despite the fox's constant chatter with a soft syuk sounding, Shushu is determined to ignore it.
The princess feels annoyed, noting to herself that the small spiritual animal is incredibly noisy and loud.
Shushu asks to hold the fox, but the creature demands she carry it with a soft hee-hee sounding.
Duke Berg firmly denies her request to hold the animal, much to the princess's disappointment.
Shushu is mesmerized by the fox's fluffy tail as it wags with a rhythmic wiggling motion.
Shushu begs for a single touch while flopping her arms in a frantic, pleading motion.
Shushu sobs with a soft hicks sounding as the fox deflates with a quiet seuk sounding.
Isaac reports that the animal has stopped resisting and crying, which catches the Duke's full attention. Looking at the fox, Shushu thinks to herself that it is actually quite handsome and impressive.
Shushu squeals with a loud kia sounding over the fox's cuteness while the knights watch her.
The princess gently reaches out and touches the fox's head with a soft tep sounding.
The knights and mages are struck by a wave of disbelief, their eyes wide in total shock. A knight notes that the beast responds to Shushu's touch, despite its typical hostility toward holy power.
Shushu strokes the fox's fur, exclaiming about its softness as the creature reacts with a grimace.
The men discuss the legend that spiritual animals only allow their master to touch them. Isaac is frozen in surprise, his mind reeling as he watches the princess bond with the creature.
Shushu screams with a loud kia sounding as she pulls the fox into a tight grep hug.
The princess lets out a quiet, breathless ha sounding as she gazes at the mysterious white animal.
The glowing fox declares that it senses a great and holy divine power emanating from Shushu.
Surrounded by a celestial light, the creature continues its proclamation about sensing the power of a god.
The knights whisper among themselves with a low blah blah sounding as they watch the scene.
Isaac and his companion look on with bafflement, wondering how a child could tame such a creature. Shushu stares blankly, her mind processing the fox's words about her possessing a holy power.
The white fox sparkles with joy, its orange eyes shining brightly as it looks at its master.
Shushu recalls being chosen by a celestial being during her regression, wondering if that is the source.
The princess and the fox share a knowing look with a soft nod and a warm smile. The animal affectionately licks Shushu's cheek as she laughs in delight, her eyes sparkling with happiness.
A bright, magical light flashes through the forest with a sudden, sharp-set sounding, illuminating the pair.
Shushu and the fox are bathed in a beautiful blue aura while a soft la-la melody plays. A decorative bundle appears with a sudden magical duar sounding, marking a shift in the mystical energy. Flowers bloom in the background as the princess reaches out toward the glowing and mystical new object.
A system window appears, granting Shushu the ability to speak with all spiritual animals as a reward.
Shushu wonders if the fox can read her mind, and the creature confirms it easily can.
A majestic portrait showcases the white fox against a highly detailed circular backdrop. A dark silhouette reveals the true form of Rakshasa, a divine messenger bound by heavy iron chains.
The messenger explains that it exists to help humans like Shushu and will eventually ascend to heaven.
A gentle hand reaches out from the light with a soft pat sounding to comfort the princess.
Shushu closes her eyes and feels the warmth of the divine touch as the magical aura intensifies.
The princess is suddenly startled by the fox being so close, her eyes wide with surprise.
Isaac declares that he saw everything clearly and confirms that the princess has successfully tamed the animal. She wonders if being able to touch the spiritual animal makes her its master.
The Duke watches with a stoic expression while a laugh echoes through the forest.
A blue system window appears with a sharp ting sounding, displaying a list of nearby personnel.
Shushu is surprised to see 40 people listed in her general system channel.
The knights and mages celebrate Shushu's success, overwhelmed by the emotional and cute scene.
Avina notes the creature's expression and tries to cheer everyone up with a funny pose.
The princess cuddles the white fox as hearts float around them in a joyful moment. The tiny creature shouts excitedly at Shushu, calling her a little human. Both Shushu and the fox become overwhelmed by the crowding knights with a dizzying spin. Shushu begins to sob softly with a quiet hicks sounding while the knights watch her. The group of men huddles together nervously, a collective sweat drop forming over their heads. The fox grunts with a soft sounding, asking Shushu what exactly is going on. The small beast trembles as it asks Shushu about the identity of the powerful duke. Berg issues a terrifying threat of silence, and his men immediately salute in absolute obedience. The duke promises a gruesome fate for anyone who talks as his eyes flash. The white fox asks if Berg is her guardian, and Shushu clarifies he is her uncle. The spiritual animal is awestruck by Berg's strength, noting it has never seen anyone like him. Narrative text describes the Duke's legendary feats, including the conquest of fire and black dragons. Shushu introduces herself, but the fox insults her name before declaring her its master. The creature proclaims Shushu its master due to her touch, much to her vocal disgust. Shushu's expression softens as she finally accepts the situation with a determined, "all right." The princess pulls the fluffy white animal into a warm and affectionate hug. The carriage and supply wagons travel through the dense green forest on their journey home. Shushu complains about her legs being sore as the carriage rattles with a loud brake sounding.
Shushu is startled as Berg suddenly reaches out his hand with a quick set sounding.
The fox screams at Berg for touching it while Shushu chooses to ignore its cries.
The princess asks her uncle to pick her up with a soft pats sounding.
Berg lifts Shushu into his lap, causing her to let out a delighted squeal.
Shushu smiles happily while resting comfortably on the duke's lap with a soft tap sounding. The duke looks down at his niece with a rare, gentle expression in his eyes. Shushu gazes back at her uncle with wide, sparkling eyes full of innocent affection. A carriage lies wrecked on its side in the clearing with a sudden brack sounding. A knight informs the princess that she must ride with the duke due to the breakdown.
The woman whispers a secret offer to help Shushu if she feels uncomfortable staying.
Narrative text explains that Berg's care for Shushu overrides his usual strict protocols. A bright smile spreads across the princess's face, her cheeks blushing with genuine happiness. Berg tells Shushu they are nearing their destination, prompting a curious response from the girl. The scene shifts as the Duke and Shushu approach the majestic white marble palace. Shushu realizes their 5-day journey is ending as they approach the kingdom's central city. Shushu's eyes light up as she recognizes the treat Berg has brought for her. Shushu is surrounded by the doting knights and mages who shower her with sweet treats.
Shushu begins to cry with a soft hicks sounding, while the fox demands to be released.
Shushu tearfully expresses her fear of abandonment, surprising the white fox with her words. Shushu spends time explaining her situation to the fox, who listens with thoughtful interest.
The fox suggests a new plan for Shushu to stay with her mysterious uncle.
Berg apologizes for running out of candy, but promises to fulfill his word soon. The Duke confirms he will provide as many figs as Shushu can eat upon arrival.
Shushu is overcome with excitement at the thought of finally eating her favorite fig desserts.
The spiritual animal despairs over its master's simple nature, while Shushu giggles with delight. Berg offers a night in the city, but the fox urges Shushu to act with a loud wah sounding. Shushu pleads with her uncle to join her with a loud ah sounding. Berg offers a walk, but immediately mentions his many responsibilities despite Shushu's enthusiasm. The princess's eyes glow with a sudden jang sounding as she demands he keep his promise. After a long pause, the red-haired Duke reluctantly agrees to a short walk with her. Shushu celebrates by petting the fox with a soft pats sounding amidst a floral background. The Duke watches her, somberly thinking about their inevitable separation in the near future. A dark energy swirls around the princess as she shouts Isaac's name into the void.
Shushu screams with a loud arg, sounding about her plan to win over the Duke.
The carriage enters the city gates with a rhythmic talk-talk sounding in the afternoon light. Shushu focuses on eating with a repetitive nyam sounding, her cheeks full of food. Shushu feels a chill with a soft sew sounding while Berg stands stoically behind her. A pink raccoon-like creature presents a red, heart-shaped cotton candy with a grumpy face. The creature wonders how to melt a heart before dropping the candy with a plunge sounding. The red heart dissolves into the water with a long sear sounding, vanishing from sight. Startled by a sudden duar sounding, the creature despairs over the difficulty of social communication. Shushu recalls her past life as a virtual streamer, lamenting that real-world interaction is far harder. She remembers being a nervous, brown-haired girl who could only speak fluently while alone. Narrative text suggests that her unique system window ability was granted to aid her social struggles. A mysterious, masked woman with flowing white hair appears in a high-collared purple gown. The white fox asks what she's doing while Shushu concentrates deeply on her thoughts. A dark reflection reveals Shushu's regret over her past life as a failed and suffering emperor. Somber text emphasizes the deep pain she endured during her previous existence in the empire. Shushu remembers being surrounded by traitors, though she notes a few kind souls remained among them. The silhouette of the imperial palace looms behind two figures standing amidst falling white petals. She recalls a young official who supported her even as the chaotic empire fell into rebellion. As a fallen empress, Shushu's gasping breaths with a soft, harsh-sounding echo through her dark confinement. In a flashback, an official fiercely defends the emperor's honor against a group of disrespectful men. The princess gazes into the distance with eyes full of tears and haunting memories of the past. She stares at the back of the loyal official, regretting that she never saw his face. Captured by rebels, the Empress stands before a guillotine as the crowd shouts for her execution. In her final moments, her last thoughts are of the official and her regret of their meeting. An executioner reaches for the mechanism with a quick tap sounding, sealing the Empress's tragic fate. A violent splash of red accompanies a sharp crash sounding as the scene comes to an end. The carriage and supply wagons continue their journey through a sun-drenched, bustling city square. Shushu resolves to live a different life while secretly hoping to meet the loyal official again. A framed portrait of the mysterious official's back is surrounded by blooming white lilies and petals. The fox asks about her intense focus, and Shushu explains her plan to stay with her uncle. The creature laughs with a loud ha-ha-ha sounding, excited by the prospect of a wealthy lifestyle.
Shushu and the fox bump heads with a soft sounding as they think together.
The princess realizes her time to win over the Duke is running out faster than expected.
They arrive at a majestic castle with a sudden jang sounding, leaving Shushu in total awe.
Isaac spots the carriage and greets the princess with an enthusiastic wave from the courtyard. Carrying Shushu through the rose garden, Isaac points out a local toy store to her delight.
A charming, decorated building stands under the bright blue sky, signaled by a sudden cheng sounding.
Shushu's heart races with a rhythmic deg-deg sounding as she sees toys for the first time. Berg is confused by the concept of toys, prompting Shushu to lecture him on their importance.
The Duke strokes his chin with a thoughtful sounding, contemplating his niece's strange interests.
A blue system window appears with a sharp ting sounding, updating the list of nearby personnel.
Shushu reads a notification that she has gained interest points because of Berg's private observations.
The princess pouts as she realizes her uncle was criticizing her in his own mind.
Rubus asks if the princess wants a walk, and Shushu excitedly repeats his question.
The brown-haired knight smiles, telling her she can explore the city whenever she likes. He mentions his men will guard her as 3 knights look intensely determined behind him.
Shushu is confused as Rubis holds her during a competitive rock-paper-scissors game. The group argues about using magic in the game and demands an immediate rematch.
A sudden, loud crash sounding startles the princess as the knights continue their chaotic bickering.
Rubis laughs, telling Shushu they will soon decide which of them will be her guard.
Shushu spots Isaac holding the white fox and happily shouts the name Nini. Shushu calls Nini a toy, and the fox is deeply offended by the human's insult.
A buzzing sounding fills the air as Shushu declares she is hungry while Nini growls.
Shushu stares in disbelief as she processes the fox's words for the very first time.
Berg suggests they eat and rest nearby before continuing their long journey toward home.
A soft tapping sounding follows the group as the princess blinks with a blinking sounding.
Nini laughs triumphantly at Shushu's visible defeat, noting that the powerful human realized something.
The knights celebrate their victory, shouting a loud hooray, sounding while agreeing that food is important.
Shushu cries with a soft hic sounding about being hungry while her caregiver realizes her plight. Berg is skeptical of her hunger, given how many snacks the girl has already consumed.
A swishing sounding accompanies the red-haired duke as he leads them toward a local establishment.
Shushu blinks with a soft blinking sounding, looking dazed and tired as they arrive.
A ringing sounding welcomes them as the restaurant staff greets the Duke and his party.
A quick tapping sound echoes as Berg indicates where Shushu and Nini should sit.
Shushu glances sideways with a glancing sounding while sitting quietly with her white fox.
Narrative text notes that the Duke's knights and mages appear to be very relaxed people. A purple-haired mage and a silver-haired knight joke around while waiting for the meal. Ivina smiles warmly, encouraging Shushu to eat while the girl contrasts them with past traitors.
Shushu's vision becomes blurry as she happily holds a fork next to the cheerful fox.
The princess wonders why she feels so sleepy and exhausted while being carried. Nini worries about falling, while Shushu considers asking the fox for a piece of candy.
A thumping sounding occurs as the white fox suddenly falls onto the hard floor.
Berg and the dark-haired knight react with total shock to the sudden noise at the table.
Ivina notes that the princess is unusually sleepy for this time of the day.
Shushu falls into a deep sleep amidst flowers as the knights watch her with adoration.
Ivina murmurs that Shushu is so exhausted she is even sweating in her sleep.
Berg is startled, demanding to know what Ivina just said about the princess's condition.
The Duke looks intensely concerned as he asks Ivina to clarify her observation. Ivina explains that children often sweat while sleeping due to their high body temperatures. Berg's expression turns terrifyingly dark, frightening Ivina and the sleeping Shushu with his intensity.
Berg reasons that Shushu was overwhelmed by the schedule and the sudden werewolf encounter.
Berg shouts for Rubis, startling the knight who was busy eating a piece of chicken.
Rubis stands up instantly with a standing sounding, saluting the Duke in absolute readiness. The red-haired Duke orders his man to go and fetch a doctor immediately. Rubis is completely bewildered, questioning the extreme order for something as simple as a nap. Ivina tries to explain that this is normal, but Berg remains focused on the princess.
Shushu's sleepy breathing sounding continues while Ivina wonders about the Duke's intense reaction.
Berg sits alone in the shadows, appearing deeply troubled and contemplative about his niece.
Narrative text describes the Duke's cold and distant attitude toward the Duchess who has returned.
Berg repeats his urgent command for a doctor with a quick tapping sounding.
A running sounding echoes as Rubis dashes off, leaving Shushu sleeping quietly on her chair. Rubis shouts in alarm as he races through the building to obey his Duke's order. Berg rests his chin on his hand, looking somber as he watches over the sleeping Shushu.
The knights whisper amongst themselves at the table about the Duke's urgent order to fetch a doctor.
The silver-haired knight and purple-haired mage exchange worried glances as a heavy silence falls over the group.
Rubis bursts through the door with a loud brack sounding, announcing that he has successfully brought a doctor.
The brown-haired knight introduces the trembling physician while the old man wonders what exactly is going on.
A dramatic jang sounding accompanies a memory of the doctor sitting sternly at his private desk.
The doctor dismisses the request with a sharp "huh" sounding, stating he does not practice outside his office. Rubis stares intensely at the stubborn official, telling him it would be best to follow him immediately.
A soft syut sounding follows a heavy bag of coins as Rubis tries a more lucrative form of persuasion.
The bag spills open with a loud kring sounding, revealing a mountain of glittering gold coins. Mesmerized by the wealth, the doctor declares they must depart for the patient's location at once. The old man falls to his knees before the glowing pavement, while Rubis watches him with a flat expression. At the restaurant, the doctor trembles with a soft burr sounding, terrified by the Duke's monstrous aura. The red-haired Duke looks intensely noble and frightening, leaving the doctor certain he is dealing with a high-ranking aristocrat. The Duke orders the doctor to heal her immediately, startling Rubis and the confused physician. Shushu sleeps soundly with a rhythmic HH sounding while her pink hair spills over the dark chair. The doctor gently takes the girl's hand with a soft set sounding to begin his medical examination. Overwhelmed by the knight's dark stares, the doctor begins to cry, wishing he could just go home.
The doctor reports his findings, but Berg glares fiercely and tells him to address the patient as a princess.
Avina supports the doctor's assessment, assuring the Duke that his niece is simply exhausted and in a deep sleep.
Startled by a loud groar and arg sounding, the group panics over the princess's breathing while a bear-like aura looms.
The doctor weeps with a soft hicks, sounding frustrated that they brought him if they refuse to believe his diagnosis. Avina tries to reason with the group while the Duke stands silently with his back to the table. The red-haired Duke remains skeptical, noting that his own sons were never this fragile or sleepy. Rubis explains that a nearby transit town exists, though stopping there would severely disrupt their travel schedule. The Duke glares until Rubis panics, quickly agreeing they must leave for the city and prepare immediately.
Shushu remains asleep as the brown-haired knight marvels at the Duke's sudden willingness to prioritize her over his schedule.
Avina watches the Duke, suspecting that the man has not yet realized how much he truly cares for the girl.
Isaac enthusiastically offers to use teleportation magic to bring more doctors to the princess's side.
The red-haired Duke stares forward with a stoic and unreadable expression on his face. He asks the blue-haired mage why he is still standing there with a quick set sounding. Startled by a soft clang sounding, Isaac realizes he has been given the green light to proceed. Dashing away with a rhythmic drop-drop sounding, Isaac drags another mage along to help with the spell. Determined to help the sick princess, Isaac strikes the floor with his staff with a loud duck sounding. A massive magical circle activates with a loud zing sounding, engulfing the mages in brilliant blue light. A powerful whoosh sounding blows the knights back as the mages channel their intense teleportation energy. In the chaotic kitchen area, a metal spoon flies through the air with a sharp sew sounding. The spoon rockets toward the sleeping girl with a sudden sew-young sounding, threatening to hit her. The Duke catches the object with a sharp grep sounding, while a powerful whoosh sounding wind surrounds them. Unaware of the danger, Shushu continues her peaceful sleep with a soft sounding amidst falling petals. The Duke looks down at her with a remarkably soft and contemplative gaze. A pillar of light erupts in the middle of the room as the teleportation magic nears completion. With a quick tap sounding, the Duke orders his knights to transport the princess to the nearest inn. They arrive at a lavishly decorated room, though Avina apologizes that the accommodations are relatively small.
Tucked into a massive bed, Shushu appears like a doll, while a caption notes that the room is perfect. The Duke worries about the girl's cold sweat, but Rubis explains that excessive magic could harm a young child. A heavy, dinging sounding fills the room as the Duke and his knight watch over the sleeping girl.
The red-haired Duke demands to know why the room temperature hasn't been raised yet with a sharp bzzzt sounding.
Rubis and Avina gasp with a soft ha sounding, explaining that the cold northern winds are hindering the mages.
Nini pets the girl with a soft tep sounding, wondering why the humans are making such a big scene.
The white fox watches as the ornate double doors are left slightly ajar in the silent, bright hallway.
Outside the room, knights discuss the doctor's report confirming the princess is simply exhausted and fine.
Avina stands with the knights in the lavish room.
Shushu groans softly in her sleep, her face flushed as she tosses and turns under the blankets.
A soft burr-burr sounding follows the sleeping girl as she huddles deeply into her white nightgown.
The red-haired Duke watches over his niece with a stoic yet deeply focused expression.
A bright memory of Berg and a blonde man smiling together flashes through his mind.
Berg rests his hand near the sleeping girl, his large fingers emphasizing how small she truly is.
A soft set sounding accompanies the Duke's gentle movements as he watches the girl's peaceful face. Shushu appears slightly feverish in her sleep, her breathing heavy as her caregiver remains close by. Berg lifts the small girl into his arms, holding her with surprising care and attention.
A rhythmic burr-burr and low girt sounding echo as the Duke gazes down at her with intense concern.
Beautiful pink and white flowers bloom in the corner, shifting the atmosphere of the room.
The renowned doctor brought by Avina confirms to the Duke that the princess is merely sleeping deeply.
Shushu's face is calm and relaxed as she remains tucked into the large, comfortable bed.
The doctor explains that children shouldn't travel such long distances because it completely drains their limited energy.
Narrative text explains that while Shushu has suffered worse in past lives, her current family remains unaware.
Berg reflects on the doctor's words while the knights celebrate the news with a loud wah sounding.
A soft cluck sounding accompanies the doctor as he gathers his bag and prepares to depart. The knights cheer with a joyous yuck sounding, relieved to know their young princess is not ill. A loud brook sounding startles Avina as her fellow maids praise her for her hard work.
A soft lega sounding follows a collapsed mage as Isaac's teammates ask for help moving him.
A rhythmic drop-drop sounding follows the brown-haired knight as he approaches Berg to deliver a report. Peace settles over the group as they rest for the night, depicted in a series of quiet scenes.
A soft tap sounding marks the start of a meeting to adjust the travel schedule for Shushu.
The knights celebrate the unexpected day of rest, crediting the sleeping princess for their good fortune.
A soft set sounding accompanies a knight's raised hand as he prepares to deliver an emergency update.
The knight reports an incident involving Aiden, leading Berg to ask if his disciple is causing trouble.
Aiden is formally introduced as a dark-haired youth and the current sole disciple of the Duke. A loud break sounding accompanies Aiden as he stands before a massive hole blasted through a wall. Aiden looks on with a cool expression as his companions debate the nature of the recent explosion. Berg dismisses the report with a soft sounding, deciding to handle his disciple upon his return. A character card introduces Morgley Willow, the Duke's first son, shown as a silhouette with a sword.
With a soft cluck sounding, the knight finishes his report and steps back into the shadows.
Berg sits in silence, appearing deeply burdened by the various responsibilities of his high-ranking position. The Duke orders everyone to use the time to rest and recover their stamina for the journey. A loud drap sounding follows the knights as they excitedly discuss their newfound luck and the princess.
A soft hic sounding follows a knight's dramatic display of grief over their captain's unusual mercy. Two knights exchange whispers, noting that the topic they are about to discuss is quite sensitive. A character card for Scarlet Willow appears, framed by falling white feathers and a blue background. Narrative text identifies Scarlet Willow as Berg's sister, the former Duchess, and Shushu's late biological mother.
Scarlet is remembered as a potential legendary hero, shown raising her sword in a grand hall. Evina looks on with a soft Berbinar sounding, reflecting on the beauty and courage of the late Duchess. Flashback imagery shows a pink-haired woman amongst flowers, predicting she will become famous across the continent.
Evina sits quietly in the dark room, watching over Shushu as the night continues to pass. Berg enters and informs Evina that he will take over the watch so she can rest.
A sharp Kaget sounding marks Evina's shock at the Duke's sudden and unexpected appearance behind her. A soft Kasal sounding follows the Duke's stern expression as he waits for Evina to leave.
With a soft cluck sounding, Evina bows respectfully and exits the room, leaving Shushu with Berg.
Evina pauses at the door, her eyes reflecting a determination to protect the sleeping princess.
Narrative text notes that the Duke's gaze has shifted significantly as he looks down at his sleeping niece.
Berg sits by the bed, watching over Shushu as she sleeps in the quiet night.
The soft farewell echoes as the ornate double doors are left slightly ajar.
A sudden, loud breaking sound startles the red-haired Duke as he remains in the dim room. Shushu continues to sleep peacefully, her breathing steady and rhythmic in the silence. Staring at his niece, the Duke wonders if the young girl is truly a fortune teller.
Berg reflects on her accurate predictions regarding the conquest, finding her words increasingly remarkable.
The pink-haired girl stares forward with a serious and intense expression in her green eyes. The Duke suspects that Shushu specifically intended for him to hear her mysterious warnings. He decides that if she possesses such powers, he must protect her and his disciple, Aiden.
Narrative text explains how the current emperor seized the throne through a brutal and bloody massacre.
Amidst the tragedy, the pink-haired child was the only one who managed to survive the slaughter.
Berg fears that Aiden might suffer a tragic fate similar to his late sister because of Shushu. He worries that without proof of her gift, the girl will only spark conflict with the Empire.
A formal notice states that the Northern Territory cannot currently afford an all-out war with the Emperor.
A memory surfaces of a blood-stained Berg holding the young, wide-eyed girl with protective care.
Sitting in the shadows, the Duke clenches his arms as he wrestles with his heavy responsibilities.
The morning sun streams through the window as birds chirp to signal the start of a new day.
Shushu wakes up with a long hoo-am sounding yawn while stretching her tired little limbs.
The pink-haired girl blinks her bright green eyes as she slowly adjusts to the morning light.
Startled by her surroundings, Shushu wonders why the ceiling looks so different from what she remembers. A wave of panic hits her as she fears she might have been reincarnated yet again.
The small girl looks around the massive, lavishly decorated bedroom with a sense of awe.
Shushu sits up quickly in the large bed, her expression full of confusion and concern.
Overwhelmed by exhaustion, she falls back onto the soft pillows with a sudden brook sounding.
Evina enters the room with a soft cluck sounding, checking if the young princess is finally awake. The pink-haired girl asks about her location as the smiling maid approaches the bedside.
Evina explains that the Duke prepared this inn after Shushu fell into a deep sleep yesterday.
Shushu is baffled, recalling the Duke's firm plan to leave immediately after finishing their meal. Narrative text notes the Duke's urgent need to reach the temple for the conquest of Ataida. Evina emphasizes that the Duke personally found this comfortable place just for Shushu's rest. The pink-haired girl is stunned, realizing her stern uncle prioritized her comfort over his strict schedule.
Evina mentions the fox was waiting, and Shushu happily pulls the creature into a warm embrace.
With a loud kia sounding, The fox demands food instead of offering a sweet greeting. Shushu and Nini sit together in a moment of quiet, though the fox remains visibly grumpy.
A loud stomach growl interrupts the silence, making the pink-haired girl blush with embarrassment. Shushu admits her hunger, while the fox complains about her falling asleep mid-meal and demands food.
The white fox lets out a loud yawn, appearing impatient for his next meal to arrive.
Nini questions the safety of the food, but Shushu insists her friends would never harm them.
The fox remains deeply skeptical, expressing his lack of trust in the humans surrounding them.
Nini recalls a dark past where humans tried to catch, sell, and harm him.
Shadowy hands reach for the fox as he vows to only trust food from his master.
Shushu looks at her pet with a soft and sympathetic expression, sensing his deep-seated fear.
She realizes that the little fox has been emotionally wounded for a long time, just like her.
Smiling gently at her companion, Shushu decides it is finally time for them to go eat.
The scene shifts to the exterior of the bustling inn where the traveling party is staying.
A group of knights is suddenly startled, their attention snapping toward the doorway in surprise.
The knights cheer as Ivina carries the pink-haired princess into the room, relieved she is awake.
Moving with a quick set sounding, the knights crowd Shushu with candies and freshly baked treats.
Avina observes as Shushu asks in disbelief if all the delicious snacks are really for her.
Surrounded by beautiful blooming flowers, Shushu beams with joy and thanks everyone for their incredible kindness. The knights hold a grand awakening ceremony for Shushu, praising her divine cuteness, while the pink-haired girl begs them to stop.
A soft top sounding follows Berg as he enters the room, noting the knights have been making a ruckus since early morning.
Shushu beams with an adorable, wide-eyed smile, her green eyes sparkling with pure joy and excitement.
A rhythmic top sounding marks the Duke's approach as he walks forward, looking stoic while his niece calls out to him. Shushu is baffled as a soft suit sounding follows Berg, who seemingly walks right past her without a word. Feeling dejected with a soft gyet sounding, the pink-haired girl wonders if her stern uncle is purposely trying to avoid her. Berg informs his stunned knights that he will be eating breakfast in his room alone with the young princess. A soft hic sounding follows a devastated knight as he laments the fact that Shushu chose to eat with the Duke instead. The knights laugh joyfully, noting that everyone is still adapting to the presence of the charming young princess. A soft senyum sounding accompanies a rare, subtle smile on Berg's face as he reflects on his niece. Berg orders a brown-haired knight named Rubis to pack all the knight's gifts for Shushu into the carriage. A loud brack sounding echoes through the hallway as the heavy wooden doors are shut tight.
A soft puck sounding follows the teal-haired knight as he comforts a comrade who is weeping over the Duke's strictness. Berg walks alone across the sunlit courtyard, his mind occupied by the weight of his royal duties.
Entering the room, the Duke tells Shushu to eat quickly because she must be hungry after her long sleep. Shushu is amazed by the lavish breakfast spread, finding the sausages, eggs, and pastries absolutely delicious. A soft set sounding follows Nini as the white fox tries to sneak a bite of the princess's meal. Berg suggests taking a walk through the city once they finish eating, catching Shushu completely by surprise. Shushu's eyes sparkle with excitement as her uncle promises to take her to the toy store they missed yesterday. A soft nyam-nyam sounding follows Shushu and the fox as they eat with incredible speed to finish their breakfast. Watching his niece eat with such enthusiasm, a soft senyum sounding accompanies Berg's genuine and warm smile. The red-haired Duke lets out a soft sounding while lost in deep thought during their quiet morning meal. As they walk through the bustling city, Shushu is surprised to find that this isn't just a simple stroll. Shushu admires a flower shop while wondering why so many armed guards are following their small group.
A knight wears silly octopus toys on his head to entertain the princess, making her giggle with delight.
A soft f sounding follows a dark-haired youth as he blows bubbles to entertain the smiling pink-haired princess.
Shushu watches the shimmering bubbles float through the air with a look of pure wonder on her face.
A soft tap sounding accompanies Shushu as she points toward a shop window and asks her uncle to buy something.
A brilliant white war helmet with red accents sits on display, emitting a strange and powerful energy.
The ornate helmet stands alone on its pedestal, catching the light as if waiting for a worthy owner.
A soft grep sounding follows Shushu as she insists on the helmet, leaving the teal-haired knight in total shock.
A grim memory of Shushu's second life surfaces, where a brutal soldier struck her until her head broke.
Shushu recalls seeing this exact war helmet displayed in the emperor's office before her tragic death in a past life.
A soft glek sounding follows the pink-haired girl as she nervously swallows, feeling the weight of her past trauma.
Moving with a quick tap sounding, Shushu approaches the shop window to get a closer look at the helmet.
The young princess peers over the wooden counter with a focused expression, her green eyes fixed on the armor.
A soft buck sounding follows Nini as the white fox jumps up, demanding to see what caught his master's attention.
Nini praises Shushu's taste, but notes that such a high-quality helmet seems out of place in such a small shop.
Shushu asks if the helmet is truly strong, her eyes sparkling as the fox confirms its legendary nature.
Clutching a stack of bills with a firm grep sounding, Shushu tells Nini that she definitely wants to buy it.
A soft suit sounding follows Shushu as she mimics wearing the large helmet on her own tiny head.
A black-haired knight laughs and wonders if he should also start wearing his helmet in such a stylish way.
A low guo sounding follows Aiden as he glares at the knight for daring to mock the young princess.
A loud pzi ike sounding follows a knight being electrocuted by Aiden as Rubus delivers a report to the Duke.
Berg reflects on how blood doesn't lie, wondering why Shushu chose the one item that belonged to his late sister.
A vision of Scarlet Willow appears amidst flames, wearing the silver dragon helmet that became her legendary symbol. When Berg asks if she truly wants the piece of armor, Shushu responds with an enthusiastic and certain yes.
Shushu looks up at her uncle with pleading eyes, asking if he will really buy the helmet for her.
A sharp intake of breath sounding marks Shushu's shock as Berg asks her why she specifically chose that particular helmet.
Surrounded by blooming flowers, the pink-haired girl offers a bright and innocent smile to hide her secret motives. A look of quiet sorrow crosses Berg's face as he dwells on the past.
Pigeons take flight into the blue sky with a sudden trang sounding.
A memory of a younger Berg sparring follows a sharp trang and shuck sounding.
The boy is knocked down with a bruck and tuck sounding as his training sword falls.
Scarlet Willow suggests a short rest as the younger Berg recovers with a tired Fia sounding.
A soft whoosh sounding follows Scarlet as she walks through the lush green woods.
Scarlet teases the boy, asking if he expects to survive war with such a weak body.
The red-haired woman curiously asks why her brother is carrying a heavy war helmet around.
Younger Berg hugs the helmet, explaining he begged their father for it, while Scarlet teases him.
The boy claims Scarlet is just jealous of his helmet, but she coolly declines his offer.
Scarlet smiles warmly at the silver dragon helmet, expressing her genuine love for the legendary piece.
Scarlet's face glows with a gentle smile as she looks toward the future.
A sharp deg sounding snaps Berg back to reality as Shushu calls out for her uncle.
Shushu looks confused while Berg dismisses his wandering thoughts as being absolutely nothing.
The scene shifts to a beautiful, bustling town square filled with flowers and clear water. Shushu is amazed by a bakery's display, while the friendly baker welcomes his adorable young guest.
The dark-haired youth warns Shushu she might get sick if she eats too many different flavors.
A dramatic jeng sounding
emphasizes Shushu's shock at the idea of only picking 2 treats. Berg enters with a set sounding, declaring his intention to buy every single cake available.
The Duke orders Rubis to pay for everything, as the knight acknowledges with a quick tap sounding. Rubis cheerfully gestures toward the beginning of the lavish cake display. He continues his sweep, indicating every treat in the shop is now theirs.
Shushu is stunned by Berg's immense wealth as he reveals a suitcase overflowing with cash.
Clutching her treats with a happy grep sounding, Shushu forgives her uncle for keeping his promise.
Shushu reflects that this is their last stop and she must gain her uncle's favor soon.
A soft whoosh sounding follows Berg as Shushu prepares a special treat for her companion.
Moving with a quick drop sounding, the pink-haired girl asks her uncle for a piggyback ride. Shushu holds up a piece of cake, urging her uncle to take a sweet bite.
The small fox questions if Shushu has a better plan with a soft hicks sounding.
Berg stares at the offering, looking momentarily frozen by his niece's unexpected kindness.
Shushu cheerfully feeds the cake to her uncle, hoping to share the delicious snack.
A sharp deg sounding hits Berg as a sudden, painful memory flashes through his mind. A hazy, fragmented image suggests a moment of deep emotional connection from Berg's past.
A loud crat sounding echoes as the piece of cake falls and splatters on the ground.
The fork hits the cobblestones with a soft tuck sounding, leaving the gift ruined.
A dramatic jeng sounding follows the knights as they watch the Duke's shocking reaction.
Berg looks deeply shaken and guilty, sweating as he realizes he dropped Shushu's gift.
Shushu stares at the fallen cake with a look of pure heartbreak and confusion. The knights are baffled, noting the Duke's clumsy movement was unlike anything they've seen. Tears well up in Shushu's green eyes as she struggles to process her uncle's rejection.
A knight named Ted dives for the fallen cake, ignoring his shocked comrades' protests.
A loud nyam sounding follows the knights as they fight over the discarded piece of cake.
Berg holds the silent princess while the knights continue their noisy bickering in the background. Cold sweat beads on Berg's forehead as he notices Shushu's quiet, devastated expression.
A rhythmic threat sounding follows the knights as they drag their eccentric comrade away.
The dark-haired youth worries that Shushu hates the gift while she clings to him with a grep sounding. Narrative text notes that children often hold back their tears to appear more pitiable.
Berg looks down with a heavy heart, realizing the unintended weight of his actions.
Rubis wonders if the Duke is truly a wicked uncle or just incredibly misunderstood. Quick tap-sounding echoes as the baker turns, startled by an unexpected visitor in his kitchen.
Berg orders more fig cakes, but the baker apologizes and explains the fruit is far too expensive.
The baker adds that he only has the resources to prepare a single cake each day.
Avina promises to make the cake later while Berg watches the group in silent contemplation.
Rubis and his companion wonder exactly where the purple-haired youth has disappeared to this time.
Carrying her staff, Ivina walks alone while thinking about the preparations for tomorrow's departure.
A heavy bag of coins lands on the wooden counter with a loud ringing sound.
Disguised in a suit and hat, Avina tells the baker she has a very difficult request.
Ivina requests a fig cake and asks if the baker can make it if she provides figs.
A brilliant blue light fills the bakery window with a sudden and intense magical flash. Fresh, ripe figs appear on the counter before the baker's wide and shocked eyes.
Smiling confidently, Avina tells the baker to finish the cake for her as quickly as possible.
Berg watches from the shadows as the baker gathers the magically produced gift of fruit.
Berg looks away, thinking to himself that he very nearly ran into Avina in the shop.
Walking through the quiet night, Berg claims he only wanted to enjoy the pleasant evening air. Ivina holds the pink-haired princess close as the group prepares for their early morning journey.
Recalling the fig cake order, Berg considers if he should also buy the white war helmet.
Narrative text clarifies that his decision isn't based on concern for the young princess.
The white helmet simply reminds him of his late sister, the legendary Scarlet Willow.
Berg feels strange because his young niece looks so much like the red-haired woman.
Despite his conflicted feelings, the Duke resolves to buy her that specific piece of armor. Knights load the carriage in the dim light of dawn before their long journey begins.
Ivina holds the small girl and asks if she is looking for her white fox.
Shushu watches the knights work as the carriage is prepared for their early departure.
The sound of horses whinnying fills the air as the group gathers their supplies. A dark vision of a blonde woman in blood causes Shushu's heart to race in shock. Shushu recalls the trauma of being forcibly taken by soldiers in a past life.
Shushu reflects on how her fox was captured while helping her escape her previous captors.
The pink-haired girl weeps as the weight of her tragic memories becomes too much to bear. Ivina comforts the crying child as she clings to the youth with a firm grip. Shushu asks if they are escaping, her voice trembling with a deep and lingering fear.
Ivina reassures her that the Duke is guarding them and there is no need to run.
The knights wave goodbye, having left early to ensure the princess could sleep undisturbed. Shushu rests her head on her companion's shoulder, feeling safe in the early morning light. The purple-haired youth looks toward the horizon as the carriage begins its slow move. Ivina promises never to leave the beautiful princess alone, offering a gentle and reassuring smile.
Shushu holds on tightly, determined never to lose her precious companion ever again.
A knight opens the carriage door, inviting the guests inside to begin the day's travel. Shushu's green eyes widen in pure astonishment at the sight waiting for her inside. Narrative text asks what this mysterious and beautifully wrapped gift could possibly be. A stunning fig cake sits inside a clear box, decorated with fresh slices of fruit. Shushu reaches for the delicious treat, her eyes filled with pure excitement and joy. Inside the carriage, a magical light glows before the delighted and curious pink-haired princess. Ivina brags that she is a genius made for producing the figs so easily.
The youth admits that using growth magic was exhausting and nearly drained all her strength.
Shushu laughs with delight, thrilled by the wonderful surprise her companion has provided for her.
Shushu asks about Nini, while Rubus offers to call for the purple-haired youth.
Berg walks toward the carriage as the princess waves a small hand from the window.
Shushu is confused as her uncle suddenly turns away and avoids her eye contact.
Clutching her cake, Shushu wonders why the Duke is acting so strangely toward her today.
Shushu stares ahead with resolve, wishing she could have reconciled with her uncle. A quick drap sounding follows Rubus and his comrade as they approach the young princess. The scene focuses on Shushu and Nini sharing a quiet moment of mutual contemplation. A sudden, sharp sounding catches Shushu off guard as a startling revelation hits her. Shushu asks what happened to the Duke as Rubus moves with a quick set sounding. The knight explains that schedule delays forced the Duke to leave for the Ataida conquest immediately, sparking the princess's anger as she realizes her uncle left without saying goodbye.
Shushu looks down with a heavy heart, wondering if her uncle truly avoided her.
The young girl fears that Berg simply didn't want to see her face again today. Recalling the cake incident, Shushu hopes to reconcile if her uncle's anger was the cause. A faint memory of Berg's stoic profile lingers in the pink-haired princess's troubled mind. Shushu weeps softly, lamenting the loss of her chance to persuade her distant uncle. The brown-haired knight reassures the princess that elite guards and mages will protect her journey.
Shushu questions if her uncle truly cares as the knight confirms Berg's focus on her safety.
Shushu watches the horizon, feeling deeply unsettled by the sudden separation from her stern guardian.
Shushu wonders if Berg is abandoning her to avoid conflict as the knight shouts, "Depart."
To a rhythmic klotak sounding, Shushu reflects on her failed plan to stay by the Duke's side.
A tragic vision of a bloodied Berg flashes before Shushu as she remembers her past efforts. Shushu recalls warning Berg about the Emperor's knowledge regarding the upcoming conquest and various strategies.
The pink-haired girl remembers providing serious answers about a list of names for a mysterious book.
A soft clo-tack sounding follows Nini as she tells Shushu to forget her worries, while the princess reflects on her past life and her lingering hatred for the imperial people.
Shushu realizes she must replan her future after receiving the blessing from the Great Temple.
Sitting with her fox, Shushu admits her deep fear of meeting the intimidating emperor again.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick tap sounding as the fox vows protection.
Shushu's green eyes widened in surprise at the little creature's sudden and fierce declaration.
A look of quiet relief washes over the princess's face as she hears those words.
Moving with a quick grep sounding, the girl pulls her fluffy white companion into a hug.
Shushu places a gentle kiss on her fox's head with a soft cup sounding.
Narrative text notes the profound difficulty of being left behind by someone you truly care for.
Standing on a high ridge, Berg watches the princess's carriage depart into the distant valley.
Rubus asks if the captain is secretly worried about the young princess's well-being on the road.
The knight wonders if the duke feels the same desire to see the princess longer.
Berg asks if he looks like someone who lets personal emotions interfere with a military conquest.
A loud, high sounding follows Rubus as he laughs nervously while questioning the duke's intense glare.
A soft puck sounding follows the other knights as they comfort their trembling and tearful comrade.
Moving with a quick siat sounding, Berg reaches into his pocket and reveals a single treat. A vision of the happy princess holding a piece of candy fills the duke's thoughts.
Berg looks down in silence, the weight of his unexpressed feelings visible in his eyes.
Rubus apologizes for his behavior, noting that the duke's expression has become incredibly serious and tense.
A sharp deg sounding hits Berg as the knight asks if separation caused his sudden tension.
Rubus looks confused as the red-haired man silently walks away from the group of knights.
Moving with a firm grip sounding, Berg clutches his hand while the knight reflects on his captain's unprecedented display of concern for another person.
Shushu laughs with delight over her fig cake, while several knights weep over losing the draw.
Rubus lowers his head and acknowledges his captain's orders with a quiet and respectful response.
Rubus thinks to himself that the captain seems particularly sensitive and irritable on this morning.
A rhythmic claw-tack sounding follows the long line of carriages traveling along the narrow cliffside road.
Moving with a quick set sounding, Nini tells the princess that this is her very last treat.
Shushu surprises her companion by feeding her a piece of candy with a soft hop sounding. To a soft psh sounding, Nini looks startled as Shushu explains she wants her friend to enjoy the treats before they encounter the Imperial Knights.
Shushu envisions the Imperial Knights as dark, menacing figures who will surely harass her purple-haired companion.
Moving with quick suit soundings, Shushu packs her treats into a magic bag provided by Lawton.
3 days later, the group travels through a narrow path carved into rugged cliffs. Approaching their destination, Rubus notes the princess's exhaustion and promises they will arrive soon.
To a soft crying sounding and a sharp deg sounding, Shushu weeps within the carriage.
To a soft ting sounding, Mia comforts the princess while Rubus acknowledges their mutual sadness.
Moving with a soft pat sounding, the purple-haired youth gently comforts the crying child.
To a quick grep sounding, Ivina holds Shushu close while weeping in shared sorrow.
Shushu looks up with tearful green eyes, seeking confirmation of a promise from Ivina.
The purple-haired youth vows to buy her a fig cake as large as her head.
Raising her staff, Ivina asks the young princess to make a sacred promise.
Shushu clings to her companion, her face filled with deep sorrow and lingering uncertainty.
A dark vision of the red-haired Berg flashes through the troubled princess's mind.
Shushu reflects on her stern uncle's face, her heart heavy with memories and regret. The image captures a fleeting, happy memory of the young princess smiling with pure joy. A sudden, sharp deg sounding interrupts the moment as Rubis spots an approaching carriage.
To a rhythmic klotak sounding, a carriage appears in the distance, drawing everyone's attention.
To another klotak sounding, Rubis asks whose carriage is approaching them on the cliffside road.
To a quick tep sounding, the black-haired knight orders everyone to move back immediately.
A dark silhouette of an imperial man loomed against the bright midday sun.
To a sharp srack sounding, Shushu recognizes the imperial emblem and feels a surge of fear.
The group watches in silence as the ornate imperial carriage comes to a full stop.
To a quick tep sounding, the black-haired knight demands the stranger identify himself and show respect.
To a soft talk sounding, a man named Albrian introduces himself as the imperial leader.
To a sudden tep sounding, Rubis asserts his responsibility to guard the princess for the duke.
Albrian smiles and declares that he will be the one escorting the princess from now on.
Shushu recalls a dark vision of Albrian, her tormentor from a previous life's tragic memories. Narrative text describes the man as a highly respected knight who leads the imperial front lines. Shushu envisions Albrian as the emperor's loyal hunter who carries out every cruel and dirty task.
To a loud laughter sounding, Shushu remembers the man's notorious reputation for his terrible behavior.
Rubis acknowledges the man's infamous reputation while maintaining a guarded and polite facade.
Albrian demands that they hand over the princess, claiming total responsibility for her journey.
Rubis refuses the demand, stating his master's orders are to see the princess into the temple.
Albrian looks toward the carriage and asks for understanding as he prepares to take charge.
To a loud laughter sounding, Rubis's anger flares as his subordinates watch in mounting fear.
To a soft smile sounding, Albrian asks if the Duke's orders can possibly block the Emperor. To a soft brr sounding, Shushu trembles as she realizes her past suffering is returning sooner.
To a soft clack sounding, the light-haired man asks how long they intend to remain stubborn. To a soft smirk sounding, Albrian asks if they intend to spark a war with the Empire.
To a sharp deg sounding, Albrian warns that continued resistance will be treated as an act of rebellion.
To a quick set sounding, Rubis yields but insists the princess remain in their magical carriage.
Narrative text emphasizes the importance of providing the best possible carriage for the young girl.
Rubis resolves to accept any punishment if it ensures the princess's comfort during the journey.
Albrian accepts the request, acknowledging the knight's deep sincerity and concern for the princess.
To a quick seuk sounding, Albrian orders his knights to bring the carriage forward immediately.
Rubis watches the imperial knights take control of the carriage, his heart filled with dread.
To a soft smile sounding, Shushu waves goodbye to her companions with a heavy heart.
Rubis stands in silence, his expression grim and somber as he watches the princess leave.
Narrative text questions Shushu's strength as she waves while fighting back her inner tears.
The other knights express their outrage and demand to reclaim the princess by force.
Rubis stops his subordinates, warning them not to act rashly or jeopardize their mission.
Rubis reminds the group of the Duke's strict order to avoid conflict with the Empire.
Rubis declares they must join the Duke and orders his knights to find the Duke's current position.
The red-haired man tells his silver-haired companion that they must immediately inform the Duke of the situation.
To a soft ting sounding, a system notification displays the personnel currently in the general channel.
To another soft ting sounding, the system lists 43 members, including Ted, Mia, Isaac, and Lawton. To a rhythmic klotak sounding, Shushu views a chat where Ted threatens the Imperial Knights, Isaac promises fruit, Mia criticizes the captain, and Ivina vows to meet her again.
A happy vision of her companions offering a strawberry cake fills the princess's mind.
Shushu sits in the carriage with tearful green eyes as she reflects on her friends.
Shushu recalls her warm friends, including the rude Ted, the promise-keeping Isaac, the complimentary Mia, and the grandfatherly Lawton. Shushu reflects on the promises they all made and wonders if they will ever meet again. The pink-haired princess sits in the corner of the large carriage, looking lonely and small. To a soft ting sounding, the system notification shows the personnel count has dropped to 40. To multiple ting soundings, the personnel count rapidly decreases from 35 to 11 as the carriage travels.
Rubus sends a final message apologizing for his failure to protect her and promising to persuade the Duke. To a quick grep sounding, the purple-haired Avina is moved aside while Shushu looks on with a distressed expression.
To a rhythmic klotak sounding, the ornate carriage travels along a dusty mountain path. To a soft gagging sounding and another klodak sounding, Shushu covers her mouth as she feels motion sick.
To a sharp screeching sounding, the carriage suddenly comes to a jarring and abrupt halt.
To a loud slamming sounding and a sharp heartbeat sounding, O'Brien kicks open the door, shocking everyone inside.
To a soft gagging sounding, Albreon mocks Shushu's weakness and questions her worthiness as an imperial princess.
Ivana protests that the princess is only 4 years old, but Albreon tells the servant to stay out of imperial business.
To a loud laughter sounding, Albreon threatens to cut out the servant's tongue if they do not remain silent. To a quick grep sounding, Albreon apologizes for his rudeness while roughly grabbing the princess and pulling her away.
To several soft gagging soundings and a shaking sounding, Albreon suggests Shushu ride a horse while she struggles for breath.
To a soft pottering, the distressed princess feels a hand touching her as she gasps for air.
To a low growling sounding, a dark vision of massive hands reaching for the princess reflects her growing trauma.
Narrative text notes that this terrifying incident feels exactly like the events of her second life.
Shushu fears for her future and begs the unseen forces not to hurt her or her fox again.
Shushu cries out for help as a bright, blinding light begins to fill her vision.
A sudden, powerful movement follows a quick syut sounding as a shadow falls over the scene.
To a sharp, bone-cracking sounding, a black shoe crushes Albreon's head into the dirt while the knight looks on in terror.
To a soft whoosh sounding,
Berg appears in a dark aura while cradling the unconscious princess in his arm.
Shushu opens her eyes and looks up at her rescuer with a look of pure, tearful shock.
The red-haired Duke looks down at the girl and offers a quiet apology for arriving a bit late. To a rhythmic, galloping sounding, the black-haired Ted and purple-haired Mia arrive on horseback shouting for the princess.
Shushu looks at her uncle with watery eyes, her expression one of immense relief and disbelief.
Ted and Mia charge forward with intense expressions, their faces filled with worry and rage.
Shushu leans her head against Berg's shoulder, seeking comfort as her tears continue to fall.
To several gagging soundings, Albreon asks what the Duke is doing, and Berg asks the same question in return.
Berg looks down with cold eyes and asks how lowly people dared to treat the princess this way.
To a loud shouting sounding, Albreon asks if Berg intends to interfere and consider this an official declaration of war.
To a soft laughter sounding, Berg smirks and suggests it is time to teach some manners to the Empire's servants. To a quick set sounding, Rubus and the other knights take their positions behind the Duke.
To several low growling soundings and a sharp grinding sounding, Berg declares that the Imperial leader is his and warns others not to touch him.
Albreon realizes with mounting dread that he is facing the elite knights and mages of the Willow clan.
To a soft, trembling sounding, Albreon threatens to report every detail of this incident to the Emperor.
To a soft, smiling sounding,
The red-haired Duke dismisses the threat with a cold and casual response. To a sharp smirking sounding and a soft shivering sounding, Albreon announces their retreat, but promises a very swift reunion. To a loud laughter sounding, Albreon tells the Duke to take good care of the princess as he turns to leave. To a sharp heartbeat sounding, Albreon looks back over his shoulder with a calculating and narrow gaze. To a low, growling sounding, Berg warns the man to avoid using the word ours when referring to the princess. To a quick suit sounding, the Imperial Knights retreat while promising to remember this day's humiliation. To a rhythmic drap sounding, the black-haired Ted mocks the fleeing knights, as Berg remains silent.
Shushu asks her uncle if he is planning to abandon her again as he watches her.
To a soft suit sounding, the red-haired Duke pulls the small princess close to his side. Shushu looks up at her uncle with watery eyes, seeking some sign of comfort or stability.
A thought bubble notes that Shushu is in pain while a warm, golden light begins glowing.
Berg looks down at the girl with a calm and silent gaze against the shimmering background. To a quick set sounding, the red-haired Duke lifts the tiny girl up to his eye level. To another quick set sounding, Berg gently checks Shushu's face as she looks back in surprise. To a soft jang sounding, Berg stares intensely at Shushu while Ted and Mia suppress their laughter. Ted and Mia struggle to stay serious while Berg confirms the candy is indeed fig-flavored.
Shushu is overwhelmed with joy and relief, realizing her uncle truly came back for her.
Narrative text describes Shushu's deep confusion regarding why her companions decided to return for her. Despite her confusion, the narrative text notes that Shushu feels genuinely happy in this moment. Berg walks forward with a massive sword while carrying the princess, surrounded by floating rose petals. Shushu reflects that her dream of the Duke's return was not a fantasy, but a reality.
Shushu looks surprised as she notices her small fox companion being carried along by the group.
To a soft whoosh sounding, the group arrives at the grand entrance of the great temple.
To a soft brr sounding, Shushu trembles while the knights ask if she is feeling unwell.
Ted suggests Shushu is still frightened, while Mia threatens to chase the Imperial Knights with magic. A thought bubble describes a justice shot that looks like a meteor falling through the darkness. To a soft kleck sounding, a blue-haired woman readying a massive futuristic gun shocks the others. To a sharp creet sounding, the massive doors of the temple open, revealing robed priests waiting. To a soft pft sounding, Shushu is wrapped in an extra warm blanket made by Evina.
To multiple tooing soundings, the small princess looks like a tiny ball in her thick blanket.
Berg explains to the curious girl that they are currently inside the temple's main building. To a soft shut sounding, Shushu's expression turns grim as she reflects on her past knowledge. Shushu recalls having many terrible and traumatic memories of this place from her previous lives.
Shushu looks around as the robed priests welcome the Duke back to the temple grounds.
Shushu finds the atmosphere increasingly strange as they walk past the silent priests in the hallway. A decorative panel introduces the High Priest, a significant figure within the temple's hierarchy.
Narrative text describes the High Priest as the leader who was supposed to greet them first.
Berg asks about the High Priest's current location, while Shushu watches the exchange with curiosity.
To a soft gadoo sounding, the various temple servants and priests whisper together in the hallway.
A priestess explains that the High Priest is currently away dealing with some extremely urgent business. Shushu reflects on the tradition that imperial family members must receive a blessing from the leader. A vision of a blonde priest holding an infant represents the traditional imperial family blessing. The image continues the vision of the traditional and holy blessing performed by the High Priest.
To a sharp sa sounding, Berg's expression turns dark and menacing, causing the priests to flinch.
To a soft bzz sounding,
The red-haired duke looks deeply displeased by the high priest's absence.
The priestess offers a substitute, while Berg questions why the high priest would leave so abruptly.
To a soft Jang sounding, Berg questions if the high priest is intentionally disrespecting the princess.
Berg's intense pressure causes the priestess to panic as he demands a better explanation. An elderly man named Holite introduces himself as the substitute priest for the day's ceremony.
Shushu looks at Holite with suspicion while reflecting on her hidden knowledge of his true identity.
Shushu recalls that Holite was the first person killed by traitors during her past life.
Holite apologizes for the high priest's absence and humbly offers to perform the blessing himself.
Berg asks if any business could be more important than the princess's blessing, as priests watch. To a soft cluck sounding, Berg signals his knights to wait outside while he enters alone.
To a soft tap sounding, Holite thanks the duke as they proceed further into the temple.
Narrative text describes how the high priest finally heard the divine voice after a millennium. A blonde priest kneels in prayer, his face a mask of solemn and quiet devotion. The text notes that the deity broke its long silence to call upon its humble servant.
Shushu is startled by the mention of a god, wondering if this happened in her previous life.
Berg carries the small princess through the temple while she reflects on her blurry childhood memories. The red-haired duke maintains a calm and stoic expression as they move through the ornate halls.
A group of robed priests gathers around a ritual pool to begin the holy ceremony.
The princess feels physically uncomfortable as she is held by a temple priestess for the ritual.
Shushu watches the proceedings with wide, curious eyes while being held securely in the priestess's arms.
Berg stands with his arms crossed, watching the ceremonial preparations with a watchful and protective gaze. The elderly priest Holite dips his hand into the shimmering, holy water of the ritual basin. Holite prepares to perform the blessing as the priestess presents the pink-haired princess to him.
A soft glow emanates from Holite's hand as he reaches out to touch Shushu's forehead.
The holy ceremony begins as Shushu feels a gentle, quick tap sounding on her forehead.
Brilliant golden light and white lilies surround Shushu as the powerful divine blessing takes hold.
Glowing petals drift through the air while Holite and the priestess complete the sacred ritual.
Shushu reacts with a soft, awe-filled wah sounding as she witnesses the magical display of light.
The princess recognizes this warm radiance from her previous life as she observes the shimmering particles.
The priestess carries the small girl away from the ritual site beneath the temple's grand arches.
Shushu feels a wave of exhaustion and sleepiness wash over her following the intense spiritual ceremony.
Holite notes with a gentle tap sounding that Shushu looks far more peaceful in Berg's arms.
Berg leads his knights through the temple's bright exit while considering his next steps with the priests.
The red-haired duke looks ahead with a determined profile as they leave the sacred grounds behind.
Shushu looks up at her uncle, her expression filled with a mix of wonder and uncertainty.
The princess is deeply confused by Berg's recent statements as they walk through the temple gardens.
Shushu gazes at a grand statue of a goddess, identifying her as the being who granted reincarnation. The small fox is completely shocked, frantically asking if its master is actually a king of gods.
Shushu offers a sweet smile while her fox companion continues to shower her with enthusiastic praise.
Narrative text reflects Shushu's expectation that the time has come for her to return to the palace.
The princess silently questions her uncle's intentions regarding her future as they continue their journey.
Berg notices the change in her tone and asks why she has started using formal titles. Shushu resolves to guard her heart, fearing the pain of being abandoned by those she loves. The princess stares ahead with wide, lime-green eyes, lost in her own complicated and fearful thoughts. A sudden, sharp heartbeat sounding jolts Shushu out of her reverie as a new realization hits her. Berg stuns the girl by declaring that she is going to his home instead of the palace.
Shushu is overcome with joy and relief, desperately hoping this beautiful reality is not just a dream. The brown-haired Ted watches the pair from a distance with a silent and thoughtful expression.
Ted approaches the Duke to request a private conversation about a matter of great importance.
Berg listens as Ted questions if he is truly prepared to accept Shushu as his own family. A warm vision of the companions laughing together highlights the happiness the princess brings to them.
Ted warns that taking the princess under their protection could lead to a massive and bloody war.
The knight asks if Berg is willing to face all the consequences of keeping the girl safe.
Shushu happily munches on cookies with a satisfying Kraus sounding while the knights prepare the carriage.
The princess decides she wants to share her delicious snacks with her uncle to show her gratitude.
Ted points Shushu toward the back of the garden where the Duke is talking with Rubus.
With a quick set sounding, the knight helps the small girl hop down from the ornate carriage.
Shushu rushes across the stone courtyard with a rhythmic, soft tapping sounding as she seeks her uncle.
The princess spots Berg and Rubus sitting together and excitedly runs toward them with a tapping sounding.
The white fox companion excitedly suggests they try out a clever new plan to surprise the Duke.
Shushu tumbles playfully through the air with a quick twing sounding as she launches her surprise attack.
The small fox explains that their presence remains hidden, granting the girl a brief 15-second window of invisibility.
Shushu reacts with pure excitement and wonder as she prepares to test her temporary magical stealth.
The pink-haired girl hums a playful tune as she creeps stealthily across the grass toward her uncle.
Shushu focuses intently on her target, her lime green eyes wide with concentration as she nears the Duke.
Berg stands with his back turned while listening to a knight's concerns about the risks of protecting the princess.
The red-haired Duke offers a simple confirmation of his resolve, unaware that the small girl is watching him closely.
Berg outlines his future plans for the princess's companions while Shushu listens to his every word with surprise.
To a sudden, loud break sounding, Shushu's stealth mission fails miserably as she trips and falls face first.
The white fox panics as Shushu tumbles, realizing that the girl's sudden movement has revealed her presence to everyone. Berg and Ted are both startled by the sudden noise, turning around in shock to find the princess on the ground.
Shushu groans while lying face down in the grass, her failed surprise attempt leaving the knights momentarily speechless. The red-haired Duke looks down at the fallen girl with a troubled expression, his concern clearly visible on his face.
To a soft suit sounding, Berg picks up the trembling girl while she clutches her rabbit-shaped cookie with tearful eyes.
Shushu tries to hold back her tears while reflecting on her uncle's cold observation about her crying. The princess continues to weep silently, her sadness deepening as she holds on to the treat she wanted to share.
While the knights try to comfort her, Shushu reflects on her utility to the Duke, wondering if he only brought her for his own needs. To a sharp ting sounding, a glowing blue status window appears before the girl, causing her heart to skip a beat.
Berg looks visibly stressed while a second digital notification appears, mirroring Shushu's own growing internal anxiety.
Night falls over the quiet town as the group settles into their temporary quarters within the stone walls.
To a soft set sounding, Ted presents an official magical scroll to the Duke, informing him of its urgent arrival.
To a sharp srack sounding, Berg opens the letter and reads its contents with an increasingly grim and focused expression. To a sudden heavy tack sounding, Berg slams his hand on the table in frustration while Ted asks for news.
The red-haired Duke announces that their current military mission is postponed and orders an immediate return to their home.
The knights are left completely bewildered by the sudden change in plans, questioning if a family emergency has occurred. Narrative text reveals that the Empire has dispatched fresh pursuit forces, casting an ominous shadow over the group's departure.
The knights exchange worried glances, realizing the gravity of the situation as they prepare for a potential confrontation. Avina holds the exhausted princess, while Berg explains that the imperial pursuit makes their current conquest impossible to maintain. Berg stands before his men and issues the final order to pack up and head back to the north.
The red-haired duke gazes at the sleepy princess with a stoic expression, his true thoughts hidden behind a calm mask.
Shushu is startled into alertness as her uncle confirms that they are finally going back to his northern territory. The pink-haired girl is overwhelmed with joy, her face lighting up at the prospect of leaving the empire behind. Delicate flowers bloom in the background as the narrative focuses on Shushu's sudden burst of pure, unadulterated happiness. Shushu reflects on her initial disappointment in her uncle, but resolves to wait for his genuine affection in the future.
The princess focuses all her energy on the journey ahead, ignoring her uncle's confused look as she prepares to leave.
Shushu joyfully bids farewell to the oppressive empire in her heart while being carried toward the waiting carriage.
To a rhythmic klotak sounding, the ornate white carriage begins its long journey through the lush green forest.
The knights ride alongside the carriage with high spirits, loudly chanting the princess's name in a display of joyful camaraderie.
Avina sings a sweet lullaby to the sleeping princess, claiming that her beautiful smile could make even monsters fly. To a soft gute sounding, Berg sits with his arms crossed, his stoic demeanor challenged by the knight's relentless singing.
Berg grumbles about this strange song while Ted laughs, noting that everyone's spirits are incredibly high during the trip.
The red-haired duke watches the princess with a quiet curiosity, wondering how she can sleep through such a loud commotion.
Shushu remains in a deep and peaceful slumber, her charming appearance drawing a rare, softened look from her uncle. To a sudden see-at sounding, Shushu wakes up in a panic as her uncle's large hand reaches toward her face. A dark vision of a cowering person being grabbed triggers a sharp deg sounding in the princess's racing heart. Shushu tightly shuts her eyes and silently begs for the imagined violence to stop as she braces for impact.
To a soft set sounding, Shushu is shocked to feel her uncle's hand gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear.
To a heavy fla sounding, the princess exhales in massive relief, realizing she has misinterpreted his kind gesture as a threat.
Shushu giggles with relief and playfully grabs her uncle's finger, her fear replaced by a sudden warmth. Berg observes her reaction with a pensive look, a realization dawning on him regarding her strange and fearful behavior.
Narrative text explains that her defensive reaction stems from a deep-seated fear of violence caused by a history of abuse. Berg looks downward with a heavy gaze, contemplating those capable of such cruel actions. Inside the dark hall, silhouetted figures note that the princess will be arriving there shortly. A shadowed man with a chilling smile asks if they have forgotten the emperor's direct command. Two white doves soar gracefully through the bright blue sky above the traveling party. The ornate carriage travels past a grand, snow-capped mountain range toward the northern territories. Ted informs the princess that nature's northern wonders will begin once they cross into Willow territory.
To a joyful wah sounding, Shushu marvels at the northern phenomena of constant snow and cold. To a shivering brrr sounding, the princess's face flushes as she laughs at the biting cold.
Shushu sneezes loudly while sitting on her uncle's lap as they continue their carriage ride.
To a sudden puff sounding, the princess reacts with a startled gasp as magic swirls around.
To a soft set sounding, Shushu is overcome with emotion at the sight of the hooded Avina. Shushu feels a wave of warmth and compares her uncle's lap to a heated mattress. The pink-haired princess casts a curious glance upward, her lime-green eyes wide with innocent wonder.
Narrative text notes that her uncle remains silent while Shushu observes his stoic and quiet demeanor.
A painful memory of being beaten at the palace resurfaces, making Shushu feel small and vulnerable.
Berg gently pats her head while Shushu worries that showing fear might make her seem useless. Shushu resolves to act like a normal child to ensure she remains someone her uncle needs.
The silhouetted figures of the travel party stand together under a soft, shimmering light.
Berg teases that she looks like a caterpillar, prompting a shocked and indignant shout from Shushu. The carriage and a line of supply wagons move slowly through the frozen northern mountain pass.
To a rhythmic top sounding, Shushu takes her first steps onto the cold and barren ground.
The princess shivers violently, exclaiming about the extreme cold of the new and snowy environment. To a quick ah sounding, Ivina smiles warmly and assures the princess that she is doing fine.
Ivina explains her northern heritage through her grandmother, leaving the small princess stunned by the revelation.
Shushu sneezes again, causing the nearby knights to cry out in alarm for the young princess.
Bundled in a thick cloak and scarf, Shushu sighs as she truly resembles a small caterpillar.
Ivina gushes over how adorable the princess is, while Shushu struggles to speak through her scarf.
To a soft hua sounding, Ted loosens the heavy scarf to help the princess breathe more easily.
Berg tells her to endure it and avoid being a nuisance to others because of a cold.
Shushu resolves to suppress her discomfort so that she can continue to be loved by everyone. The white fox laughs at the bundled princess while Shushu looks on with a cross expression. Shushu tells the fox to be quiet, insisting that this heavy outfit was not her own choice.
Ted happily tells the princess that they are the very first members of the group to arrive.
The brown-haired knight smiles brightly, his spirits lifted as they finally reach their northern destination.
Berg and Ted sit together in the carriage as the princess looks out at the northern landscape.
Shushu realizes with a start that they have finally reached the heart of the Northern Territory.
High above the streets, the carriage is seen entering the town square, surrounded by a cheering crowd.
To a sudden shouting sounding, the townspeople celebrate the return of the Duke to his home territory.
Berg watches the celebration from the carriage while Shushu and her fox companion look out in wonder. The red-haired Duke remains calm and stoic as the people cheer for his return and health.
Amid a shouting sounding, the narrative describes the dynamic northern lands and the cheering crowds below.
To a soft wah sounding, Shushu wonders if she resembles her father as she thinks of her parents.
The grand stone castle of the Duke stands as a massive fortress against the bright sky. Two silhouetted figures watch the carriage from a distance and whisper that the party has finally arrived. A knight scoffs and asks why the Duke would bring such a useless and annoying nuisance home.
The knight continues to grumble that the princess will be of no use to the Northern Territory.
To a rhythmic set sounding, Berg prepares to leave the carriage and address his gathered northern subjects.
Ted explains that they will stay at the residence before visiting the capital after a few days.
To a soft set sounding, the princess prepares herself to step out and face her new home.
Shushu stares intently at the massive fortress ahead, her lime green eyes filled with a quiet determination.
The pink-haired girl watches from the window as two cloaked men whisper together in the distance.
To a sudden gyut sounding and a quick sruk sounding, the white fox looks startled and asks what is happening, while suggesting the people outside are talking about the princess.
To a sudden shut sounding, the pink-haired girl stares forward with a blank and wide-eyed expression of realization.
Shushu looks down while sitting in the carriage and claims that she didn't hear anything they said.
To a soft tuck sounding, the white fox's paw gently pats the pink-haired princess's head in a comforting gesture.
Shushu closes her eyes as a swirling light and magical sparkles surround her head.
Two silhouetted men whisper to each other, wondering if the princess was killed after losing her throne. Another clarifies she was imprisoned and asks what misfortune brought her here.
To a sudden Siu-ung sounding, Shushu looks horrified as she overhears a thought about her being the only survivor of her family. To a loud Kia sounding, the white fox yells that the whispers are annoying and asks how those people dare to speak that way. To a quick grep sounding, Shushu pulls the fox into a hug and softly tells it that she is okay. To a sudden pajam sounding, Shushu squeezes her eyes shut and resolves that she cannot let any of them hate her. The white fox rests amidst pink blossoms with a look of quiet and thoughtful concern for its master. Shushu hugs the white fox tightly as they continue their carriage journey together through the territory.
Berg, Ted, and Ivina stand together as the pink-haired princess carries her white fox companion toward the castle entrance.
To a soft cling sounding, Lord Gastavin Theron bows and greets the Duke and the Princess as the manager of the snowy fortress. To a loud cruck sounding, Shushu's stomach growls intensely as she is carried by her uncle, shocking the nearby knights and maids. To a soft Lord Gastavan stares at the princess with a stunned and silent expression as he takes in her appearance.
The red-haired Duke looks back at his manager and states that they should eat first.
Shushu gasps in wonder at that massive feast, while her white fox companion demands the largest piece of meat for itself.
To a rhythmic nyam sounding, Shushu eats her meal with great enthusiasm and joy.
To a soft nyam sounding, Shushu continues eating while a digital window announces that new personnel have entered the general channel. To multiple ting soundings, Shushu looks frustrated by the constant notifications and asks herself if there is a way to turn the function off temporarily. To a sharp ting sounding, a system window appears and asks Shushu if she would like to turn off the notifications for a while. To a quick pat sounding, a system message confirms the notifications are off for 30 minutes, as Shushu cheers with joy. To a sudden jeng sounding, the scene shifts amidst a background of blooming flowers and soft light. Ted marvels at a grand raspberry cake presented to them while Shushu looks on with a shocked expression. To a sudden ting sounding, the pink-haired girl shouts to her uncle that the raspberries on the cake are incredibly large. To a heavy deg sounding, the Duke orders that all the cake be given to the princess, shocking the gathered maids. Gusteven hesitantly explains that the special cake was prepared specifically for the Duke as a welcoming gift.
To a sudden bzzzt sounding, Berg glares coldly and repeats his command that the cake be given to the princess.
Narrative text notes that this special cake was meant only for the Duke and carries great symbolism, being something other nobles wait years to taste.
Shushu stares at the glistening berries on top of the cake with wide-eyed fascination and longing.
To a quick set sounding, a maid politely offers to cut a slice of the cake for the young princess. To a soft tack sounding, a large slice of the raspberry cake is placed directly in front of the hungry Shushu.
To a joyful Saria sounding, Shushu takes a bite and exclaims that the cake is absolutely delicious.
To a sudden deg sounding, Gustaven and the maids are completely smitten by the princess's adorable reaction, with the manager feeling an arrow to his heart.
To a sharp deg sounding, Berg tells the princess she should have told him she was so hungry, while Shushu worries if she seemed too greedy.
Shushu wipes her mouth and asks her uncle not to hate her, promising she only ate a little.
The red-haired Duke looks down with a softened gaze and tells her she is not hated, advising her to just eat slowly.
Shushu looks up at her uncle during their meal with a look of quiet and hopeful wonder.
The grand dome of the stone castle stands under a bright sun framed by vibrant, blooming roses.
To a soft umpuk sounding and a rhythmic guling sounding, Shushu jumps on the incredibly soft bed and rolls around in pure joy.
To a soft nyaman sounding, the pink-haired girl snuggles deeply into the white blankets with a look of total contentment.
A montage shows Ted riding his horse, Avina comforting a crying Shushu,
and Berg carrying the princess through the castle halls.
Shushu sleeps peacefully as narrative text reveals her wish for time to stop and for her life to be in a world filled only with good people.
Berg sits in a meeting and asks why they are gathered when he has nothing he wants to say.
Gasteven explains that the Great Temple is worried and that the nobles are anxious because the Duke abandoned his military mission to return home.
The red-haired Duke sits silently in the grand hall with his arms crossed while Ted stands stoically behind him.
Berg remembers the whispers of those calling the princess a useless nuisance and questioning why he brought her to the north.
Berg looks on as a sudden wind-like whistling sounding fills the room.
Held in her uncle's arms, the young princess mentions hearing that he captured the traitorous Ataita. Berg realizes there is a traitor among his main vassals while observing several silhouetted figures. He concludes that it is highly unlikely there is only one traitor within the group.
To a sudden rising sounding, the nobles argue about the mission and Shushu's importance to the empire.
Amid a sudden noisy sounding, Berg shocks the nobles by suggesting the princess is a fortune teller.
Narrated text explains that the North recognizes the great power held by true fortune tellers.
The nobles whisper among themselves, wondering if she is a goddess or a danger that should be returned.
To a heavy thud sounding, Berg slams his fist onto the table in a display of power. To a quick crack sounding, the Duke reminds everyone she is a descendant of the hero Scarlet Willow.
Berg glares intensely and challenges the nobles to give him a reason not to protect her.
Narrative text describes the Duke as the continent's strongest swordsman, once feared as a bloodthirsty mad dog.
Berg warns the nobles that any insult toward his niece is a direct insult toward him personally. Shushu sleeps soundly amidst a bed of blue flowers, her pink hair spread across the pillows. The pink-haired princess wakes up in a dreamlike void and wonders where she has been taken. To a soft swish sounding, Shushu's eyes widen as massive fig fruit cakes float through the air.
To a quick swish sounding, the little girl chases after the delicious treats in her whimsical dream. Shushu stops in her tracks when she spots a boy with dark hair holding a cake. The princess stares at the boy's face and asks herself who this mysterious person could be. Shushu is surprised to find another small child in this strange place as she watches him. The pink-haired girl continues to observe the dark-haired boy as he holds onto a fig cake. To a soft shadow sounding, Shushu feels uneasy. Shushu feels uneasy as the boy's face remains hidden in the gloom.
To a rhythmic munching sounding, Shushu screams in horror as the boy eats her favorite fig cake. To a soft glance sounding, the boy glares with a glowing eye as if he has been disturbed.
To a loud scream sounding, the princess is terrified as the boy suddenly runs toward her. To a heavy breathing sounding, Shushu wakes up in her dark bedroom, sweating from the intense nightmare.
Shushu sits up in her large bed, questioning what kind of strange dream she just experienced.
To a soft hiss sounding, Shushu grows nervous about the darkness and worries about potential ghosts. To a sudden chill sounding, the princess trembles as she looks around her quiet, dim room.
To a soft hiss sounding, a mysterious shadow appears to be moving behind the large grandfather clock.
To a sudden sway sounding, Shushu shrieks that there is a ghost and falls back in fear. To a soft rustle sounding, the bedroom remains eerie and quiet as the princess hides under her blankets. To a soft chirp sounding, a purple-haired maid named Nini enters the room to offer morning greetings. To a sudden sting sounding, the groggy princess looks completely exhausted after her long night of terror. To a soft sobbing sounding, Shushu tells Nini that a ghost was in her room last night. Ted enters with a gift while Berg follows, suggesting that the princess merely had a bad dream. To a soft shake sounding, Shushu asks Rikshasa, the white fox, if he saw the intruder too. To a soft, clear sounding,
The fox dismisses her claims and insists that nothing was there. To a soft sob sounding, Nini tries to comfort the frightened princess by promising to stay close. To a quick grab sounding, Berg asks what ghosts she is talking about as Nini makes promises. Shushu cries out to her uncle, insisting that she really saw a ghost despite what others say.
To a sudden sting sounding, Shushu is heartbroken when Berg claims there are no ghosts in the north.
The Duke looks away and clears his throat uncomfortably as his niece continues to cry nearby. To a quick set sounding, Berg teases her with a raspberry cake to distract her from the ghost.
Nini quickly changes her tune and agrees it was just a dream to help calm the princess.
To a loud joy sounding, Shushu forgets her fear and happily accepts the large, fresh raspberry cake.
To a rhythmic munching sounding, Berg notes that the princess's appetite strongly resembles his late sister Scarlet.
In his study, Berg suggests that Shushu is having nightmares because she lacks friends her own age. Ted laughs and asks what ghosts have to do with peers, while Berg demands his full attention.
Ted explains that weather and military delays provide the perfect opportunity to implement a new, good idea.
Rubus suggests finding a peer for the princess and mentions he has already summoned a child of a similar age.
Rubus explains that while the princes and Aiden are occupied, he has called upon the child of a loyal vassal.
Berg agrees that Shushu needs companions and leaves the arrangements to Rubus, asking which family the child represents. Rubus identifies the boy as being from the Notbeck family, as a light brown-haired child stands politely in the hall.
Berg praises Rubus for selecting a reputable family, as the brown-haired man looks on with a surprised expression. Rubus beams with immense joy and blushes after receiving a rare compliment from the Duke.
To a sudden, sharp creak sounding, Rubus opens the door to the princess's room as she sits on the floor.
Shushu is shown happily coloring and drawing on the floor while surrounded by a frame of strawberries and flowers.
To a soft cluck sounding, Rubus greets Shushu, while Nini looks surprised by the sudden visit from the Duke's assistant.
To a soft tap sounding, Rubus encourages Terran to step forward and offer a formal greeting to the princess. Terran Notbeck steps forward with a polite smile and introduces himself to the young princess.
To a soft gyut sounding, Rubus explains that the Duke arranged for a playmate so the princess would not be lonely.
To a soft senyum sounding, Terran continues to grin kindly at the princess as Rubus observes their interaction.
Nini is delighted for Shushu, but the princess's thoughts reveal her preference for getting closer to the princess instead. To a sudden, quick set sounding, Rubus bids them farewell and leaves the children alone to get acquainted.
To a soft sinyum sounding, Terran compliments Shushu's appearance and tells her that she is truly beautiful.
To a soft merinding sounding, Shushu feels a sudden chill as she finds the boy's face hauntingly and uncomfortably familiar.
Nini excitedly announces she will fetch treats for the children and asks them to wait together for a moment.
To a sudden, sharp jetter sounding, a bolt of realization strikes Shushu as she finally remembers where she knows him from.
To multiple, heavy drap soundings, Nini rushes out while Shushu reaches out desperately, begging the maid not to leave her alone.
Shushu's inner thoughts reveal her shock at recognizing Terran despite having previously forgotten his face from her past life.
A vision reveals that the Notbecks are traitors who contributed to her uncle's death in Shushu's previous existence.
To multiple, rhythmic ha soundings, a memory shows an adult Terran mockingly laughing at a powerless and despairing Shushu.
Shushu trembles with trauma and sweat as the White Fox companion asks her why she remains so silent.
Narrative text notes that 30 minutes have passed as Rubus notes the Duke should be returning very soon. To a sudden, heavy break sounding, a panicked maid bursts in and warns Rubus that something terrible has happened. Rubus runs through the castle in a frenzy, fearing for the princess's safety while his master is away.
To a sudden, loud brack sounding, Rubus kicks open the doors as the gathered maids watch on with concern. To a sudden, sharp carack sounding, Rubus freezes in utter disbelief as white feathers fly everywhere within the princess's room.
Rubus stares with a wide-eyed and shocked expression at the chaotic scene unfolding before his very eyes.
To a long, loud hoo-wee sounding, Rubus asks what is happening as Shushu attacks Taran while he weeps in pain.
To a sudden, low grrr sounding, Shushu is shown fiercely biting Taran's hand as Rubus watches the assault in horror.
A flashback shows Taran demanding Shushu praise him to the Duke, while the fox asks why she is silent.
In the past, Taran insulted Shushu as a symbol of bad luck and claimed the Duke only pitied her.
To a soft top sounding, Taran is remembered patronizingly patting Shushu's head while remarking on her beauty.
Shushu's past self was too frightened to avoid the boy despite finding his arrogant behavior absolutely disgusting.
To a sudden, sharp jang sounding, the fox berates the past Shushu for her cowardice after having eaten so much. To a sudden, heavy plaque sounding, the flashback shows Shushu striking the boy's hand away in a fit of rage.
Shushu resolves that she is no longer the weak person she used to be and decides to take action.
To a sudden, sharp jang sounding, the princess snaps at Taran and orders him to remove his filthy hands from her.
Taran is stunned that Shushu spoke to him, as the princess questions how his parents could have raised him.
To multiple heavy drape soundings and a quick hiat sounding, Shushu charges at Taran despite her difficulty speaking clearly.
To a sudden, heavy lompat sounding, Shushu springs into the air and launches herself directly at the surprised boy. To a sudden, sharp seung sounding and a loud ah sounding, Shushu tackles Taran with the spirit of a warrior.
To a sudden, heavy duduk sounding, Shushu lands forcefully on top of the pinned and terrified boy. To a sudden, heavy brook sounding, Shushu headbutts Taran with such force that blood begins to stream from his nose.
Taran cries out in absolute terror and pain as blood drips from his nose following the princess's violent headbutt.
To a sudden, sharp-set sounding and a heavy jeter sounding, Shushu shouts insults and makes a rude hand gesture.
To multiple heavy drape soundings, Taran flees the room in a state of utter panic while crying that she's insane.
Shushu turns to her white fox companion with a look of confused innocence and wonders what just happened.
To a long, loud ow sounding and a series of sharp guk soundings, the white fox companion howls and barks at the sky.
The pink-haired princess looks on with wide eyes and a startled expression as the chaotic scene unfolds.
To a soft ting sounding, a system notification reveals that the princess has been granted a divine gift to communicate with both animals and spiritual beings. To a sudden, heavy brack sounding, the princess's inner thoughts reveal that she's successfully summoned every bird in the vicinity. To a soft sounding, Shushu clenches her fists with a look of intense determination and frustration. To a sudden, sharp kepok sounding, Shushu points her finger and commands the swarm of white doves to launch an attack. To a series of sudden, sharp seung and loud arg soundings, the brown-haired boy is swarmed by white birds as he screams in pain. The young boy is overwhelmed by the pecking birds while the white fox watches the assault with a fierce glare. A wave of relief washes over Shushu as she reflects on the satisfying outcome of her sudden retaliation.
The princess's thoughts reveal her regret for not fighting back in her past life instead of suffering in silence.
A faint vision shows a regal woman in a long cape standing amidst falling white feathers, representing a shift in Shushu's destiny. To a soft anguk sounding, the white fox demands that Shushu stop staring and continue her assault on the trembling boy.
To a soft banar sounding, the fox encourages Shushu to teach the boy's hand a painful lesson as a red target reticle appears over his fingers. To a sudden, heavy croak sounding, the princess lunges forward and forcefully bites the boy's hand.
To a sudden, heavy croak sounding, Shushu bites down hard while Terran screams in agony that his finger is being destroyed.
To a soft ha sounding, the princess looks down at her hands in momentary shock after realizing the intensity of her own violent outburst.
Rubis enters the room with a confused expression as the sound of crying fills the air.
To a series of soft hicks soundings, Terran sits on the floor weeping with a bloody nose while Shushu watches from the shadows. To a sudden sharp deg sounding, the princess begins to speak while pointing toward the boy as if to deliver an accusation. To a series of soft ha soundings, a dark memory surfaces of Terran mocking Shushu and promising to make her his personal puppet.
Shushu's inner thoughts reveal her mounting panic about the consequences of attacking a child from a family the Duke supposedly favors.
To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Shushu worries that her uncle will abandon her and recalls how the boy's family always used their power to cover up his past crimes. The princess continues to struggle with her decision, wondering if she should have restrained herself to avoid the influence of the Notbeck family.
To multiple sharp kepak soundings, the boy's father demands a doctor immediately, while the white fox assures Shushu that the birds are on her side.
To a soft kaget sounding, Terran lies to the arriving maid that he was attacked unprovoked, while Shushu loudly counters that he was the one who tried to hit her. To multiple heavy drop and soft top soundings, Shushu clings to Nini and cries that she is terrified because Terran threatened to hit her. To a sudden sharp deg sounding, Rubis looks down at the cowering boy and sternly asks if the princess's accusations are actually true. To a series of soft Mara and HH soundings, Rauda Notbeck enters the room with a look of extreme anger. To a sudden, heavy plaque sounding, Rauda slaps the air in fury and screams at Rubis for trying to offer greetings while his son is bleeding. To a soft hey sounding, Rubis attempts to explain that the princess was being threatened, but the older man cuts him off with an arrogant glare. Rauta gestures toward his weeping son and boasts about the boy's supposed military accolades for the North as justification for his outrage.
To a soft saw sounding, the older man insults Shushu as a bringer of bad luck and expresses disgust toward Rubis for protecting her.
Rubis stands his ground, firmly stating that his orders from the Duke are to prioritize the princess's well-being and wishes above all else.
Shushu looks at her protector with a glimmer of hope as he continues to defend her against the older man's insults.
To a soft senyum sounding, Rauta wears a sinister grin as he thinks this confrontation is the perfect opportunity to eliminate Rubis.
To a series of soft Mara soundings, the older man demands to see the Duke immediately, as Rubis notes his master should be in the study.
To a soft tap sounding, Duke Berg arrives on the scene, looking down at the gathered group with a cold and piercing gaze.
Rauda immediately calls out to the Duke and offers a formal, though frantic, greeting as the red-haired man approaches.
To a sudden, sharp set sounding, Rauda hysterically claims that the princess bit his son and that the boy's finger might need to be amputated. To a soft cha and sharp deg sounding, the Duke looms over Shushu and asks if it is true that she was the one who attacked the boy.
To a sudden, sharp grep sounding, the princess trembles and clutches her skirt while admitting that she was indeed the one responsible.
Shushu stands small before her towering uncle, preparing herself for the potential fallout of her honest confession.
The Duke leans in closer and notes with surprising calm that the princess didn't actually bite the boy's hand.
To a sudden, sharp Kaget sounding,
Berg turns his cold attention toward Terran and demands that he tell the truth about what really happened. To a sudden, sharp jang sounding, the Duke points out a red mark on Shushu's forehead and notes that the father is only concerned with his own child. To a soft, sounding, Rauta tries to protest by mentioning his family's service, but the Duke remains unmoved. To a soft, sounding, the Duke tells the older man to be quiet as a dark aura begins to surround him. The Duke's eyes glow with a cold blue light as he states with absolute finality that his niece is the one who has been hurt. To a soft, sounding, the Duke dismisses the father's noise as the tension in the room reaches a breaking point. With a terrifyingly calm expression, the red-haired Duke declares that the only thing that matters is that Shushu has been injured. Duke Berg dismisses those who prioritize the boy's injury over his niece's well-being and honor. To multiple heavy drape soundings and a soft top sounding, a doctor arrives to treat the boy. The red-haired Duke stops the doctor and commands that the princess be treated first instead. Shushu looks up at her uncle with wide eyes after he acknowledges her as his family. To a series of sharp suit and seung soundings, the characters are whisked away during a scene transition. To a soft hick sounding, the boy weeps in his father's arms while the maids whisper nearby. To a soft anguk sounding, Rubis and his knight companions observe the scene with very serious expressions. Duke Berg holds the young princess on his lap and asks if she is feeling okay. Shushu points to the bandage on her forehead and whimpers about the pain she feels there. Shushu's inner panic leads her to quickly deny any pain to avoid her uncle's potential wrath. The red-haired Duke looks down at his niece with a silent and strangely contemplative expression. To a soft pot sounding, Berg places a large hand on the princess's head to comfort her. A system notification confirms that the Duke truly views the princess as part of his family. Feeling safe, Shushu snuggles into her uncle's strong embrace while surrounded by a flurry of flowers. The knights walk down the hallway while discussing the princess's impressive and unexpected inner strength. To a loud hua-ha sounding, the boy's past defeat is recalled, while the knights praise the princess. To a sharp seung sounding, Avina gushes over her love for the princess, while Rubis looks on. Avina and the silver-haired boy discuss if the princess might possess a secret well of magic. The blue-haired woman looks thoughtful as she senses a sacred presence surrounding the young princess. To a series of soft, gelling soundings, the companions share a light-hearted and playful moment together. A heavy silence fills the meeting room as the council members gather for a formal discussion. To a sudden, sharp-set sounding, Rubis asks the Duke when they will return to the north. The brown-haired knight suggests holding a traditional northern gift-giving ceremony for the young princess. Duke Berg considers the proposal for a traditional event with a very serious and focused expression. The younger retainers cheer excitedly at the prospect of holding a grand celebration for their princess.
To a sudden, heavy krauk sounding, Shushu's past bravery is remembered as the Duke's followers offer support.
The Duke approves of the suggestion and schedules the ceremonial event for the following weekend. To a sudden, sharp senyum sounding, Rubis beams with joy after his proposal is officially accepted. 1 week later, the morning sun rises over the grand and fortified gates of the estate. Shushu holds her bunny plush while questioning the nature of the upcoming gift-offering ceremony. A maid excitedly explains the northern tradition, while the princess wonders what to expect next. Shushu worries that northern traditions might involve something scary or dangerous for a small girl. To multiple, sharp seung soundings and a soft tap sounding, Shushu cowers in a moment of anxiety. To a sudden, sharp-set sounding, a maid presents a beautiful new dress for the upcoming celebration. To a long, loud sialala sounding, Shushu dazzles the entire household in her frilly new outfit. To a soft tap sounding, Duke Berg and Rubis arrive to see the princess in her finery. To multiple heavy drape soundings, the princess runs happily toward her uncle with a bright smile.
The red-haired duke looks down at his niece with a gaze of softened and genuine affection.
Berg reviews a book of luxury fabric swatches with the family's silver-haired exclusive clothing designer.
The designer is shocked as the duke asks if he can create custom hair ribbons.
To a series of soft hicks soundings, the designer is moved to tears by the duke's kindness. The duke continues to meticulously study the fashion booklet while the silver-haired designer watches him.
To a sudden, sharp srack sounding, the duke selects every single color present in the entire book.
To a sudden, sharp jang sounding,
The duke demands 2 ribbons of every color by Friday. Berg specifies that only the absolute best and most expensive materials are to be used.
Shushu appears covered in ribbons while the designer claims he has done his very best work. To a sudden, sharp siat and set sounding, the duke asks Rubis for writing supplies immediately. To a series of sharp sret soundings, the red-haired duke scribbles a list into a notebook. To a sudden, sharp set sounding, the duke hands a mysterious and important note to Rubis. To a series of loud ha soundings, Rubis is horrified to find an order for 100 corsages. The morning sun rises over the white stone walls of the grand and festive estate. Melodic music notes float through the air as noble guests gather in the sunny garden.
Evina and a black-haired companion enjoy a light-hearted conversation during the outdoor party.
To a sudden, sharp tap sounding, Duke Berg carries the elegantly dressed princess into the celebration.
A heavy silence falls over the gathering as the Duke makes his grand and imposing entrance.
Shushu wonders if observing a moment of silence is part of the northern tradition.
To a sudden, loud duar sounding, the crowd erupts into cheers as flower petals fill the air.
The young princess looks around in wonder as pink petals rain down upon the joyous guests.
A system notification appears over the garden to announce a list of current party participants. To a sudden, sharp ting sounding, the system window counts the rapidly increasing number of attendees.
The system warns that the chat channel has exceeded its capacity and will undergo a transformation.
To a sudden, sharp ting sounding, a notification confirms that Shushu's interest level has increased.
A system alert announces that Shushu has officially reached the Baron rank as a streamer.
The system promises an unexpected piece of luck as a reward for her latest level increase.
To a sudden, sharp ting sounding, a large pile of colorful gifts is presented to the princess.
Shushu waves to her supporters while held safely in her tall uncle's strong arms.
The guests scream with absolute delight as the young princess waves her hand at the crowd. To a sudden, sharp kaget sounding, Rubis looks startled by the overwhelming excitement of the guests.
A purple-haired maid apologizes to Rubis for forgetting to explain the tradition earlier that day.
To a soft ehem sounding, Rubis clears his throat while feeling slightly flustered by the maid's words.
The narration explains that the northern region has historically been a remote and barren place.
Travelers are welcomed with great warmth after enduring long and dangerous journeys through the snow.
Northern teams prepare specialized gifts to express their gratitude and hospitality to their honored guests.
A gift box is showcased as the traditional practice of gift selection is officially introduced.
A white ribbon dances in the breeze, symbolizing the connection between the North and its visitors.
Guests realize Shushu is much sweeter than rumors suggested and express their heartfelt regret.
The crowd raises their glasses for a unified celebratory toast as the festival reaches its peak.
Shushu looks at Rubis and asks if it is finally time for her to choose.
To a sudden, soft tap sounding, attendants bring out several beautifully wrapped presents for the princess. To a sudden, sharp tep sounding, the knights proudly present Team 1's collection of plush toys. To a sudden, sharp tep sounding, the magicians present Team 2's gift of a glowing carousel. Team 3, the nervous vassals, present their gifts while being jokingly referred to as a burden.
To a sudden, sharp jang sounding, Duke Berg sits regally while watching the gift-giving competition.
Rubis acts as the master of ceremonies and enthusiastically announces the start of the selection.
To a sudden, loud ta-da sounding, a massive tower of tiered and colorful ribbons is revealed.
Guests gasp in astonishment upon realizing the ribbons are adorned with rare and expensive black diamonds.
The gathering immediately concludes that such an extravagant gift could only have come from the Duke.
To a sudden, loud wah sounding, Shushu's eyes light up with joy at the sight of her gift.
Duke Berg watches his niece's happy reaction with a calm and deeply satisfied expression.
A flashback shows a younger Shushu wearing a crown and realizing it would be her legacy.
Shushu recalls her simple past desire to dress like a noble lady at a grand party.
The princess is deeply moved to find her own name delicately carved into the luxurious ribbons.
The announcer declares that the moment has arrived for the princess to select the winning team.
To a sudden, sharp suit sounding, Shushu prepares to point her finger toward her chosen favorite gift.
The white fox encourages Shushu to pick the ribbons as they are the most beautiful option.
The small white fox looks up at the princess with a wide and cheerful smile.
Shushu looks toward her knight friends as they wait for her decision with bated breath.
Shushu closes her eyes tight as she prepares to announce the winner of the competition.
To a sudden, sharp set sounding, Shushu points her finger decisively toward her chosen team.
Evina and her companion embrace in celebration after their team is declared the winner. The losing teams descend into a state of hysterical despair as Shushu looks on with an apologetic expression.
Rubis looks dejected after his team's defeat, while the magicians boast about the superiority of their craft.
The brown-haired knight calls the guests to attention for Duke Berg's official closing remarks.
A menacing and dark aura surrounds the red-haired Duke as he sits regally upon his throne.
Terrified guests whisper warnings to avoid the Duke's gaze while wondering if a monster has appeared.
Duke Berg's expression remains grim and imposing as he looks out over the silent gathering.
The guests shiver in collective fear while Shushu realizes she must find a way to save herself.
Night begins to fall over the grand stone towers and fortified gates of the expansive estate.
A maid informs the sleepy princess that her friends have been eagerly waiting for her to wake up. Rubis warmly welcomes the princess and explains that the entire household is ready for the next event.
Evina asks to take the princess out for a short while, but Rubis worries about her fatigue.
To a soft tapping sounding, the losing team members peek around the corner with hopeful eyes. To a sudden, sharp coget sounding, Shushu is startled by the tearful and dramatic arrival of the black-haired man.
Shushu gently explains to Ted and Isaac that she could only choose one winning gift for the ceremony.
The men are moved to tears of joy when Shushu promises to play with everyone because she loves them. To a heavy grue sounding and multiple sharp brr soundings, the Duke's terrifying presence silences the group. To a sudden sharp suit sounding, Berg orders the magicians to stay with the princess while the others attend a meeting.
The red-haired Duke watches the interactions with a suspicious and calculating side-eye.
To multiple sharp threat soundings, Lawton is dragged away while complaining about being discriminated against for his age. Evina and her companion wave a cheerful goodbye to the commander while he cries about their lack of gratitude.
Shushu looks down with a quiet and pensive expression as she processes the day's intense events.
The young princess worries that her uncle might be angry because she didn't choose his extravagant gift.
Evina glows with happiness as she finds herself surrounded by a lush field of purple flowers.
Rubis reminds the group to return on time, while the others confidently assure him of their reliability.
To a sudden, sharp katak sounding, a magician snaps her fingers to activate a powerful transformation spell.
A bright circle of magical energy surrounds the princess as the magicians prepare for their journey.
Shushu is amazed by the sudden disappearance of her friends, while Rubis explains the nature of teleportation magic.
Evina adjusts a flower in her hair while the other magicians engage in a chaotic and watery celebration.
The silver-haired woman smiles warmly at the happy princess who is now surrounded by beautiful white blossoms. A blonde man sits upon a grand throne while receiving a report from his loyal knights.
The emperor hears a rumor that Duke Berg kidnapped the princess and finds his sudden interest quite suspicious.
To a sudden, sharp suit sounding and a soft he sounding, a flashback recalls the Duke expelling the Imperial Knights.
The emperor views the young princess as a mere plaything and refuses to let her leave the empire's control. Angry nobles condemn the Northerners as uncivilized rebels who are using the princess to challenge the emperor.
The narration notes that the public believes Duke Berg is using Shushu to defy the imperial family's authority.
Berg's past confrontation with the Emperor is recalled as he demanded the truth about his sister Scarlet's death. The memory of Scarlet's final rest among white flowers remains a central point of the Duke's motivation.
The emperor orders his elite knights to the north to assert his power and humble the arrogant Northerners. A sinister smirk crosses the emperor's face as he realizes this conflict presents a perfect opportunity for him. The blonde emperor stares forward with a cold and calculating gaze that promises future trouble for the north. A system notification announces that the emperor has issued a harsh reprimand to the northern temple. Shushu runs toward a swarm of dark, grasping hands while a chilling voice declares that hunting is fun.
A young Shushu sits beside a bloodied and fallen blonde figure as the haunting voice continues its praise.
To multiple loud screaming soundings and a sharp kaget sounding, Lawton is shocked by a sudden commotion.
To a series of soft laughter soundings, the magicians playfully toss the laughing princess into the air.
To a sudden, loud hachi sounding, a sneeze sends the princess flying while the others panic.
To a sudden, sharp seung sounding and a loud empuk sounding Shushu prepares for a soft landing.
To a sudden, loud ha sounding, Lawton berates the magicians for their irresponsible and dangerous use of magic.
To multiple heavy buck soundings, the companions pummel the sleazing magician while calling him a traitor. To multiple soft whoosh and laughter soundings, Shushu flies into Lawton's arms after a long day of festivities.
The white-haired man cries because Duke Berg banned further traditional guest welcoming events.
To a soft whispering sounding, Evina and her companion worry the Duke is truly angry. To a sharp kajam sounding, the ladies decide to ignore the Duke's menacing and dark aura.
Shushu rubs her forehead and wonders if her uncle's temper is flaring up again.
The young princess realizes she has overheard the entire conversation regarding the Duke's current mood.
Shushu recalls a shadowy memory of Berg and wonders if this is his true nature.
To a soft sounding, Rikshasa observes the princess as she ponders her next move.
To multiple sharp gyut soundings, Shushu feels guilty for not choosing her uncle's extravagant gift.
The princess asks the small fox if a dance might soothe her uncle's unhappy spirit.
Rikshasa detects the scent of precious Replia flowers nearby, while Shushu considers her uncle's preferences. To sharp bzz, zzz, and burr soundings, Shushu imagines her terrifying uncle holding delicate blue flowers. To a soft croak sounding, Rikshasa teases the princess for her lack of knowledge about local flora.
The small fox begins to explain the incredible secrets and rarity of the mysterious blue blossoms.
Sunlight streams through the large windows of the beautifully decorated and silent manor hall.
To multiple, sharp cling soundings, Shushu is dazzled by news of the flower's immense market value. To a sudden, loud vang sounding, the rare and valuable plants glow with a magical radiance. Shushu imagines piles of gold as Rikshasa explains the flowers possess powerful and holy energy. To a sudden, sharp grep sounding,
A small hand pulls back the heavy pink fabric.
Avina is surprised when the princess suddenly approaches her with a bright and wide smile.
The crescent moon hangs high over a lush forest filled with glowing white and green foliage. To multiple, sharp cling soundings, Shushu and Rikshasa search the woods for the expensive flowers.
Shushu doubts Avina's claim about the barren training ground while the knights follow her trail. To a soft Sikh sounding, Avina tells the confused knight they should spend time together.
To multiple soft twinkling soundings, Ted looks on with a slightly flustered and curious expression.
To a sudden, loud wah sounding, Shushu's eyes sparkle with wonder at the forest's nighttime beauty.
To a sudden, sharp whoosh sounding, a swarm of glowing fireflies illuminates the dark night.
Ted and Avina admire the fireflies, known as the lucky symbols of the northern region. The group's peaceful moment is interrupted by the arrival of the Duke's elite gate guards. A veteran commander with 30 years of experience stands regally before the gathered guests.
The silver-haired knight is haunted by a vision of the late Lady Scarlet Willow.
To a sudden, loud wah sounding, Shushu laughs joyfully while chasing the dancing fireflies.
To a soft sinong sounding, the companions compare the sweet princess to a heavenly angel.
To sudden terharu and kaget soundings, the knight is moved by Shushu's resemblance to Scarlet.
The princess smiles brightly while holding a glowing spark of light in her tiny hands. Ted predicts Shushu's future beauty while everyone assumes she is simply playing in the field. The narrator reveals that Shushu is actually busy hunting for the incredibly valuable flowers.
To a sudden, loud golly sounding, Shushu begins digging into the earth to find her treasure.
To a soft kadip sounding, a blue spirit appears while Shushu wonders about underground blooms. Rikshasa insists that flowers blooming in the dirt is a defiance of natural laws.
To a soft ehem and suit sounding, Rikshasa claims the anomaly makes the flower more precious.
To multiple, sharp shrak and hosh soundings, Shushu digs frantically to avoid being seen.
To a sudden, loud ah sounding, the princess's face lights up as she finds success.
To a sudden, loud ta-da sounding, Shushu unearths a cluster of the rare blue blossoms.
To a soft tap sounding, the princess proudly presents her floral discovery to the fox.
To sharp top, amble, and suit soundings, Ted announces it is finally time to return home.
A thought bubble expresses shock that a small child could dig such a massive hole.
Ted smiles warmly at Shushu as they prepare to head back toward the estate.
To multiple, sharp cling soundings, Ted offers the princess a warm hug to ward off the cold.
To a sudden, loud hachi sounding, a cold Shushu sneezes and happily requests a hug.
The scene shifts back to the elegant and silent marble hallways of the Duke's palace.
While surrounded by her companions, Shushu hears rumors that the Duke is obsessed with her. Lawton confirms the rumor, noting the Duke's unusually cold behavior toward the other princess. Shushu looks exhausted while the narrator explains the Duke ignores the princes due to their similar temperaments. Shushu recalls her previous life and wonders what her mysterious cousins are actually like.
Isaac complains of a headache while Lawton questions the source of his sudden distress.
A memory shows a young boy training intensely with a sword in a desolate field.
Lawton questions how the strongest knight could possibly feel overwhelmed by a small child.
The vision of the young boy's past training continues as he stands amidst swirling dust. A woman with long brown hair stands gracefully in the doorway of the princess's bedroom. To a sudden, sharp grep sounding, the woman takes the tired princess into a warm embrace.
The woman cuddles Shushu as Isaac watches the tender moment with a gentle smile.
To multiple soft Z soundings, Shushu falls into a deep and peaceful sleep among flowers. The woman notices a delicate blue flower and wonders how it got into the room. To a soft set sounding, the woman places the rare blue flower next to the sleeping child. To a soft cling sounding,
the flower begins to pulse with a faint, magical blue light. To a sudden, loud tring sounding, the Replia flower erupts in a blinding flash of energy. To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Shushu is jolted awake by the overwhelming magical presence. To a sudden, loud talk sounding, Shushu cries out in pain as the intense heat surprises her. To a soft tuck sounding, the magical flower falls to the floor while continuing to glow. To multiple loud pat soundings, waves of divine energy ripple through the entire bedroom. To a sudden loud break sounding, the windows fly open as a powerful gale rushes inside. To a sudden loud whoosh sounding, Shushu wonders why she is the only one not blown away. The princess questions if this is magic and demands to know who is behind the chaos. To a sharp shh sounding, Rakshasa is stunned by the sudden manifestation of high-level divine power. Shushu angrily accuses the fox of giving her a bomb, while Rakshasa defends the flower's holiness. Shushu asks if the glowing item is a bomb, but Rakshasa clarifies it's a divine blessing. To a soft ah sounding, Shushu's eyes widen as a magnificent light fills her vision. The young princess wonders if the deputy high priest is responsible for this strange magical event. Rakshasa watches with an intense gaze as the magical reaction reaches its peak. Rakshasa explains that the Replia flower's ancient blessing is reacting to another powerful energy source. The small fox stares in awe as the room is transformed by a celestial presence. A massive and ethereal figure begins to manifest behind the small and confused princess. Shushu looks up in absolute astonishment at the divine being appearing in her room. A system notification announces that an unexpected stroke of luck has finally arrived. The figure is revealed to be a beautiful woman with a veil and long, flowing hair. A system notification confirms that Dimension Streamer Shushu has finally met the mysterious operator. The glowing system window repeats the announcement of Shushu's unexpected and grand fortune. The veiled operator towers over Shushu as the system confirms their monumental first meeting. The celestial woman floats gracefully in the air while Shushu watches from her bed. To a soft hic sounding, Shushu begins to sob as the situation becomes completely overwhelming. The operator finds amusement in Shushu's life, but the princess bitterly asks if her death is entertaining. Shushu sits alone in the center of the bed, bathed in a holy white radiance. The veiled woman chuckles at Shushu's distress while the princess trembles with nervous energy. Shushu wonders why none of the guards or servants have arrived despite all the noise. The tearful princess stares at the closed door, feeling isolated within the magical field. The operator asks if Shushu called her, leaving the young princess completely bewildered. To a soft set sounding, the operator claims picking the flower was a summons for her presence. The veiled spirit smiles warmly while admiring the glowing blue flower in her hand. The operator explains that Shushu's own blessing is reacting with the Replia flower's energy. The celestial woman declares she can monitor Shushu's life anytime while the princess stares back. The operator explains the flower's humble appearance while noting its uncanny resemblance to a gift pouch. The celestial woman offers a final, parting word of encouragement, urging the young princess to work hard. The operator questions if life is harder than expected while gently stroking Shushu's soft pink hair. To a sudden loud boite sounding, a brilliant flash of light signals the end of the divine visitation. To a soft puzzing sounding, a dizzy Shushu collapses onto the bed beside the mysterious blue blossom. To a sudden, sharp sruck sounding, Rakshasa leaps onto the bed to check on his unconscious master. The bright full moon illuminates the empty room as the curtains flutter in the quiet nighttime breeze.
Shushu wakes up and looks around at the wreckage, wondering how to explain the mess to Berg.
To multiple loud brack soundings, someone begins pounding desperately on the locked bedroom door.
To a sudden, loud brack sounding, the frantic knights force their way in to rescue the princess.
Ted stares in shock at the mangled door handle, wondering what kind of force could bend steel.
To a low, menacing grrr sounding, the small fox stands guard to protect the exhausted girl.
To a soft mundor sounding, the guards retreat while realizing the severity of the sudden security breach.
To a sudden, sharp seuk sounding, Lawton arrives and orders everyone to move away from the princess.
Shushu remains still and silent on the bed as an ominous shadow falls across the entire room.
To sudden suit and jang soundings, Lawton regrets his panic when the formidable Duke Berg enters.
To a sudden, sharp pzik sounding, Berg is haunted by a vision of a girl from his past.
The Duke stands paralyzed by grief and shock as he stares at the sleeping child's pale face.
Berg demands to know when the incident started, but the guards have no answers for him.
To a sudden, sharp set sounding, the Duke's silhouette towers over the bed while Rikshasa growls.
Berg sits beside his niece, ignoring the fox's hostility as he focuses entirely on the young girl.
To a low, continuous grrr sounding, the fox remains wary of the Duke's next move.
To a sudden, sharp syut sounding, the Duke gently gathers the small princess into his strong arms.
Shushu's eyes flutter open as she wonders why her uncle looks so incredibly tense and worried.
To multiple, soft deg soundings, the princess feels her uncle's heart racing with fear for her safety. Shushu looks at the broken furniture and worries that Berg might be angry about the destroyed room. Lawton is stunned to hear that their magical searches have found no evidence of a mysterious intruder. The knights confirmed that they cannot detect any physical or magical trace of a third party.
Berg holds Shushu close, silently questioning if she could be the source of the room's destruction.
Ted wonders if the girl's strange predictions and her new power are actually connected.
To a sudden, loud kaget sounding, Ted's eyes widen as he spots the object in Shushu's hand.
The knight points frantically, alerting the Duke that the child is clutching something very mysterious.
The group is stunned to realize that Shushu is holding a legendary and priceless Replia flower.
Berg stares at the glowing blossom, unable to fathom how a child could possess such a treasure.
To a soft tap sounding, the Duke orders his men to summon the head of the magic tower. Shushu is fascinated to realize that her uncle is actually carrying her to his own bedroom.
To a soft set sounding, the Duke places her on his bed while she admires the room's order.
The guards apologize, explaining that no one has seen the mysterious new head of the magic tower.
Berg looks out the window with deep regret, wishing he had intervened in the tower's affairs sooner.
A comical vision shows the mages of the tower celebrating the arrival of their long-awaited leader.
Shushu recalls her knowledge of the Great Mage, the most powerful sorcerer in the entire region.
The princess is stunned by the revelation that the legendary Great Mage is actually a young child.
Historical records detail the tower's ancient duty to serve and protect the Empire's royal bloodline.
Shushu remembers her past life's desperate attempt to call for help before the kingdom fell.
The memory turns dark as the princess recalls how the mage never arrived to stop the fires. She reflects on the pain of her past life, which could have been avoided with the mage's help.
The image of a puppet on strings mirrors Shushu's feelings of helplessness in her previous existence.
To a sudden, loud jang sounding, Lawton arrives with a doctor to examine the mysterious young girl. To multiple, sharp brrr soundings, the doctor is confused as the flower remains stuck to her hand. To a sudden, sharp grep sounding, the doctor admits defeat
because Shushu's grip is impossibly strong. The mages and knights discuss how the princess refuses to let go of the mysterious flower. To a sudden, quick tap sounding, the red-haired Duke Berg steps forward and offers to try opening her hand himself. To a soft swoosh sounding, the Duke's large hand gently covers Shushu's small one, causing her grip to loosen instantly. To a sudden, loud wow sounding, the onlookers marveled at how easily she responded to her uncle's touch.
Berg stares at the sleeping girl with a complex expression as he processes the claim that she feels safest with him.
To multiple soft blink soundings, Shushu's eyes flutter open and she stares up at her uncle in confusion.
To a soft smile sounding, the pink-haired princess gives a radiant grin and tells her uncle that she likes him very much.
The princess tells Berg not to be sad, expressing her genuine delight with the gift he gave her. To a soft clench sounding, the Duke holds her close while the surrounding knights and servants are moved to tears. To a long, loud stretch sounding, Shushu wakes up fully and lets out a massive, refreshing yawn in her bed. To a low, rumbling growl sounding, the small fox spirit notes Shushu's quick recovery before demanding food for himself.
Shushu looks at her fox companion with wide eyes, surprised by his sudden and intense hunger.
The princess is absolutely stunned to learn from the fox that she has been unconscious for 4 straight days. Despite the shock of lost time, Shushu realizes she feels completely refreshed, as if she only slept for 1 night. To a sudden loud ding sounding, Shushu panics upon realizing she has missed out on 4 whole days of snacks. To a soft turn sounding, Shushu is startled to see her red-haired uncle standing nearby with a very grim expression. To a sudden, sharp ha sounding, the knight Ted is shocked to see the Duke looking so incredibly haggard. To multiple loud step soundings, a brown-haired maid rushes to the bedside to greet the awakened princess. To a soft sniff sounding, the emotional maid explains just how deeply the Duke has been worrying about Shushu. Shushu is stunned to hear that her uncle has also gone without food or sleep for the past 4 days. Looking at her uncle's sharp jawline, Shushu wonders if the stress has caused him to lose weight. To a soft flick sounding, the princess asks her uncle if he is hungry and invites him to eat a meal together. Berg agrees to the meal, but gently suggests that Shushu should first acknowledge the tearful crowd gathered to see her. To a soft shine sounding, Shushu looks at the emotional faces of her guards and servants with a touched expression. A decorative frame captures Shushu's inner vow to repay the kindness of everyone who cares for her so deeply. The princess reflects on how her knowledge of the future will allow her to change many things for the better. To a sudden, sharp sounding, Shushu decides that her first priority must be dealing with the people from the temple. The scene shifts to a grand meeting room within the Northern Temple branch where a man sits on a throne. To multiple soft gasp soundings, a panicked priest rushes in to ask his superior if he has heard the news. Gale Gordon, the chief priest of the Northern Temple, is revealed as a dark-haired man with cold red eyes.
A narrator explains that a shocking rumor regarding the princess is currently spreading through the entire northern region.
The rumors claim the princess found the Replea flower and that it glowed with divine light in her hands.
The narrator notes that while the Duke kept the incident a secret, the word managed to leak out anyway. Gale Gordon expresses disbelief that a supposedly unlucky child could ever possess such a high level of divine power. To a sudden, loud bang sounding, the chief priest slams his hand on the armrest while questioning the validity of the reports.
To a soft tsk sounding, Gale stares with an intense gaze. Gale stares with an intense gaze, realizing that the incredible reports are actually true.
Gale notes that Shushu gave the flower to the Duke as a gift, which Berg now wears on his lapel.
Gale mentions that they have already received orders from the Empire regarding what to do with the princess.
Gale reminds his subordinate that the Willow family possesses dragon blood and has never manifested divine power before.
A decorative frame asks whose blood Shushu carries if she possesses such powerful divine energy.
A vision shows the princess alongside a golden-haired man, suggesting a connection to the royal family.
The narrator explains that the imperial family are considered descendants of gods and naturally possess divine strength.
To a sudden, sharp "heh" sounding, Gale Gordon displays a sinister, fanged grin as a dark plan forms.
To multiple, loud ha soundings, Gale chuckles maniacally as he plots to kidnap the princess to gain the Emperor's favor. To a sudden, loud thud sounding, Gale drops his scroll in excitement while Shushu is seen happily opening a mountain of gifts. To multiple, loud ha-ha soundings, the chief priest tells his subordinate to prepare a secret item for their upcoming mission.
Shushu smiles brightly as she hugs a large, white plush rabbit, unaware of the danger brewing at the temple.
The temple priests discuss their duty to report Shushu's power to the Empire immediately. To a soft swoosh sounding, the priests plan to provide proof of Shushu's power so the Emperor can take her back. To a soft cling sounding, Gale's hand clenches around a jagged, glowing brown stone, intended for his dark scheme. To a sudden, sharp kaget sounding, the gray-haired priest is overwhelmed by the stone's intense holy power. To a soft, sinister senyum sounding, Gale Gordon notes that Count Notbeck has provided an excellent gift.
The mysterious brown stone begins to pulse with a blinding and powerful divine light within Gale's hand.
Shushu looks out the window at the peaceful morning, unaware of the temple's shifting and dangerous plans.
The princess notices the gathered servants and guards, deeply touched by their obvious and heartfelt concern for her.
Shushu turns her attention toward her stoic uncle, sensing the heavy and complex weight of his silent thoughts.
Duke Berg remains motionless, his gaze fixed forward as he prepares to address the arriving and eager nobles.
Marquis Amanta suggests offering a blessing after hearing the incredible rumors regarding the young princess's newfound power.
Rubis remains suspicious, questioning why such a high-level inspection would be called so suddenly and without warning.
Glowing visions of the Raplia flowers emphasize how quickly news of the miraculous discovery is spreading everywhere. Marquis Amanta apologizes for his sensitivity, while the Duke questions Rubis about his lingering and obvious hesitation.
Berg sits alone in his grand chair, deep in contemplation regarding the temple's upcoming and unavoidable visit.
The red-haired Duke closes his eyes for a moment, appearing exhausted by the constant and heavy political pressure.
Berg suddenly orders Rubis to gather the nobles exactly as the Marquess suggested, catching his knight by surprise.
Rubis scratches his head while guessing that his master has a very specific and hidden motive for this.
The knight realizes that the Duke simply wants another grand opportunity to show off his adorable niece. Shushu appears exceptionally radiant and cheerful as she is surrounded by beautiful flowers and a shimmering magical atmosphere.
To a sudden loud jang sounding, Shushu is greeted by a massive and towering mountain of colorful gifts.
To a soft, joyful wah sounding, the maid explains that the knights and commoners all sent these gifts.
To a quick, rhythmic lompot sounding, Shushu jumps with excitement but worries about the commoners' excessive and costly spending. Shushu is encouraged to believe in herself and accept the people's love.
To a soft suit sounding, the maid picks up the princess and says the Duke is waiting for breakfast. To a low, intimidating grue sounding, Berg's intense and dark aura fills the dining room as he waits. To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Shushu wonders if she committed a grave mistake because the atmosphere is terrifying.
The Duke asks Shushu if she is willing to meet the chief priest Gale Gordon from the Northern Temple. Shushu recalls that Gale was a corrupt man who sold divine powers for profit in her past life. A dark vision reveals how Gale collaborated with Terran Notbeck to destroy the North after the Duke's death.
To a sudden, sharp grep sounding, Shushu clenches her dress, unable to reveal her dark knowledge of the future. To a soft, reassuring deg sounding, Berg tells Shushu she doesn't have to meet anyone if she doesn't want.
Shushu smiles and decides that this time things will be different, determined to change her fate once and for all.
Berg and Rubis watch the princess closely, noticing a new and surprising spark of resolve in her young eyes.
Shushu laughs as she compares her uncle's weird toy gifts to her own past and more normal childhood experiences.
To a soft tep sounding, Berg immediately orders Rubis to buy every weird toy from every craftsman in the region.
To a loud, comical hoo-ah sounding, Shushu cries that she only wanted a simple, small rubber ball for play. The scene shifts to the day of the public gathering as crowds arrive to see the legendary young princess.
People in the grand hall complain about the incredibly long line while waiting to catch a glimpse of Shushu.
Shushu gives a radiant grin, expressing her genuine excitement to finally meet the people who have supported her so.
To multiple, sharp test soundings, Rubis uses a megaphone to order the crowd to look at the floor.
Everyone's attention is focused on a mysterious and plain box sitting on the carpet in the middle of the room.
To a sudden, loud ha sounding, the priests and knights are shocked by the unexpected items found within the boxes.
To multiple loud jang soundings, it is announced that the boxes contain enchanted, fluffy bracelets to protect the princess's safety.
Gale Gordon and his fellow priest examine the strange items, looking deeply confused by the Duke's unusual and specific request.
A narrator notes that the priests arrived earlier, but were forced to wait in the long line with everyone else.
The priests are absolutely stunned by the massive crowd and the chaotic and overwhelming atmosphere of the public event.
To a sudden, sharp cluck sounding, Duke Berg formally greets the priests as the undisputed ruler of night and winter.
A priest questions the Duke's demand, wondering why the holy representatives of the temple are being asked to wear bracelets.
To a low, sharp tsa sounding, Berg stares with a cold and piercing gaze while citing the strict imperial laws.
Gale Gordon maintains a polite but obviously false smile as he processes the Duke's firm and non-negotiable legal demands.
Rubis continues to use the megaphone to address the crowd, his expression completely blank and focused on his duty. Duke Berg crosses his arms and warns that speaking directly is forbidden, and anyone who violates this rule will be expelled.
A man with light brown hair questions the logic of using the Duke as a translator for the event. Holding a megaphone, Rubis confirms that this specific arrangement was a direct order from the Duke himself.
Duke Berg looms over the sweating, black-haired Gale Gordon, questioning if he understands the princess's superior status.
Inside the room, the purple-haired maid informs little Shushu that the priests will be the first to enter. To a sudden, sharp creaking sounding, the massive wooden doors swing open to admit the guests.
To a soft, low creaking sounding, Shushu's eyes widen as she sees the approaching group.
A group of embarrassed priests enters while wearing fluffy white sheep costumes, leaving Shushu utterly baffled by the sight.
To multiple, soft, shivering soundings, the priests tremble in humiliation while wondering whose ridiculous idea it was to dress them so.
Shushu stares at the row of sheep-costumed men, questioning if this is a strange new fashion trend or something else.
To a sudden, sharp staring sounding, Gale Gordon's intense red eyes peer through his mask, making Shushu feel quite uneasy.
The priests stand frozen in the middle of the room, looking completely overwhelmed by the absurdity of their situation.
A narrator explains that the priests are stunned because they are seeing Shushu's incredible and radiant beauty for the first time.
To a sudden, sharp sighing sounding, Gale Gordon is captivated by Shushu's appearance, convinced he is looking at a literal angel.
To a soft, rhythmic gulping sounding, Gale Gordon lowers his head to show his formal respect to the young princess. To a sudden, sharp heart thump sounding, Shushu gives a joyful smile that sends a wave of adoration through the costumed priests.
Shushu reflects on the handsome appearance of the late emperor, while a vision of the golden-haired man appears beside Berg.
To a soft whooshing sounding, Gale Gordon reaches out a finger, plotting to use his hidden stone to test the princess's power. To a sudden, sharp grabbing sounding, a powerful hand firmly grips Gale's wrist before he can reach the girl.
To a low, intimidating, growling sounding, Duke Berg warns Gale not to cross the line if he wishes to keep his hand.
Gale looks down in a cold sweat, realizing that his foot has already crossed over a thin yellow line on the floor.
To a soft, sad whimpering sounding, Shushu imagines the priests as animals in a zoo who are too dangerous to touch. To multiple soft giggling soundings, Rubus and the maid watch the scene with delighted and proud expressions.
Shushu waves goodbye as the line of priests is ushered out, acknowledging the effort they took to visit her.
Gale clenches the glowing, jagged stone in his hand, determined to carry out his plan despite the Duke's interference. To a sudden, sharp throbbing sounding, Shushu is hit by a painful headache and struggles to stay upright in her chair.
Gale Gordon is left speechless as he realizes he cannot sense even a trace of divine power coming from Shushu.
To a sudden, sharp heart thump sounding, the black-haired priest is struck by a wave of disbelief regarding the princess's lack of energy. To a soft, dizzy, swaying sounding, Shushu's head lolls as her vision blurs from the intense and sudden pain. Shushu collapses forward as the room begins to spin, her thoughts lingering on whether Gale is responsible for her suffering. To a soft thudding sounding, the maid rushes forward to catch the falling princess while Rubus prepares to call for a doctor. An official announcement booms through the hall, stating that the princess is exhausted and the gathering is officially over. Duke Berg turns to Rubus with a dark expression, ordering him to clear the room and finish the proceedings immediately. To a sudden, sharp sliding sounding, the knights begin to escort the confused and handcuffed priests out of the grand chamber. Gale Gordon glares at Rubus, vowing that he will never forget this humiliation, but the knight remains completely unmoved. As he is led away, Gale continues to obsess over why Shushu appeared to possess no holy strength at all. The maid holds the unconscious Shushu close, while Rubus reports that medical help has already been summoned for her. To a sudden, sharp gasp sounding, Rubus yells for everyone to clear the room because the princess is unwell. Rubus apologizes to the disappointed crowd, many of whom had traveled for days just to catch a glimpse of Shushu. To multiple rhythmic tapping soundings, the priests walk down the hallway in a tense silence. The older priest whispers that Count Notbeck is also eager for revenge against the Duke and his family. To multiple loud laughing soundings, the priest with the mustache plots his next dark move.
The scene shifts back to the palace where Berg and his loyal subordinates discuss the fallout of the day's events.
Gale Gordon approaches the Duke with a fake smile, claiming he is truly amazed by what he witnessed during the visit. To a sudden, sharp heart thump sounding, Gale states his intention to bring the princess under the protection of the Great Temple. To multiple, loud laughing soundings, Gale chuckles as he explains that divine power must reside within the temple for world peace. To a sudden, sharp whooshing sounding, Duke Berg's patience snaps, and he reaches for the sword at his waist. To a sudden, sharp metal clinking sounding, Berg holds his blade directly against Gale's throat, silencing the priest instantly. Berg stares with a murderous gaze, declaring that he will never allow his niece to be taken to any temple.
The mustachioed Marquis tries to intervene, arguing that even the Emperor must respect the laws regarding those with divine power. Berg looms over the Marquis, questioning if he is truly suggesting that the Duke cannot handle his own family affairs. Duke Berg watches the priests, internally deciding that he must dispose of a specific body. The silver-haired Marquis and Gale Gordon laugh nervously while apologizing for the chaos they caused. A dark narration warns that opposing the northern ruler's opinion will lead to certain death.
To multiple, soft, shivering soundings, Gale maintains a sweat-slicked smile while asking Berg for a single favor.
Gale requests to inspect the room where the princess performed her recent miracle tomorrow morning. To a sudden, sharp cluck sounding, Gale cites their exhausting journey as a reason for a day's rest. Berg asks if his compliance is sufficient while accepting a sword from his brown-haired subordinate.
To a sudden, sharp shring sounding, Duke Berg unsheaths the cold, gleaming blade with terrifying intent.
Gale believes the Duke understands his request, despite the man's overwhelming and frightening aura.
To a sudden, sharp hi sounding, the silver-haired man begs for mercy as a blade descends.
To a sudden, sharp ohak sounding, blood sprays across the room as Gale watches in horror. To a sudden, heavy brook sounding, the silver-haired man collapses dead onto the carpeted floor. Berg stares at his bloodied weapon, deciding to punish the man before giving his final answer.
To a soft, metallic tuck sounding, Berg looms over Gale, chillingly acknowledging the priest's presence.
Duke Berg orders the knights to prepare lodging for the remaining priests immediately.
To multiple, soft, shivering soundings, Gale trembles violently while thanking the Duke for his mercy. To a soft, rhythmic tap sounding, Berg and Rubis walk away from the pool of blood. Berg commands that the priests be housed at the castle's edge and expelled by tomorrow.
To a low, sharp tsa sounding, the Duke's blood-spattered face reveals a truly murderous gaze. A trio of carriages departs through the palace gardens under the bright afternoon sun.
To multiple, heavy brack soundings, Gale asks Lieutenant Rubis about their destination during the carriage ride.
Gale reflects on being sent to a remote villa despite remaining within the castle grounds.
To a soft, rhythmic klotak sounding, the carriage stops before a large, elegant white mansion.
To multiple, rhythmic drop soundings, an older priest questions why Gale surrendered their mission so easily.
Gale explains that Berg's gaze was more vicious than ever, especially after slaying Marquis Amanta.
A vision reveals the Duke's history of executing those suspected of killing his predecessor.
To a soft, rhythmic glek sounding, the priests nervously recount the Duke's bloody and ruthless reputation.
Gale hands over a scroll, ordering his subordinate to summon a specific group tonight.
The priest is horrified to see the mark of the region's largest assassin guild. The document also bears the official seal of the Imperial Knights, confirming a dark conspiracy.
Gale confidently tells his companion that every part of his plan has been carefully considered.
Gale recalls the princess's room, wondering if she is suppressing her immense holy power.
To a sudden, sharp grep sounding, Gale clenches his fist, determined to secure his fortune tonight.
The palace falls into a deep, silent sleep as the night stars twinkle overhead.
To a soft, melodic, doing sounding, Shushu awakens in a garden and wonders if she's dreaming.
To a soft, shimmering kring sounding, Shushu is amazed by the massive cakes displayed before her.
Shushu spots the dark-haired boy nearby and reacts with a sudden, wide-eyed startle. To a low, intimidating gru sounding, Shushu asks if he is the ghost from before.
To a soft, rhythmic tap sounding, Shushu retreats in fear, telling the boy to stay away.
To a sudden, sharp sret sounding, the girl's pink shoe slips on the polished floor. To a sudden, sharp grep sounding, the boy catches her as Shushu gasps in shock.
The two children stare at each other intensely amidst a shower of falling pink petals. To a soft, airy psh sounding, Shushu notices the boy's shadow and realizes he is alive. Shushu asks for his identity while they stand together under the brilliant night sky. The dark-haired boy looks away and coldly orders the young princess to leave at once. Shushu is left confused by his demand as her hair blows in the night wind. Shushu falls through a starry void while a mysterious voice urges her to wake up. To a sudden, loud bang gun sounding, Shushu bolts upright in bed with a look of terror. To multiple, soft whoosh soundings, Shushu is shocked to see thick smoke filling her dark bedroom. To a sudden, sharp syoot sounding, the small white animal warns her to hold her breath immediately. To multiple rhythmic tapping soundings, Shushu and Rikshasa flee down the hallway as a strange fire rages nearby. To a soft, shimmering clinking sounding, Shushu rides on the fox's back while a magical aura surrounds them. To a sudden, sharp whooshing sounding, Shushu screams in terror as they leap from a window into the dark night. To a soft, shimmering clinking sounding, Shushu is horrified to find the palace staff unconscious on the ground. Shushu realizes with dread that they are still within the Duke's castle grounds despite the chaos. To multiple rhythmic tapping soundings, Rikshasa grows increasingly anxious while scanning the silent, fallen bodies around them. To multiple rhythmic tapping soundings, a black-haired man in a dark cloak suddenly discovers the princess. To multiple soft panting sound, to a sudden sharp grabbing sounding, the man lifts Shushu as she notes a foul smell and more fainted people. To a sudden sharp gasping sounding, Shushu frantically asks the man where her maid has gone. To multiple rhythmic tapping soundings, the man carries Shushu away while she remains deeply unsettled. The man claims the maid was evacuated first, but his expression remains unsettlingly calm. Shushu initially feels a surge of relief, her eyes wide with hope at the man's news. To a sudden, sharp heart thump sounding, Shushu realizes that the man is telling an impossible lie. To a sudden, sharp heart thump sounding, Shushu knows her loyal maid would never leave her behind to save herself. Shushu's expression hardens as she understands the man carrying her is actually a deceptive enemy. Rikshasa watches the man's movements closely, preparing to launch a desperate and sudden attack. To a sudden, sharp crunching sounding, Rikshasa bites the man's leg, forcing a pained scream from him. To a sudden, heavy thudding sounding, the man collapses as Shushu and Rikshasa take the chance to flee. The man curses the fox while Rikshasa warns Shushu that these enemies smell like the priests from earlier. Shushu is struck by a wave of realization that the priests are responsible for the attack. Rikshasa urges Shushu to head toward the forest to escape the thickening toxic smoke. To multiple soft panting soundings, the pair reaches the safety of the woods and stops to catch their breath. Rikshasa senses an unnatural silence in the woods, heightening the princess's fear and exhaustion. To multiple, soft panting soundings, Shushu vows to survive and remain strong until she can reach her uncle. A vision of Duke Berg gives Shushu the strength to keep moving despite her intense fear. Shushu notices Rikshasa has stopped and asks what has caught the fox's attention in the shadows. To a soft, shimmering clinking sounding, a hooded figure with a glowing staff appears before them in the forest. To a sudden, sharp whooshing sounding, the mysterious figure reaches out and acknowledges Shushu's presence. To a sudden, sharp whooshing sounding, the figure conjures a magical portal amidst the trees. To a sudden, sharp cracking sounding, a massive, ornate doorway manifests in the middle of the forest clearing. The hooded stranger waves Shushu and Rikshasa toward the glowing entrance, offering a silent invitation. To a sudden, sharp whooshing sounding, Shushu is amazed to find herself inside a cozy room filled with books.
To a sudden, sharp sliding sounding, Shushu is bundled into a warm blanket with a hot drink by the stranger. To a sudden, sharp sliding sounding, the mysterious figure begins to lower his white hood. A beautiful boy with pale green hair and bright eyes is revealed to the startled princess. To a sudden, soft thudding sounding, Shushu's initial confusion vanishes as the boy speaks to her. To a soft, shimmering clinking sounding, Shushu is captivated by the boy's ethereal and stunning appearance. To a sudden, sharp grabbing sounding, Shushu thanks the boy while clutching the warm mug tightly. Shushu wonders if the boy is keeping his identity a secret despite his kindness toward her. To multiple, soft swallowing soundings, Shushu drinks the tea and suddenly notices her host has vanished. To a soft, airy whooshing sounding, Shushu is left alone on the sofa, bewildered by the boy's disappearance.
Shushu shudders in fear, terrified that her mysterious savior might have actually been a ghost.
The boy's magic lingers in the air, a sign that his pure intentions protected the girl. To multiple, soft shivering soundings, Shushu and Rikshasa huddle together as the night's chill sets in. To a sudden, sharp grabbing sounding, Shushu begins to cry, desperately wishing she were back home. Shushu reflects on the beautiful boy, regretting that she didn't get to thank him properly for his help. The crescent moon shines brightly over the forest, watching over the lost and exhausted princess. To a low, sharp crackling sounding, a knight searches the woods with a torch, calling for Shushu. The knight finally discovers the princess, pleading with her to answer as he rushes forward. To multiple, rhythmic drap soundings, the red-haired man directs his knights to search a different area. To a sudden, sharp bangun sounding, Shushu awakens with a start after hearing a familiar voice nearby. Avina tracks a magical scent, while Shushu becomes certain her uncle's voice is coming from the trees.
To a soft, rhythmic humph sounding, Shushu huddles with Ivina in the grass while remaining hidden.
To a sudden, loud teriac sounding, Shushu screams out for her uncle at the top of her lungs. To multiple, soft hosh soundings, the red-haired man stands breathless and weary in the thick woods. To a soft, shimmering senyum sounding, the man smiles warmly while calling out to Shushu in relief.
To a soft, shimmering cling sounding, Shushu's eyes sparkle with tears as she finally sees her protector.
Shushu reflects on how her uncle's usually cold and flat voice now sounds unexpectedly kind and friendly.
To multiple, soft hic soundings, Shushu begins to cry as her terrifying ordeal finally comes to an end.
To multiple, rhythmic drap soundings, Shushu runs toward her uncle with a loud and desperate cry. To a sudden, soft pellic sounding, the man embraces Shushu and asks for her sincere forgiveness. Berg holds the young girl close, silently reflecting on his own failures as her guardian and uncle. Berg orders his knights to return home while Avina rests and the soldiers stand at attention. Berg carefully treats Shushu's leg injury, warning her that the application might sting her quite a bit.
To multiple, soft set soundings, Berg bandaging the wound and tells Shushu to remain completely still. To multiple, soft cling soundings, Shushu asks a shy question with wide, glistening eyes toward her uncle.
To multiple, soft ting soundings, Berg allows her request and encourages her to speak slowly and calmly. To a sudden, sharp gyut sounding, Shushu nervously begins to recount the events from earlier this afternoon.
Berg gently pats Shushu's head while offering a quiet and sincere apology for all her suffering.
Shushu asks if her uncle really used her nickname while he prepares to summon her nanny.
To a soft, shimmering senyum sounding, Shushu happily recalls the first time he ever called her by name. To a soft, shimmering senyum sounding, Berg notes that addressing family members by name is perfectly normal. A peaceful atmosphere surrounds the pair as they share a quiet and long-awaited moment of bonding.
Within the council chambers, the knights worry about the Duke's unusually intense and protective behavior.
The elder questions why they fear bloodshed when the princess's safety is the highest priority.
To a sudden, heavy blar sounding, Lawton's unexpected fury surprises those who previously knew him as gentle.
To multiple, heavy blar soundings, the council's shared rage creates an oppressive and fiery aura in the room.
To a sudden, sharp talk sounding, Berg arrives and takes his place at the head of the table. To a sudden, loud brack sounding, Berg slams the table while discussing matters in the Northern Territory.
To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Berg's declaration of total war against any conspirators leaves everyone stunned.
To a sudden, sharp set sounding, Rubis mentions that several enemies were successfully captured alive during the chaos.
The scene shifts to the dark palace dungeons where hooded prisoners await their inevitable and brutal interrogation.
Berg asks Rubis for clarification regarding his specific concerns for Shushu's future and well-being.
A vision outlines the dire political consequences and the risk of imperial intervention if they proceed rashly. Rubis expresses his fear that a full-scale war would only put Shushu in even greater danger.
Rubis warns Berg that his ruthless reputation might eventually cause the young princess to fear him.
Berg decides to handle the prisoners immediately and heads toward the dark hallways of the dungeons.
To a sudden, sharp set sounding, Berg hands a small and mysterious wooden box to Lieutenant Rubis.
To a sudden, sharp clank sounding, Rubis is horrified to find blood-stained cotton inside the small box.
Berg explains his plan to use the princess's blood as magical evidence for sentencing the culprits. To a sudden, sharp suit sounding, Berg orders a special fig cake to be brought to Shushu immediately.
To a sudden melodic doing sounding, Rubis is bewildered by the Duke's terrifyingly vengeful yet protective orders.
To a sudden, sharp tep sounding, Rubis recalls the Duke's past displays of madness during military campaigns. To multiple, sharp talk soundings, Rubis accepts the task while Berg departs with cold and focused determination.
The scene shifts back to the forest as Berg carries the sleeping princess safely toward the castle.
Berg gazes down at Shushu, his protective nature evolving into a new and fierce obsession. Shushu sits at grand dining table, prepared to enjoy a massive feast of cakes and sweets.
To a soft, rhythmic top sounding, Rubis arrives to check on the dining princess during her meal.
To a sudden, cheerful ta-da sounding, Shushu gleefully presents the special cake her uncle ordered for her.
Shushu asks Rubis about the fate of the villains.
To a soft, sharp clicking sounding, Rubis apologizes to the princess, while Shushu quickly dismisses his concerns.
Shushu recalls the toxic smoke filling her room as a dangerous threat that incapacitated everyone. Rubis explains that the magic smoke required special power to detect, allowing it to bypass their defenses.
Rubis reveals that the orchestrated chaos surrounding the Duke was a costly and precise strategic diversion.
Shushu eats cake while concluding that the Emperor is the mastermind behind the persistent attacks.
To a soft, rhythmic munching sounding, Shushu wonders if her uncle shares her suspicions about the Emperor's involvement. To a sudden, sharp rustling sounding, the Duke tells a prisoner to wake up while donning his gloves.
To a low, rhythmic dragging sounding, Berg informs the prisoner that his fleeing accomplices have all been killed.
To multiple, soft, shivering soundings, the Duke sits ominously while the captive prisoner trembles in absolute terror.
To a soft, rhythmic nodding sounding, Berg orders the hooded prisoner to answer only with movements of his head.
To a sudden, sharp buzzing sounding, the Duke conjures truth magic to ensure the prisoner cannot tell a single lie.
To a sudden, sharp rustling sounding, the knights discovered the last prisoner is dead, complicating their search for the mastermind.
To a sudden, sharp sliding sounding, Berg gazes at his bloodied gloves, noting Shushu's suffering was far greater.
The imprisoned priest demands to know why his subordinates were locked up despite their supposed innocence. The black-haired man laughs nervously while claiming the Duke lacks the authority to fire him from the temple. To a sudden, sharp thumping sounding, Berg's gaze narrows as he mentions the attempt to harm the princess last night. To a sudden, loud slamming sounding, Berg reveals that Gil's subordinates are not in prison but are actually dead.
A dark vision illustrates the brutal end of the priest's subordinates, leaving no survivors from the attack.
Gil Gordon stands frozen with shock as the full weight of his situation sets in.
Gil screams that the temple will retaliate against the Duke for doubting his loyalty and killing his men.
To multiple, sharp, rustling soundings, Berg tosses a stack of incriminating documents toward the terrified Gil Gordon.
Gil's heart sinks as he realizes the Duke has obtained the secret list of his illegal bribe accounts. To a sudden, heavy thudding sounding, Gil falls to his knees while desperately trying to maintain his composure.
Gil Gordon begs for mercy, offering a valuable suggestion in exchange for his survival and immediate resignation.
To multiple, soft, shivering soundings, Gil offers a list of anti-imperial conspirators to prove his worth to the Duke.
To a sudden, sharp reaching sounding, Gil Gordon pledges his eternal service to the Duke from his knees.
To a sudden, heavy thudding sounding, Berg delivers a brutal kick that leaves Gil Gordon gasping in agony.
To a sudden, sharp sliding sounding, Berg warns Gil that he only remains alive because of the princess's mercy. To a sudden, sharp crunching sounding, Gil screams as the Duke inflicts a final, painful lesson upon him.
Berg orders Gil to write a full confession for the temple, effectively purging the corrupt northern leadership.
To a soft, rhythmic splashing sounding, Rubis asks why the Duke chose to leave Gil Gordon alive.
Rubis understands that sparing Gil protects Shushu from being held responsible by the powerful Great Temple.
To multiple, soft wiping soundings, Berg cleans his hands, stating his actions were to secure the princess's future home.
A vision shows the blonde emperor manipulating pawns on a chessboard, representing his control over the political landscape.
To a soft, shimmering, sparkling sounding, Berg declares that protecting the child is far more important than his anger.
Rubis is struck by the depth of the Duke's foresight regarding the princess's long-term safety.
The narrative questions if Shushu can handle the long-standing issues awaiting her at the main imperial castle. The shadows of 3 young masters represent the complex social challenges Shushu will soon have to face. 2 days pass as the scene shifts to the towering and majestic walls of the main castle.
To multiple, loud cheering soundings, Shushu peers out at the massive crowd gathered to see her departure.
The nanny confirms the crowd's excitement, while Shushu asks if they all came just to see her.
Shushu imagines telling her uncle about dragons and her adventures once they reach the safety of the castle.
Shushu reflects on her hidden knowledge of imperial secrets gained from her previous life as a puppet emperor. Shushu thinks intensely about acting like a normal child to avoid making her uncle suspicious of her.
The nanny asks if Shushu is ready to depart, and the princess eagerly gives her enthusiastic approval.
Shushu is amazed by the adoring fans holding banners that praise her beauty and star-like presence. Shushu and Rikshasa are bewildered by the crowd's sudden and complete silence as they pass by.
To multiple, soft-looking soundings, the nanny explains the Duke ordered immediate expulsion for anyone making noise. To multiple, soft, giggling soundings, Rikshasa finds the Duke's overprotective and jealous behavior toward the fans quite hilarious.
Rikshasa asks Shushu if her uncle is jealous of the many fans adoring her. To a soft, quiet fa sounding, Shushu dismisses the notion of her uncle being jealous. To a low, rhythmic gru sounding, Shushu insists that jealousy does not suit her uncle. To a soft, quiet hinks sounding, the fans ask Shushu when she will visit again.
To a sudden, sharp bzzzt sounding, Shushu is fascinated by the glowing magical displays before her.
To multiple, soft drop soundings, Rikshasa affectionately addresses Shushu as they prepare for departure. To a sudden melodic jeng sounding, the mages stand ready to provide magical assistance.
To multiple, soft puff soundings, the attendants magically manifest various cakes to share.
To a sudden, shimmering pots sounding, cakes float through the air toward the gathered crowd.
To a sudden, sharp tep sounding, the attendants declare the cakes are a blessing from Shushu.
Rikshasa tells the people to accept the snacks that Shushu specifically wanted to share.
A woman in the crowd looks on with tearful joy as she receives a cake.
To a sudden, loud wah sounding, the crowd cheers enthusiastically for their generous princess.
Rikshasa smiles while the crowd continues to shout, "Long live the princess."
Berg watches the energetic festivities with a stoic expression, while Rubis stands beside him. Shushu encourages everyone to take more cake while imagining herself as a winged angel.
Shushu looks at her empty box and wonders if there is any cake left.
To a sudden, sharp klotak sounding, Berg observes Shushu's selfless nature with quiet concern.
To a sudden, sharp klotak sounding, Shushu offers Berg the very last snack in her box.
Berg questions why Shushu gives everything away, worrying she might eventually go hungry. To a soft, quiet ha-ha sounding, Berg feels he must protect Shushu's innocence from the world.
Berg tells Shushu that her gift of a simple blue flower is incredibly precious.
To a low, rhythmic grue sounding, Berg promises to give Shushu anything she wants in return.
To a soft, rhythmic hing sounding, Berg considers finding Shushu, a young guardian, for her safety.
Several days pass as the scene shifts to the snowy forests of the north.
The carriage arrives at the main castle, signaling the end of their long journey.
Rubis explains that the nearby forest is the home of the Great Mage's Tower. The crystalline wizard's tower stands tall amidst the snowy trees of the Northern Territory.
To a sudden, sharp klotak sounding, the narrative explains how mages maintain their alliance with Berg.
Berg gazes up at the sky while reflecting on the importance of the Mage's Tower.
To a sudden, loud wah sounding, Shushu is captivated by the beautiful and magical northern landscape.
Shushu recalls a mysterious boy who once saved her, wondering if he is a mage.
Shushu thinks about the kind, green-haired boy she met during her past trials.
The vision of the serene, green-haired boy lingers in Shushu's memory as they travel.
To a sudden, sharp whoosh sounding, they reach the massive gates of the Willow Main Castle.
Berg carries the small, bundled-up princess into the courtyard as the snow continues falling. To multiple, loud brr and gamuru soundings, Shushu is shocked by the massive crowd.
Berg asks Shushu if she is frightened because she is trembling in his arms.
Berg reassures Shushu that the crowd has gathered specifically to welcome her arrival. To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Shushu is shocked by the rumor calling her a goddess. To a sudden, sharp grep sounding, Berg asks how long Shushu will tug on his hair. To a sudden, sharp set sounding, Shushu apologizes while Berg tells her he doesn't mind.
To a sudden, sharp gyut sounding, Berg reassures Shushu that she is the most precious person.
A silver-haired butler and two maids bow respectfully to welcome the Duke back home.
Berg introduces the staff to Shushu while preparing to present his own sons. To a sudden, sharp tep sounding, the Willow brothers approach the group to greet Berg. Mowgli Willow, the eldest son, formally welcomes his father back to the main castle.
Daniel Willow, the cheerful second son, greets his father with an energetic and bright grin.
Raciel Willow, the tired-looking third son, provides a quiet and polite welcome to Berg.
The three young masters stand together, waiting to be introduced to the young princess.
Shushu examines Raciel, the third son, noting his pretty features while questioning his lineage.
To a soft, shimmering cling sounding, the boy's long eyelashes flutter as he blinks slowly.
Shushu recalls a vision of a dark-haired woman, wondering if the late Duchess shared that trait.
Berg introduces Shushu Genta to the group,
identifying her as the daughter of his sister Scarlet. The eldest and youngest sons offer a formal greeting, expressing their pleasure in meeting the princess. To a sudden, sharp bzzzt sounding, Shushu and Raziel share a brief and intensely focused stare. To a low, rhythmic grue sounding, Shushu wonders if the boy is actually glaring at her. To a sudden, sharp suit sounding, Raziel abruptly turns his head away from the young princess. To a soft, quiet lambai sounding, Shushu gives a cheerful wave while offering upright greeting.
Shushu reflects on Raziel's innocent appearance, noting his voice is soft despite his expressionless face. Rixasa suggests throwing leftover meat to the boys, prompting Shushu to tell the fox to stay quiet.
To a sudden, sharp tap sounding, Shushu feels intimidated by the brothers' intensely sharp and warning glares. Shushu notes that while the suns are cold, the castle staff seems to welcome her warmly. To a sudden, sharp tap sounding, the Duke stands alone in the brightly lit castle corridor.
A digital system window congratulates the princess for reaching over 500 real-time viewers.
The system interface announces a new milestone as the viewership exceeds 10,000 people.
Shushu looks on in surprise as a group of faceless maids gathers behind her.
The system offers to upgrade one of Shushu's abilities to celebrate her impressive viewership achievements.
Shushu is presented with a choice between leveling up her streaming or her spiritual animal. The system reminds the dimensional streamer to share happiness and joy with as many people as possible. Shushu is overwhelmed by the sudden decision, feeling that both of the options presented look good. To a sudden, sharp ting sounding, Shushu asks the system if she can make her choice later. To a sudden, sharp pat sounding, the system warns her choice will determine her fate and channel. To a sudden, sharp siu sounding, the system functions go offline to give Shushu extra time. To a soft, quiet henning sounding, Shushu is baffled by the complete and sudden silence surrounding her. Shushu reflects on her past life, admitting she is accustomed to receiving cold and distant welcomes.
The narrative reveals Shushu's assumption is wrong. The maids are actually struggling to suppress their excitement.
To a soft, shimmering cling sounding, the maids imagine Shushu as a celestial angel sent from heaven.
To a sudden, sharp talk sounding, Shushu realizes everything in the northern castle is built quite large. To multiple, sharp set soundings, Berg asks if Shushu understands him, and she confirms that she does.
Shushu is shocked when Berg explains the castle will be renovated to suit her specific needs.
Raziel is surprised by Berg's words, while Shushu asks why such a beautiful castle needs renovation. To a sudden, sharp ting sounding, the system notification announces that all functions have been reactivated. A system window reveals Berg's internal thoughts about how Shushu will eventually grow into an adult. Shushu looks at the Duke while she considers the weight of the family's expectations for her.
A detailed view shows the ornate silver cross pendant resting against Shushu's purple dress.
Shushu reflects on her physical state, noting her current body is shorter than average for her age. To a sudden, sharp cluck sounding, Berg carries Shushu away as the three brothers watch silently. To a soft, shimmering cling sounding, the third son remains entirely expressionless even after the meal ends. Shushu observes that the eldest son is also cold, likely having adapted to the Duke's indifferent nature. Shushu wishes she could have saved the Duchess to see her young cousins smile more often. A framed portrait shows the mysterious, dark-haired woman who was the mother of the three masters. Shushu recalls reading restricted reports about the late Duchess during her previous life's administrative duties.
A vision depicts Berg and the dark-haired Duchess on the day of their formal wedding ceremony.
The narrative explains the Duchess was physically frail and died shortly after the birth of her third child.
To a soft, quiet hic sounding, Shushu mourns the woman who died shortly after she was born.
Shushu wishes the Duchess were alive so her cousins wouldn't be so serious and cold.
A man laughs while a nanny carries a sleeping Shushu,
noting the prince's unusual behavior.
To a soft, shimmering glow. Shushu realizes that many things have truly changed in her new life.
Shushu wonders if reincarnating earlier would have allowed her to save both of her parents.
To a sudden, sharp ting sounding, Shushu is stunned when the system asks if she wants to save her mother.
Berg notices Shushu's sudden shock and asks what has happened to her. Shushu questions the true meaning behind the system's mysterious offer to save her late mother.
To a soft, quiet ha sounding, the blue screen vanishes into a sudden, sharp psh sounding.
To a sudden, sharp seung sounding, Shushu screams in her mind as the opportunity disappears.
To a soft, shimmering cling sounding, Berg dismisses Shushu's panic, assuming she is just reacting to nothing.
Shushu asks to walk on her own while worrying that she might never see the system window again.
To multiple, sharp tap soundings, Shushu walks down the hall, realizing she needs privacy to think. To a sudden, sharp duck sounding, Shushu's deep thoughts are interrupted when she bumps into someone. To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Shushu is captivated by the intense gaze of the dark-haired boy. To a sudden, sharp gyut sounding, Shushu wonders if the handsome boy is actually one of her brothers. Shushu remains dazed as she stares into the boy's calm, purple eyes. To a sudden, sharp tsa sounding, the dark-haired boy looks down at her with a heavy, cold expression. Shushu is overwhelmed by the boy's terrifying presence, assuming he is furious with her.
Berg breaks the tension by asking Shushu if she wants to be carried again, which she accepts. To a sudden, sharp cluck sounding, Berg orders the boy to meet him later in the study. The dark-haired boy reflects on how small Shushu is compared to his own strength. To a low, rhythmic gru sounding, the boy wonders if the tiny princess would break if he touched her. To a sudden, loud wah sounding, Shushu is amazed by the massive size of her new bedroom. To a soft, rhythmic empuk sounding, Shushu and her fox dive onto the incredibly soft bed. To a soft, quiet nyaman sounding, Shushu finds the luxurious bed exceptionally comfortable.
Shushu realizes it is finally time to make her decision regarding the system's upgrade options.
To a sudden, sharp ting sounding, the system window presents the choice between streaming and animal upgrades. The interface awaits Shushu's final decision on which path to level up first. Shushu considers the benefits of a higher streaming level for attracting a larger audience. To a sudden, sharp suit sounding, Shushu and Rikshasa wonder about the actual utility of leveling up. To multiple, sharp soundings, Shushu imagines her fox evolving from a weak creature into a powerful guardian. Shushu concludes that a stronger Rikshasa would be useful for surviving the dangerous events to come. Shushu feels conflicted as she remembers the streaming level allows her to read the Duke's thoughts.
To multiple, sharp soundings, Shushu reaches out and makes her final selection on the system screen.
To a sudden, loud brack sounding, Shushu is startled by a violent noise against the window. To a sudden, sharp srack sounding, Shushu trembles while wondering if a ghost has entered her room. To a sudden, sharp duck sounding, a shadowy hand appears on the glass, terrifying the young princess. To a sudden, loud wah sounding, Shushu screams and dives under her pillow to hide. To a soft, quiet henning sounding, a heavy silence falls over the ornate bedroom once again. Shushu cautiously peeks from under her white pillow to see if the threat has vanished.
Seeing no one there, Shushu assumes the child's shadow she saw was just a trick of her eyes.
Shushu is reminded of the two mysterious boys who helped her during her past trials.
Shushu decides she must ask her staff about the boys while Rikshasa watches her curiously. To a sudden, sharp kaget sounding, the dark-haired boy asks why she is so shocked to see him. To a soft, quiet huffed sounding, Shushu notes the boy's pouty face is identical to the Duke's. The boy mocks Shushu for being a coward, but she quickly denies his claim. Shushu realizes the boy wasn't a ghost, but the person who just climbed through her window. The boy boasts about his bravery and how simple it was to scale the castle wall.
To a low, rhythmic, to a soft, quiet, sounding, the two children share a long and silent stare down. To a soft, quiet, Mundor sounding, Shushu is confused as the boy suddenly backs away from her.
To multiple, sharp drop soundings, the boy begins running toward the other side of the room.
Shushu and Rikshasa are completely baffled by the boy's strange and sudden behavior.
To a sudden, sharp lompat sounding, the dark-haired boy leaps high into the air toward the bed.
To a sudden, sharp duck sounding, Daniel leaps high into the air toward the bed.
To multiple, sharp soundings, the dark-haired boy and Shushu tumble onto the soft mattress.
To a sudden, sharp pots sounding, Shushu and her fox celebrate their successful landing.
To multiple, sharp suit soundings, Daniel is frustrated that Shushu remains entirely unfazed by his prank. To a sudden, sharp syet sounding, Daniel storms off while Shushu asks why he is leaving.
A system window reveals Daniel's inner conflict about his unintended kindness toward the young princess.
To a sudden, sharp syut sounding, Daniel struggles to understand why Shushu views his behavior as good. To a soft, quiet astaga sounding, a maid finds Shushu and her fox pretending to be asleep.
The next morning, Shushu and her fox enjoy a snowy walk outside the massive castle.
To a soft, shimmering cling sounding, the maids are completely overwhelmed by Shushu's adorable morning happiness. Rubis calls out to the princess as she explores the snowy grounds with the castle staff.
To multiple, sharp anguk soundings, Rubis politely offers to guide Shushu through the nearby snowy hills.
Rubis explains the Duke's noble mission of protecting the northern border from dangerous invading monsters.
To a sudden, sharp tap sounding, Rubis describes how the family's combat strength is inherited through generations.
Shushu notes that Rubis is a talented storyteller, making his historical explanations engaging and easy to understand.
The story reminds Shushu of her past father gently stroking her head while she slept.
A warm vision shows her past father reading under a tree, wishing for a family reunion.
Rubis directs Shushu's attention toward the vast snow-covered mountains and forests surrounding the Duke's estate. Rubis warns the princess to avoid the mountains, as terrifying monsters frequently appear in those regions.
Rubis explains the Duke's residence is intentionally close to the monster forest to better protect local citizens.
To a soft, quiet Jemberut sounding, Shushu pouts while wondering why she is the only weak one.
To a sudden, sharp hachi sounding, Rubis suggests returning to the castle as the winter worsens.
To multiple, sharp drop soundings, Rubis carries Shushu inside while Raziel runs down the grand staircase.
To multiple, sharp drop soundings, Raziel loses his balance while rushing with a large stack of books.
To a sudden, loud gadubrak sounding, Raziel falls hard onto the carpeted floor, scattering his heavy books.
To a sudden, sharp plaque sounding, Raziel rudely slaps away the hand of a maid trying to help.
To a sudden, sharp set sounding, Shushu realizes Raziel's face is red with embarrassment rather than physical pain. To a soft, quiet sounding, Shushu decides she must be the one to approach the upset boy. Raziel remains on his knees, looking frustrated and ashamed as he clutches a single blue book.
Shushu walks over to the fallen boy while he watches her with a surprised and dazed expression.
To a soft, shimmering senyum sounding, Shushu offers her hand and asks the boy to take it.
To multiple, sharp focus soundings, Shushu kneels down to carefully inspect Raziel's small, scraped knee.
To a soft, shimmering senyum sounding, Shushu celebrates because the boy's minor injury will heal quickly.
To a sudden, sharp pungut sounding,
Raciel asks the princess if her own body is hurt from falling. Shushu brightly explains that she is perfectly fine because she falls down very often during her adventures.
To a sudden, sharp ta-top sounding, Raciel stares intensely at Shushu and bluntly tells her she is beautiful. To a soft, quiet ha-ha-ha sounding, Shushu laughs after the young boy compares her to a celestial angel.
To a soft, shimmering senyum sounding, Raciel smiles and admits he has never been told such kind words.
To a soft, shimmering cling sounding, Shushu is overwhelmed by how incredibly cute the boy looks when smiling.
Shushu apologizes for her earlier behavior, and Raciel asks if she wants to see his entire book collection.
To a sudden, sharp grep sounding, Raciel tightly clutches his research book as he prepares to share it.
The two children share a close and curious look as Raciel prepares to reveal his secret findings.
To a soft, quiet hee-hee sounding, Shushu is delighted to discover the book is actually about powerful magic. To a sudden, sharp set sounding, Raciel promises to bring his most interesting books to Shushu's room later. To multiple, sharp drop soundings, Shushu waves goodbye as Raciel excitedly runs off toward his private study.
Shushu reflects on Raciel's secretive nature, wondering why he hides the results of his magical research.
To a soft, quiet glek sounding, Rubus is completely stunned by the friendly interaction he just witnessed.
To a low, rhythmic gru sounding, the attendant recalls that Raciel is usually extremely sensitive and avoids all touch.
To a sudden, sharp tep sounding, Rubus notes this is the first time Raciel has allowed direct physical contact.
Shushu remains confused after hearing Raciel usually rejects everyone, as he accepted her help with no hesitation.
Thought bubbles explain that the third prince, Raciel, always keeps to himself while studying magic in the library. Rubus observes that Raciel hasn't smiled like that since the Duchess passed away, while Shushu notes the boy's beauty.
To a soft, quiet sounding, Shushu asks Rubus why the studious prince still speaks with a lisp just like her.
To a low, rhythmic gru sounding, Rubus ponders if Raciel's behavior stems from his obsession with magic or psychological trauma.
To a sudden, sharp grep sounding, Shushu realizes that even Rubus, who is closest to the Duke, knows little about the princess.
Shushu eagerly hopes to meet the mysterious boy again while looking at several thick books about ancient magic.
Rubus continues to explain many things to Shushu as she sits comfortably on her large, ornate bed.
Rubus describes the first and second princes as skilled swordsmen who are considered worthy candidates to become the next duke. Narrations explain that only the third prince possesses a genius-level talent and focuses his entire life on becoming a powerful mage. Shushu reflects on how her three cousins died young in her past life, which is why she lacks information about them.
To a soft, quiet, sounding, Shushu pulls at her hair in frustration while trying to remember details about the boys.
A sudden voice interrupts Shushu's snack time, asking her exactly what she is doing all alone.
To a sudden, sharp kaget sounding, Shushu is startled to see Daniel has climbed through her window yet again.
Shushu warns Daniel that climbing windows is dangerous, but he casually boasts that it is easy for someone as strong as him.
Daniel playfully asks Shushu what she is doing, but she dismisses his curiosity while he hums a happy tune.
Daniel looks curiously at the plate of colorful desserts on the table and asks the princess what they are.
To multiple, sharp soundings, Shushu recalls how the kind knights used their own wages to buy her various sweet treats.
Shushu happily explains that the knights are very kind to her, while Daniel hides a mysterious object behind his back.
Shushu spots the toy sword Daniel is holding and wonders why he brought such an unusual item to her room.
To a soft, quiet hisk sounding, Daniel feels jealous and hurt because his own knights never gave him any gifts.
To a sudden, sharp ting sounding, A system window reveals Daniel's competitive thought that his gift is far superior to others.
Daniel stares at Shushu while the system window reveals his deep confusion over why the knights ignored him for so long.
To a soft, quiet suit sounding, Shushu is surprised because she assumed the northern princes lived without any wants or needs. To a sudden, sharp clink sounding, Daniel abruptly decides to leave the room, while Shushu wonders about his sudden change in mood.
Daniel sits quietly on the edge of a high stone ledge, clutching his toy sword while looking out over the landscape.
The next morning, a group of cheerful knights greets Shushu warmly as she explores the castle grounds.
To a sudden, loud wah sounding, Shushu feels more comfortable at the training arena than she did during the formal dinner. To a sudden, sharp ta-top sounding, Shushu feels confused because the dark-haired boy across the table is staring intensely at her. To multiple, sharp soundings, Shushu notices the Duke's serious expression and worries about the future of their shared meals.
To a soft, quiet shoot sounding, Shushu walks through a field of flowers while thinking about how strange her current situation is.
Shushu looks at the target dummies in the training area and wonders why the place feels so strangely familiar.
One of the knights asks about Aiden's whereabouts, and his companion suggests he might have headed into the forest early.
To a soft, quiet whoosh sounding, a light-haired knight mentions his desire to introduce Aiden to the young princess.
A knight explains that Aiden is currently in the forest, where a cloaked boy sits alone on a fallen log.
To a sudden, sharp tap sounding, Shushu's attention is drawn to a group of knights scuffling in the distance. To multiple loud wah soundings, a blue-haired boy struggles excitedly against the knights who are trying to hold him back.
To a soft, shimmering clang sounding, the blue-haired boy glows with joy as he finally manages to break free.
To multiple sharp drop soundings, the blue-haired boy runs toward Shushu, shouting that he has brought a special gift for her.
Shushu asks if the boy is all right after seeing him covered in dirt, and he assures her that he is perfectly fine.
To a sudden, loud ta-da sounding, the boy presents a bunch of magical balloons that are enchanted to never pop.
A knight scolds the young wizards for wasting magic on balloons, but they laugh and admit they are obsessed with Shushu. To a soft, quiet flu sounding, the light-haired knight offers to tie the long balloon strings securely around Shushu's waist. To a sudden, sharp set sounding, Shushu watches with excitement as the knight finishes tying the colorful balloons to her belt.
To a sudden, sharp suit sounding, Shushu is stunned as the powerful lift of the balloons begins to pull her off the ground.
To multiple loud soundings, Shushu screams with delight as she begins to fly, while the knights panic and reach out for her.
To a soft, quiet hosh sounding, the knights apologize to Shushu after she is safely returned to the ground with fewer balloons.
A narration explains that the young wizards were severely scolded by Ted after the dangerous flying incident.
To a sudden, sharp suit sounding, Shushu excitedly describes her flight as amazing, making the knights struggle to hide their laughter.
A knight asks Shushu if she would like to watch a special performance prepared by the soldiers, and she eagerly accepts. To a sudden, loud ha-ha sounding, Daniel watches the laughing crowd from a distance and wonders what they find so funny. To multiple, sharp top soundings, Daniel's arrival causes the laughing knights to fall silent.
To a soft, quiet gulp sounding, Daniel wonders why the atmosphere shifts whenever he enters the room.
To a sudden, sharp pzaik sounding, a knight offers a formal greeting to the second prince. To a soft, quiet gulp sounding, Daniel offers a stiff greeting, while Shushu returns it with a hesitant wave. To a sudden, loud sting sounding, Daniel announces that group sword practice will begin immediately. To a soft, quiet worry sounding, the knights anxiously beg to cancel the training, but Daniel coldly rejects them.
To a soft, quiet sob sounding, Daniel insists on training today, despite the lack of a formal schedule.
To multiple soft sob soundings, the system reveals the knight's despair over losing their time with Shushu.
To a sudden, sharp grip sounding, Shushu grabs Daniel's sleeve and affectionately calls him her brother.
To a soft, quiet sob sounding, a system window reveals Daniel's inner jealousy over the princess's popularity.
Daniel reflects on his childhood of forced maturity and lack of gifts while staring at the girl.
To a sudden, sharp shock sounding, Shushu's request for Daniel to play with her leaves him completely startled.
To a soft, quiet swoosh sounding, Daniel claims he is too brave for games, despite secretly wanting to play.
To a sudden, sharp slap sounding, Daniel tells Shushu to leave and accidentally pushes her away.
To a sudden, loud thud sounding, the young princess grunts in pain after falling hard onto the ground. To a low, rhythmic heartbeat sounding, Daniel's heart sinks as he realizes the impact of his rough actions.
Ted shouts out in alarm after witnessing the second prince's aggressive behavior toward the girl.
To a sudden, sharp set sounding, Ted rushes to the princess's side to check if she is injured.
Daniel stands frozen with a look of deep guilt and distress after hurting his younger cousin.
Ted gently pulls the princess into a protective embrace to comfort her after the fall.
To multiple sharp dash soundings, Daniel flees the scene in shame while Ted calls out to him.
To a soft, quiet worry sounding, Ted explains that Daniel is young and struggles to control his strength.
To a sudden, sharp shock sounding, Shushu is surprised to see the prince's deep footprints in the earth. Ted admits Daniel is naturally rough, but offers to take any punishment on the prince's behalf.
To a soft, quiet gulp sounding, the knights bow deeply while offering their most sincere apologies.
To multiple sharp tap soundings, Shushu brushes off the incident, noting that children often have small scuffles.
Shushu reflects on how Daniel is misunderstood by others as he sits alone by a window.
To multiple sharp dash soundings, Shushu ignores the knight's calls and runs off with her fox companion.
Shushu asserts her authority by declaring her departure is an official order that the knights must follow.
To a sudden, loud boing sounding, the knights stand in stunned silence as the princess sprints away.
The knights watch in disbelief as Shushu and her fox dash across the castle grounds with speed.
To a soft, quiet flop sounding, a single blue balloon floats high above the snowy mountain range.
A cloaked boy stands alone in the forest, wondering who has dared to enter his sanctuary. To multiple sharp dash soundings, Shushu follows the boy, while the fox detects his scent nearby.
To a soft, quiet swoosh sounding, Shushu spots the cloaked figure ahead and prepares to catch him.
The princess pauses for a moment, realizing she has traveled much further than she originally intended.
To multiple sharp dash soundings, Shushu notices that her legs feel remarkably energetic despite the long run.
Narrations reveal that Shushu's dormant family power is beginning to manifest within the castle walls.
To multiple sharp dash soundings, Shushu shouts a loud greeting as she closes in on the boy. Daniel is shocked as Shushu yells for him to stop running and finally face her. To multiple sharp soundings, Shushu's supernatural strength propels her through the air toward the stunned boy. To a sudden, loud thud sounding, Shushu successfully tackles Daniel into a deep bank of soft snow. To a sudden, sharp grip sounding, Daniel demands to know why the princess is relentlessly following him.
To multiple sharp thump soundings, Shushu playfully hits Daniel while complaining about his sudden, rude escape.
Shushu points out that the prince's erratic behavior is causing distress among the castle's brave knights.
To a soft, quiet swoosh sounding, Daniel blushes and accuses Shushu of being arrogant because she is pretty.
Shushu tilts her head in confusion, unable to understand the boy's sudden and aggressive outburst.
To a soft, quiet huh sounding,
Shushu realizes that the prince simply lacks the ability to express feelings.
To a sudden, sharp chime sounding, Shushu recalls a contradictory fan from her past life as a streamer.
To a soft, quiet ha sounding, Shushu concludes that Daniel is a classic northern boy who hides affection.
Shushu gazes up at the boy with large, curious green eyes. To a sudden, loud ta-da sounding, Shushu presents a chocolate chip cookie and happily asks him to eat and play.
Daniel stubbornly refuses the treat, telling the girl she should eat it herself instead of treating him like a child.
To a sudden, sharp grip sounding, Shushu catches his arm and insists that they eat together.
To a sudden, loud thud sounding, Daniel yells his refusal while accidentally causing the girl to fall and lose her cookie.
Shushu sits on the ground, mentally noting the prince's unexpectedly rough and difficult personality.
To multiple loud soundings, Shushu begins a theatrical fake crying fit to test Daniel's reaction.
To multiple loud soundings, Shushu wails that her cookie is ruined and her balloons flew away.
To a soft, quiet burr sounding, Shushu peeks through her fingers, wondering if the boy intends to hit her.
Shushu's large green eyes fill with tears as she continues her dramatic performance.
To a soft, quiet drip sounding, Daniel stares at her with genuine, guilt-ridden tears falling from his blue eyes. Shushu is frozen in complete shock after witnessing the prince's unexpected and sincere emotional breakdown. To a sudden, sharp shock sounding, Shushu stops her act and frantically asks the boy why he is crying. To multiple, sharp zip soundings, Daniel wipes his face and offers a stuttering, heartfelt apology. Daniel looks away with a deep blush, his expression filled with intense shame and regret. To a soft, quiet pat sounding, Shushu tells him not to cry because she is not actually hurt.
To multiple, sharp zip soundings, Daniel claims a knight doesn't cry and that his eyes merely sting. To multiple, soft pat soundings, Shushu comfortingly pats him and suggests they head home to play together.
Daniel notices a small, red scratch on Shushu's hand and holds it with deep concern.
To a low, rhythmic heartbeat sounding, Daniel fears that everyone, including his own father, will hate him for his actions.
Shushu smiles warmly and holds his hand, telling him there is absolutely no need to worry.
Shushu mentally vows to help Daniel become a beloved child so that he can repay her kindness later.
Shushu asks if he's coming, and the two walk together toward the snowy mountains.
Daniel pauses and looks back, sensing that something is slightly wrong as they walk together. To a soft, quiet swoosh sounding, the pair realizes they have wandered much deeper into the forest than intended.
A narration explains that they both crossed a magical door while chasing one another through the castle grounds.
To a soft, quiet ha sounding, Shushu realizes the scenery is different and remembers she was forbidden from entering this forest.
Shushu determines that they must immediately leave the forest through the visible magical gate.
Daniel places a hand on Shushu's shoulder, promising to go back for her lost balloon before they leave.
A single red balloon floats high among the dark, snow-covered trees of the magical forest.
To multiple, sharp dash soundings, Daniel runs off into the woods to take responsibility, while Shushu calls for him.
To a soft, quiet swoosh sounding, Shushu gets an ominous feeling that something bad is about to happen.
Shushu calls for Rikshasa and decides they must immediately chase after the second prince.
To multiple, sharp top soundings, Shushu and her fox dash across the dark forest ground, looking for the boy.
To a soft, quiet shh sounding, Rikshasa warns that the forest's aura is very unpleasant and monsters may be near.
To multiple, loud growl soundings, Shushu tells Rikshasa to bite any monster that dares to appear nearby.
Daniel suddenly reappears holding the red balloon and asks the princess why she is still there.
To a soft, quiet sounding, Daniel calls Shushu a spicy little chili, while secretly feeling impressed by her.
To multiple, sharp flap soundings, birds flee the dark trees as Daniel warns that monsters sometimes appear here.
To a low, rhythmic heartbeat sounding, Daniel suddenly pulls Shushu into a protective, tight embrace.
To a sudden, loud boom sounding, Daniel leaps away as a massive impact craters the ground behind them. To a sudden, sharp slide sounding, Daniel protectively shields Shushu while sliding across the cold snow. A terrifying monster with a massive mouth and sharp fangs looms in the heavy shadows of the trees. To a sudden, loud thud sounding, a giant, horned imp monster crashes down heavily before them.
Narration identifies the creature as a fallen fairy called an imp that hunts in groups as Daniel draws his sword.
To multiple, sharp dash soundings, Shushu climbs onto Rikshasa's back to avoid interfering with Daniel's fight. To multiple, sharp dash soundings, Shushu realizes with horror that two more massive monsters have appeared.
To a soft, quiet slip sounding, Shushu struggles to maintain her grip on the fox's back during the escape.
To a sudden, loud thud sounding, the young princess falls hard onto the frozen forest floor.
To multiple, loud ha-ha soundings, a black imp towers over the fallen Shushu while she grunts in pain.
To a sudden, loud whoosh sounding, a massive shadow looms over the terrified princess.
To a soft, quiet Syuk sounding, the cloaked boy leaps in to intercept the monster's strike.
To a soft, quiet whoosh sounding, the boy stares down the beast with cold, unwavering focus.
To multiple, sharp soundings, the boy grunts in pain while holding back the monster's weight.
Daniel yells a warning to the princess while desperately blocking the beast's giant, sharp claws.
To a sudden, sharp crat sounding, Daniel's sword clashes violently against the monster's powerful arm.
Daniel grits his teeth and calls out to Shushu while the beast lets out a roar.
Daniel curses his luck and realizes he must finish the fight to protect the princess.
Shushu's vision begins to blur as she notes the boy's energy feels strangely dark and familiar.
Rikshasa senses a frightening, oppressive aura and wonders why the boy's energy feels so heavy.
To multiple, sharp soundings, the boy draws his blade and prepares a final, decisive strike.
With a blinding flash of energy, the boy delivers a powerful blow to the towering beast.
To multiple, sharp soundings, the monster dissipates into black smoke as the boy stands victorious.
To multiple, sharp drap soundings, Aiden and Daniel stand together after defeating the massive forest creature.
To multiple, soft pat soundings, Daniel rushes to Shushu and sighs in relief when she is safe.
Daniel looks at the princess and asks if she has been in this forest since earlier. To a sudden, sharp anguk sounding, Aiden bows respectfully and greets Daniel as the second prince.
Shushu is frozen in shock as she realizes the boy's voice is one she has heard.
Shushu recalls a boy from her past life who once offered a warning in her dreams.
Shushu remembers seeing the boy's face clearly in her previous life, though it was slightly blurred.
To a sudden, sharp set sounding, Shushu realizes she recognized the boy as soon as she heard him.
To a sudden, sharp sret sounding, Daniel notices the princess's pale expression and asks what is wrong.
To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Shushu's mind is filled with a vision of the boy as an adult.
Shushu's memories return to her past life, where she was a woman facing a dark fate.
To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Shushu wonders why the boy she just met is in her memories.
Narration reveals that the face before Shushu is one she could never forget from her past. Shushu remembers being a woman in a purple dress waiting for a harsh death sentence.
Shushu identifies the grown boy as the rebel commander who once sentenced her to death.
To a sudden, loud blar sounding, Shushu recalls the castle being stormed by a mob during a revolution.
An angry crowd shouts for the tyrant princess to be executed for the deaths of their families.
Shushu remembers the rebel commander staring down at her with a face full of intense hatred.
The rebel commander looms over Shushu on the day of her execution with a grim, cold expression.
To a sudden, loud seuk sounding, the heavy blade of a guillotine falls toward the kneeling princess.
To a sudden, sharp crat sounding, Shushu reflects on her tragic and terrifying end in her previous life.
Shushu realizes that the person who killed her before has now saved her life in this world. A group of angry citizens calls for the commander to lead them through the castle grounds.
To a sudden, sharp set sounding, Daniel asks Shushu why she is acting so strangely and quiet.
Shushu is startled by the sudden shouting as her uncle and several knights arrive on the scene.
To a soft, quiet ha sounding, a tall, red-haired man stares in disbelief after finding the princess.
The man scolds Daniel for entering the forbidden forest despite being explicitly banned from the area.
To a sudden, sharp set sounding, Shushu claims her balloon flew away, and Daniel was simply helping her.
The man scolds Daniel for bringing a small child into such a dangerous and monster-infested forest.
To a sudden, loud paluk sounding, Shushu hugs Daniel while insisting that he was protecting her from monsters.
The man asks Daniel if he has properly learned the values and responsibilities of knighthood.
To multiple sharp soundings, Daniel is shocked when his father praises him instead of delivering a scolding.
Daniel's father praises him for his hard work while the boy reflects on his own surprise.
To multiple sharp talk soundings, Shushu stomps her foot and tells the man his praise is incorrect.
Shushu insists that the man must gently pat the prince on the head as a reward. To a soft, quiet Elis sounding, the red-haired man praises Daniel and tells him to keep protecting her.
To a soft, quiet glenging sounding, Daniel blushes and finally realizes that his father truly cares for him.
Shushu promises she's on Daniel's side, and the surprised prince asks her to repeat the vow.
Aiden watches Shushu and Daniel from the shadows as they hold hands in the snow. The red-haired man asks Aiden why he's there, and the boy explains he came to help after hearing a disturbance.
The man tells Aiden to respect the princess, and Shushu is struck by a sudden, sharp shock sounding.
Aiden formally introduces himself, noting he has already heard much about the princess from his teacher.
To a soft, quiet cluck sounding, the black-haired boy bows deeply to the young princess. Aiden thinks to himself that while he doesn't believe in gods, he might believe in angels now.
To a soft, quiet gling sounding, Aiden stares at Shushu and thinks she looks like a true angel.
To a soft, quiet pajam sounding, Shushu tries to close her eyes and forget her terrifying past memories.
To a sudden, sharp set sounding, Shushu hides behind Daniel while stuttering a thank you to Aiden.
Shushu trembles with fear as her mind fills with images of the guillotine and her past execution.
To multiple soft brr soundings, Shushu reflects that this monster wasn't nearly as scary as her past fate. To a sudden, sharp set sounding, the red-haired man bans Daniel from entering the forest with Shushu.
The group begins their long walk back through the snowy woods as the man calls for home.
Narration explains that Aiden was destined to be the princess's fated partner from the moment he was born.
A decorative frame confirms that the two children were born into the world as a fated pair.
Shushu and Aiden float together in a magical blue void that represents their deep and inescapable destiny.
To multiple sharp hosh soundings, a flashback shows Daniel training while asking his father about the fated connection.
Aiden reflects on the painful physical sensation he experiences whenever his fated partner is in any danger.
To a sudden, sharp grep sounding, Aiden clutches his chest and notes how clearly he can feel her.
A visual representation shows a divine Shushu watching over Aiden as he prepares for his future battles.
To a sudden, sharp girt sounding, Aiden realizes Shushu is his partner, but wonders why she fears him. The two children walk back together, though Shushu remains visibly tense and keeps her distance from Aiden.
They arrive back at the castle as a voice calls out to the princess from the distance. To a sudden, loud wah sounding, the knights cry in relief as the red-haired man carries Shushu. To multiple, sharp sleigh soundings, the first prince scolds the knights for failing to protect the little princess. To multiple, loud grue soundings, the prince calls them foolish bears for neglecting Shushu while showing off. To multiple, soft hicks soundings, the knights cry as Shushu realizes she must defend them from the scolding. To a sudden, sharp set sounding, Shushu shouts that it wasn't the knights' fault while they look on emotionally. The red-haired man remains stern, insisting the knights will still be punished for their failure as they prostrate.
To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Shushu and Aiden lock eyes again, causing her another moment of shock.
To a sudden, loud suit sounding, Shushu quickly turns her head away to avoid looking at the black-haired boy.
Aiden stares at the princess with a blank expression, seemingly confused by her sudden and cold reaction.
To multiple, sharp drop soundings, Daniel pulls Shushu away while asking why she looks so troubled and pale.
To multiple, soft gling soundings, Daniel leads Shushu into a beautiful, sunlit garden filled with blooming winter flowers.
Daniel explains that the magical garden was his mother's pride and remains enchanted so flowers bloom year-round. Daniel notes that his brother and Raciel work hard to maintain the magical flowers for the castle garden.
Daniel looks at a portrait of his late mother while explaining his father's wish to keep it enchanted.
Shushu laughs cheerfully while Daniel jumps back in a sudden shock, clearly flustered by her adorable reaction.
To a soft, quiet ehem sounding, Daniel coughs while a system prompt reveals he finds Shushu incredibly cute. Shushu looks up from the tea table and asks if Mowgli is also a knight of the castle. Shushu reflects on meeting these people for the first time in this life while enjoying tea and strawberries.
Daniel confirms Mowgli is a knight, but explains he is obsessed with hunting monsters and rarely stays put. Daniel mentions that Mowgli leaves the castle for months at a time during his monster hunting expeditions into the wild. Daniel explains that Mowgli suffers from a severe illness while a figure walks away into the snowy distance.
To a sudden, loud brack sounding, Shushu slams the table in shock, asking what kind of illness he has.
A narration box explains Mowgli suffers from mysophobia, an irrational fear of germs, dirt, and potential infections.
To multiple, soft Garutu soundings, Daniel grumbles about Mowgli's constant need to bathe and pack excessive clean clothes.
To a sudden, loud R sounding, Daniel yells that he does bathe after Shushu asks him a confusing question. To a soft, quiet ha sounding, Daniel sighs and explains the third prince is a strange, library-dwelling wizard. Shushu stares in realization as she identifies the boy as Aiden, her fated partner.
To a soft, quiet sounding, Shushu questions the boy's identity and learns he is her savior.
To a soft, quiet sounding, Shushu ponders how gathering more information will benefit her in the future. Shushu watches Daniel from a distance while reflecting on how their father seems to disregard him completely.
To a sudden, sharp set sounding, Shushu startles Daniel by feeding him a strawberry during their tea time.
Shushu insists that Daniel is the best brother and that her uncle couldn't possibly hate him.
Shushu smiles warmly and reminds the prince that they are part of the same family. Daniel looks down with a melancholic expression, deeply moved by the princess's kind and sincere words. To a soft, quiet string sounding, a magical presence appears while Shushu sleeps with her fox, Rikshasa. To a sudden, loud bangun sounding, Shushu wakes up in a start and looks around her dark room.
Shushu is surprised to find the third prince, Lasil, standing by her bed with a book.
Lasil explains he forgot their meeting because he was completely absorbed in his studies at the library.
Shushu wonders if this intense focus is a sign of his genius, as the boy looks confused.
Lucille smiles gently and confirms that he does indeed remember the promise they made to meet.
To a sudden, loud syang sounding, Lucille excitedly shows off his vast collection of magical books to Shushu.
To multiple, soft cling soundings, Shushu thinks she cannot possibly say no when the prince looks so earnest.
Lucille promises to show Shushu his magical abilities while glowing particles dance around him in the air.
To a sudden, loud grue sounding, Shushu is terrified by a wolf spirit, but Lucille laughs at her.
To a sudden, loud shrying sounding, Lucille creates a glowing orb of light to demonstrate his magical prowess.
To a sudden, loud whoosh sounding, Shushu is amazed that someone so young has such innate magical talent.
Lucille holds out his hand to Shushu as magical flowers and light fill the princess's bedroom.
Shushu feels a pang of jealousy as she wonders why she wasn't born with such incredible talent. Shushu asks if studying is fun and wonders if the prince would be willing to teach her.
To a soft, quiet, cute sounding, Lucille looks away sadly and declines the offer to teach the princess.
To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Shushu experiences a sudden shock as a dark memory fills her mind.
Shushu recalls a portrait of Hainschweig, noting he was the cruelest traitor in her previous life's memories.
A terrifying vision shows Hainschweig standing over a bloody battlefield amidst a burning castle in the distance.
The red-haired man asks Lucille about his cruel teacher and the commands he was given as a vassal.
Lucille's expression turns gloomy and troubled as the conversation shifts toward his stern and mysterious magical teacher.
A flashback reveals the red-haired man meeting with Hainschweig in a grand, sunlit library to discuss matters.
To a sudden, loud plaque sounding, Lucille cringes and covers his ears as he relives a traumatic memory.
Lucille looks at Shushu and asks if she wants to know a secret he has been keeping.
Lucille blushes and smiles while thinking of the secret he is about to share with the princess.
Narration reveals Laciel's plan to introduce his special friend as the moon rises over the snowy palace.
The castle stands silent under a starry sky as the children prepare for their late-night secret meeting.
Shushu refuses to go out in the cold, insisting they should wait until tomorrow to meet his friend.
To a soft, quiet lambai sounding, Shushu waves goodbye as Lucille uses magic to carry his books away.
Lucille smiles brightly and reflects on how he has never heard such kind words in the castle before.
To a sudden, loud mendung sounding, the scene shifts to a gloomy, cloudy winter day at the palace. To a soft, quiet, cute sounding, Shushu and Rakshasa prepare to head out for their promised walk together.
Lucille meets Shushu in the courtyard while carrying a birdcage that contains a mysterious glowing violet orb.
To a sudden, loud shrieing sounding, Lucille leads the princess past the castle guards toward a hidden area.
To a sudden, loud syung sounding, the two children sneak through an open window into a dark hallway.
Shushu wonders if Lucille's friend lives in this abandoned place as they enter a room filled with cobwebs.
Lucille leads Shushu down a dark set of stairs while holding a lantern to light their treacherous way.
Shushu trembles with fear in the darkness and asks Rakshasa to stay close to her side for protection.
Lucille explains he was the only wizard in a family of swordsmen, and his friend always cheered him.
To a sudden, loud cree-eat sounding, the children reach a door, and Lucille announces that they have arrived.
To a soft, quiet, lembut sounding, Lucille happily introduces Shushu to his tiny, fluffy, and horned animal friend.
To a sudden, loud seut sounding, Shushu is shocked to find that the supposed monster is actually very cute.
Shushu introduces herself to the prince while he holds the fluffy white creature.
To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Rakshasa senses danger and warns his master to back away from the suspicious creature.
Shushu asks if the creature is just a small monster, but the fox insists otherwise.
A narration reveals the terrifying shadow of a man-eating monster known as the Red Eater.
Rixasa explains that the high-level monster hides its form to devour human souls. Shushu notes the creature looks different than she expected, as the fox warns it will soon reveal its true self. Shushu tells Lucille to put the monster down, while a narration box expresses pity for his ignorance.
Lucille is confused as Shushu desperately demands he release the creature immediately.
To a sudden, loud bang sounding, the small creature begins a violent and glowing transformation. To a sudden, loud grue sounding, the monster roars while Lucille is thrown back in shock.
Shushu calls out to Lucille while he wonders if the creature is truly growling at them.
Shushu explains that the Red Eater is being forced into its true form by spiritual energy.
Rixasa warns that the monster has already gathered immense power by preying on many human souls.
Shushu realizes this high-level monster is far more dangerous than those she encountered previously.
Shushu wonders how such a creature is here, causing the fox to question why she is asking him.
Lucille trembles and cries, unable to understand why his friend has turned into a monster.
To a sudden, loud whoosh sounding, the massive creature lunges directly at the princess.
To a sudden, loud brack sounding, the monster strikes while Rikshasa tries to intervene.
A system prompt warns of a dimensional crisis, cutting concept power for 30 seconds.
The system reinforces Shushu's baby ego concept to help her manage the crisis.
Shushu feels her mind grow calmer as magical particles shimmer around her.
The Red Eater looms over them, making it nearly impossible for the children to escape.
Rikshasa urges Shushu to call for help while she realizes she cannot run away in time.
Shushu calls out to Lucille, pleading for his assistance in the face of the monster.
Shushu tells Lucille to go outside and find someone to help them immediately.
Shushu insists the creature is not his friend, while Lucille continues to cry in denial.
Shushu holds onto the trembling prince, trying to provide comfort and focus.
Lucille looks back at Shushu, his eyes filled with fear and uncertainty.
The prince stares in silence as the weight of the situation sinks in.
Shushu looks at Lucille with determination and promises to be his friend forever.
Lucille agrees to use his magic so they can both fly away to safety. To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, a massive shadow claw looms over the small princess.
Shushu looks up at the impending threat with a calm and analytical gaze.
The princess remains composed even as the monster's claw closes in on her.
To a sudden, loud shriek sounding, Shushu unleashes a powerful burst of magical energy.
A system prompt announces that the delayed selection time has finally returned.
Shushu looks relieved as she is surrounded by beautiful, glowing blue flowers.
The system celebrates reaching 1,000 viewers by offering to increase one of her abilities.
Shushu remembers that Daniel's arrival previously prevented her from making this important choice. The Red Eater is momentarily pushed back as smoke and dust fill the room. Shushu reaches out toward the floating system window to make her selection. Shushu decides to trust the system once more to get them out of this danger.
To a sudden, quick tuck sounding, Shushu begs for strength as she taps the level up option.
A system notification confirms that her streaming level has increased from 3 to 4.
The system reveals that Shushu has now achieved the rank of Viscount as a streamer. A celebratory message announces that the Dimensional Infinity Store has been unlocked.
To a soft, quiet pot sounding, magical birds and flowers appear as the interface shifts. Shushu bows her head, focusing her remaining energy on the new system features. The system encourages Shushu to buy necessary items to continue growing her channel. To a sudden, sharp bzzzt sounding, Lucille uses his magic to shield Shushu from the monster's attack. Shushu desperately calls for time as she activates a system item. To a soft, quiet poof sounding, Shushu successfully retrieves the mysterious bottle from the floating store. The terrifying Red Eater looms closer,
its shadowy form casting a dark pall over everything.
To multiple loud bzzzt soundings, Lucille struggles to maintain his magical shield against the monster's onslaught. Shushu realizes that Lucille's magic is failing and he won't be able to last long.
A system notification describes the potent pepper powder as a weapon that causes excruciating pain.
To a sudden, loud suit sounding, Shushu hurls the magical powder directly at the looming beast.
To a sudden, loud da-ash sounding, the bottle explodes and coats the monster in powder.
The children watch in stunned silence as the powder begins to take its immediate effect. To multiple, loud uhuk soundings, the Red Eater recoils in agony from the pepper's burn.
Shushu commands Rikshasa to finish off the weakened monster while they have the chance.
To a sudden, loud gru sounding, the fox warns that the consumed souls are now awakening. Shushu checks if they have any more powder, while the fox produces another bottle.
To a sudden, loud grep sounding, Rikshasa catches the second bottle of powder in his mouth.
To multiple, loud drop soundings, the children and the fox flee as the shadowy mass grows.
To a sudden, loud shrieking sounding, the Red Eater prepares to strike with renewed, ghostly fury.
To a sudden, loud whoosh sounding, the monster lunges as the children scream in sheer terror.
To a sudden, loud suit sounding, Rikshasa leaps forward to deliver the final blow to the beast.
To a sudden, loud prang sounding, the bottle shatters and unleashes a massive cloud of powder.
To a soft, quiet samar sounding, a mysterious silhouette appears within the swirling dust and smoke.
To a sudden, loud sighing sounding, a skilled swordsman draws his blade with lethal, cold precision. The massive monster is instantly destroyed as a powerful cross-slash tears through its dark core. To a sudden, loud whoosh sounding, a dark-haired knight stands victorious amidst the dissipating shadows. To a sudden, loud seeing sounding, the knight complains about his clean clothes being ruined by blood. To multiple, soft tap soundings, Lucille recognizes the man as his brother and calls out tentatively. To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Shushu worries if the knight is angry about their secret meeting. To a soft, quiet gyut sounding, the brother notes Shushu's small size and questions their presence.
Lucille gazes at the empty spot where his monster friend once stood with profound sadness.
Tears fill Lucille's eyes as the reality of his lost companion finally begins to sink in.
To a sudden, loud grep sounding, the brother roughly grabs Lucille by his white shirt collar. The knight tells Lucille to snap out of it and stop pitying the dangerous monster. The brother asks if Lucille has lost his mind from being so terrified of the creature. To a sudden, loud gru sounding, the knight asks if Lucille was responsible for bringing it. To a sudden, loud say et sounding, Shushu steps in front of Lucille and threatens the knight. The dark-haired brother is left speechless by the tiny princess's fierce and unexpected defensive stance. Lucille cowers behind Shushu as a large shadow falls over the two trembling children. Shushu gently comforts the crying prince, promising once again that she will be his friend. Lucille's brother touches the blood on his face, looking confused by the current emotional scene. To multiple loud bzz soundings, a round pink bird chirps aggressively at Shushu from the air. To a sudden loud duck sounding, the knight wonders why his heart feels so heavy and tight. The morning sun rises over the palace walls as the long, dangerous night finally ends. To a sudden, loud hachi sounding, Rikshasa sneezes as the lingering pepper powder irritates his nose. Lucille offers to use his magic to resolve the situation, and Shushu agrees with him. The knight watches the children from a distance, his expression unreadable as they begin their cleanup. A nostalgic vision shows Shushu embracing Lucille, highlighting the deep bond they have formed today. Narration reveals that previously, the only person in Lucille's life was his stern magical teacher.
A dark narration box emphasizes the long-standing isolation the young prince has endured at court.
Shushu smiles brightly amidst blooming flowers, causing the narrator to question her true identity and origins.
To a soft, quiet gyute sounding, Rikshasa warns his master that someone is approaching their current position.
A gray-haired man with red eyes greets Shushu with a polite and formal royal salute.
A sudden, sharp deg sounding occurs as Shushu stares at the bloody, dark-haired knight standing before the palace.
To a soft, quiet set sounding, the gray-haired man bows and introduces himself as Heinschweig Orman, a servant to the prince. Shushu politely greets the man while secretly reminding herself to stay alert around this mysterious new figure. Narration warns of a cunning person as a dark silhouette stands against an ominous, serpent-filled background.
To a sudden, cold brr sounding, the fox shivers as Lucille tentatively greets his stern magical teacher.
Shushu calls out to the prince, while Lucille looks down with a faint, melancholy smile.
Heinschweig explains he came immediately upon hearing of the danger to his only student, apologizing for his late arrival. A vision shows the gray-haired man leading the young Lucille on a literal leash through a shimmering void. Shushu wonders if all magicians treat their students with such extreme binding spells and harsh control. Shushu questions how Heinschweig and Mowgli both knew exactly where to find them in the basement.
Heinschweig bows before the dark-haired knight, acknowledging his presence with a mix of surprise and deference.
Heinschweig admits he wouldn't have come if he'd known Mowgli was here, as the knight thinks of his mother.
Mowgli explains he rushed to the basement after hearing strange noises, while Heinschweig praises his incredible strength. The dark-haired knight stares intensely, his face still stained with the blood of the fallen beast. Heinschweig closes his eyes, seemingly content with the knight's explanation despite the lingering tension in the air. The fox wonders how the monster appeared at the Duke's house in the first place.
Heinschweig suggests understanding the monster's nature first, while Mowgli decides to report everything to their father immediately. Mowgli is determined to find the culprit behind the monster's appearance, causing Heinschweig a sudden, sharp, deg-sounding moment.
Shushu watches the gray-haired man tremble, labeling him a scoundrel for his visible, suspicious reaction to the knight.
To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Lucille remains silent and fearful in the presence of his stern magical teacher.
With a quick lyric sounding, Mowgli glances back and notes that children as young as Lucille still need mothers. Shushu looks at the trembling prince with concern, realizing the depth of his sadness and isolation.
A flashback shows the lonely young prince staring up at a portrait of a woman whose face is obscured. Mowgli offers to escort the princess back while she continues to hold her fox companion tightly. Heinschweig offers to treat Lucille's injuries, and the boy submissively agrees to follow his teacher away.
Shushu feels a surge of annoyance as she watches the man lead the small, vulnerable prince into the mansion.
Mowgli finds the situation strange and asks the princess if it is time for them to leave as well.
Mowgli reveals his father showed him maps showing the princess's room is the first safe haven during castle danger.
Shushu looks up in confusion, unable to understand why her room is considered such a primary destination.
To a sudden, loud kaget sounding, Shushu is startled when Mowgli compares her to a tiny, fragile sparrow. A scream echoes across the palace grounds as someone calls out desperately for the missing princess. To a sudden, loud doing and hicks sounding, the pink-haired maid weeps while Mowgli carries the slow-walking princess. Mowgli dismisses the long story of the night's battle, relieved only that the princess remains safe and unharmed. Mowgli refers to Shushu as a sparrow, startling the knights as he carries her past them and the maid. To a sudden, soft tap sounding, Mowgli's hand supports the tiny princess as he brings her back to safety.
Mowgli wonders how a child can be lighter than a sack of wheat, while the maid insists he bathe. Mowgli recalls a bizarre Willow family standard, where he apparently weighed as much as 8 sacks of wheat. To a sudden, loud hoam sounding, Shushu yawns while Mowgli worries she hasn't been fed properly by his father.
To multiple loud nyam and gurt soundings, Shushu imagines feasting while Mowgli's stomach growls from the long night.
The maid asks the bloody knight to explain what actually happened to the young prince and the princess.
To a sudden, loud kaget sounding, the maid is shocked to hear about the dangerous monster battle.
To multiple soft zizi soundings, Shushu falls fast asleep in the maid's arms while the exhausted knight walks away.
A quiet peace finally settles over the grand palace as night turns to dawn under a starry sky.
To multiple soft zizi soundings, Shushu sleeps soundly on her bed next to her curled-up fox friend.
To multiple loud hoam soundings, the fox wakes the princess, questioning why she has been unconscious since the afternoon.
To a soft, quiet kadir sounding, Shushu rubs her eyes and thinks about needing to find Lucille immediately.
Shushu wonders if her exhaustion is a side effect of using her magical power during the monster encounter.
To a sudden, loud Tiriac sounding, Shushu shouts for the dimensional store to open as the fox watches her.
To a sudden, loud pots sounding, the glowing Infinity Store interface appears before the princess, revealing new items.
Shushu is excited to see a new item added to the store alongside the pepper powder bottle.
A system notification introduces the Love Wand, a magical tool that creates miracles despite its appearance.
The system instructs the user to hold the wand and shout abracadabra like a small child. Shushu is horrified that her points were auto-spent on an embarrassing wand while she was asleep.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp creet sounding as the maid announces a guest's arrival.
To a soft, quiet set sounding, Lucille enters the room while Shushu greets him with happy surprise.
To multiple soft tap soundings, Lucille approaches as Shushu wonders if his teacher treated his wounds well.
Lucille explains his teacher forbade windows after Shushu asks why he used the front door today.
Shushu stares at the young prince, sensing something is deeply wrong with his quiet, somber behavior. To a soft, quiet suit sounding, Lucille's expression shifts, confirming Shushu's suspicion of a hidden, dark problem. A vision shows the gray-haired teacher leading the young Laciel on a literal magic leash through space.
Narration reveals the leash was meant for tracking Lucille's location rather than protecting him from any danger. Despite the late hour, Lucille remains formal as he greets the princess while standing in her room.
A brown-haired man named Lubis enters the room to retrieve the young guest for the Duke.
To a sudden, soft cluck sounding, Lubis apologizes for interrupting the private time between the two children.
To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Lubis explains the Duke has ordered Laciel's immediate presence for an audience. Shushu and her fox worry that the summons is related to the previous night's dangerous monster encounter. To a sudden, loud grep sounding, Shushu grabs Laciel's hand, sensing a need to intervene and help.
The children share a look of quiet resolve as they prepare to face the Duke's judgment together.
With several soundings, Shushu struggles to put on her shoes while Lubis watches her with concern. Shushu realizes that the young prince is likely terrified of his father's reaction to the secret meeting.
Shushu leads Lucille forward with determination, vowing to uncover what is truly happening within the grand mansion.
A sudden, sharp creet sounding occurs as the children arrive at the Duke's grand, ornate meeting room.
Shushu calls for her uncle as they enter the room together with a soft set sounding. The red-haired Duke turns toward the doorway with a surprised expression as the two children arrive together.
To multiple soft bzz soundings, Lubis explains he could not prevent the princess from joining the young prince.
To a sudden, sharp jang sounding, Shushu is shocked to find Hainschweig already meeting with the Duke.
Shushu is disgusted to find the gray-haired scoundrel already reporting his version of events to her uncle. The gray-haired teacher watches the children's arrival with a cold, unreadable, and intensely calm facial expression. A narration bubble questions the true plans and hidden agenda of the mysterious and cunning magical teacher. To a soft, quiet cluck sounding, Lucille bows deeply and nervously greets his father with great deference. The Duke questions Lucille's presence in the basement after hearing Heinschweig's report regarding the dangerous creature. A vision shows Heinschweig manipulating the conversation with Mowgli to ensure he reports to the Duke first.
Narration wonders if the teacher intentionally intercepted the report to frame the entire narrative in his favor.
Shushu views Heinschweig as a venomous creature as he sits and prepares his official written report. Narration reveals that even the knight Mowgli has grown deeply suspicious of the teacher's recent manipulative behavior.
The dark-haired knight Mowgli looks on with intense suspicion, doubting the teacher's true character and hidden motives.
Narration questions if the Duke will favor Heinschweig's report over Mowgli's actual account of the battle.
The red-haired Duke reviews the official letter, while Shushu worries about the teacher's growing, dangerous influence. The Duke harshly asks if Lucille is so weak that he misses his mother's warm, protective embrace.
To a sudden, soft seuk sounding, Lucille hangs his head while Shushu reacts with confusion and shock.
Narration notes that the Red Eater was a high-level monster, emphasizing the extreme danger Lucille faced.
A vision shows the two children together in better times, highlighting their current, shared, difficult struggle.
Shushu is outraged that the Duke treats a small child with such cold and clinical emotional detachment.
Heinschweig requests permission to explain the situation in his formal capacity as the young prince's teacher.
To a sudden, cold shiver sounding, Shushu is repulsed by the teacher's act of false concern and kindness. Narration reveals the teacher is arrogant and frequently treats his subordinates as if they were literal slaves.
Standing up, Heinschweig apologizes to the Duke, claiming the incident resulted from his own personal negligence. The teacher explains that Lucille's gentle nature allows him to better harness and use natural magic power.
To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Lucille looks up with wide, trembling eyes as his teacher speaks.
To a soft, quiet glek sounding, the teacher asks for the Duke's continued patience and mercy for Lucille.
Close-up of Heinschweig's face as he asks for personal recognition. The Duke acknowledges Heinschweig's significant contribution and admits he owes him much.
Lucille hangs his head in defeat, thinking about how this cycle repeats. Shushu's attention is taken by a sudden, soft hicks sounding as she questions the teacher's motives.
Narration questions if the Duke once lost control and took many lives.
The past is revealed, detailing the Duke's terrifying nickname as the Madman of the North.
Shushu wonders why Lucille is blamed if his father shared the same emotional struggles.
To a sudden, quick girt sounding, Shushu resolves to protect Lucille from such cruel words.
Heinschweig fake apologizes to the Duke, claiming he should have taught the prince better.
To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Lucille fearfully agrees with his teacher while the Duke watches. To a sudden, quick set sounding, the Duke notes Lucille's inability to provide clear answers. To a sudden, quick tap sounding, Shushu reacts with a sudden, sharp deg sounding.
To multiple soft brr soundings, Lucille trembles while envisioning a woman crying over papers.
To a sudden loud grue sounding, Shushu grabs his hand with a sudden loud grep sounding.
Shushu shouts that Lucille is innocent and was the one who saved her life.
To a sudden loud teriak sounding, Shushu screams, asking why her uncle only gets angry.
The Duke stands back, explaining he never intended to strike the young boy.
The Duke kneels down to look the children in the eye.
To a sudden, loud kaget sounding, Lucille is stunned that his father wants his story. Shushu realizes she must witness the truth for herself rather than relying on rumors.
The red-haired duke looks down with a complicated, serious expression.
Shushu stares back with a determined and unyielding facial expression.
Shushu reacts with surprise as her uncle addresses her directly.
To a quick lyric sounding, Lucille tearfully apologizes and promises to study harder with his teacher.
Close-up of Lucille's eye as he realizes this is his father's first real question.
Shushu understands that Lucille's silence comes from deep-seated trauma, not just simple fear.
Shushu suspects her uncle is completely unaware of Heinschweig's true manipulative nature.
Narration emphasizes Heinschweig's oppressive control, echoing the chains Shushu felt in her second life.
Heinschweig watches the scene with a cold and calculating stare.
To a sudden, quick-set sounding, the Duke orders Lubis to start an immediate internal investigation.
The Duke commands increased security and a thorough investigation of the princess's residence grounds.
To a sudden, soft cluck sounding, Lubis bows and accepts the mission to deploy senior guards.
To a sudden, quick-set sounding, Shushu is shocked that the confrontation is ending so abruptly. Shushu is frustrated that her uncle seems to be giving up and walking away.
To multiple, quick yet soundings, Shushu struggles in the Duke's arms, refusing to let things end.
A blue system window appears, responding to the streamer's sincere and desperate request.
To a sudden, loud scring sounding, Shushu holds the wand amidst multiple, soft cling soundings. The system instructs Shushu to shout the magical miracle phrase like a small child.
To a soft SETI sounding, Lucille looks dejected as Shushu reacts with a soft coo sounding.
To a sudden, loud scring sounding, Shushu shouts the magic words as the wand glows brightly. Shushu continues her magical shout as the room fills with flowers.
To multiple, sharp deg soundings, Shushu's eyes widen as the magic takes hold of her.
A long, heaving sounding follows as a heavy silence falls over the entire room.
To multiple, soft suit soundings, Shushu is horrified that nothing seems to have happened.
To a sudden, soft haw sounding, Heinschweig begins to lead the silent prince away.
Shushu begs for a chance to stay with Lucille despite the apparent failure.
To a sudden, quick ting sounding, the system confirms the miracle has finally begun.
Heinschweig leads the small prince away through the silent, grand corridor.
Heinschweig asks Lucille if he heard the Duke's harsh and belittling remarks clearly.
The teacher claims the Duke was excessive for humiliating his own son before the princess.
Dark-haired Laciel kneels in dejection as Heinschweig notes the Duke's continued indifference toward him.
Heinschweig promises to make Lucille a great mage while the boy suppresses his tears. Lucille clenches his fists, fearing that showing any anger will only lead to more suffering.
In a dark vision, the teacher manipulates Lucille by claiming that absolutely no one cares.
Lucille recalls his father and siblings turning their backs on him with cold, disappointing words.
Shushu appears in a bright memory, smiling as she promises to always stay by him.
A large, dark hand looms as a voice mockingly tells Lucille that she is unreachable.
Lucille remains kneeling on the floor, dejectedly promising to train even harder to please others.
Heinschweig smiles with cold satisfaction, praising the prince for his submissive and obedient response.
Narration describes the smiling teacher as a demon from hell, highlighting his truly wicked nature.
Shushu is frustrated that her red-haired uncle is physically preventing her from seeing her friend. Shushu reacts with shock as she is told that the young prince requires medical care. Reviewing reports, Shushu questions the severity of Lucille's injuries and the nature of his treatment.
To a sudden, sharp bzzzt sounding, Shushu wonders why magic cannot heal him instantly today. Worrying deeply, Shushu asks her fox friend, Rikshasa, to go and check on the prince.
Rikshasa demands a reward of 3 pieces of meat, to which Shushu quickly and eagerly agrees.
Shushu notices her uncle watching her and asks why he keeps staring so intently.
Close-up of the red-haired Duke as he looks on with a silent and contemplative expression.
Shushu is confused and questions if her uncle is actually monitoring her every single move.
To a sudden, sharp bzzzt sounding, Shushu reacts with extreme annoyance at her uncle's constant surveillance. The Duke wonders if Shushu only hears that one specific word within the castle walls.
Shushu asks if her uncle is close to Lucille, but he remains non-committal and distant.
Shushu laughs awkwardly while her uncle watches with a questioning and somewhat puzzled look.
As Shushu sleeps, narration reveals the current emperor ascended after killing his siblings and hates Scarlet.
A vision shows the golden-haired emperor and a red-haired knight amidst the aftermath of war.
Narration explains that as the only survivor, the princess would never be treated with kindness.
Shushu sits with a somber expression, reflecting on the harsh realities of her bloodline's past. A vision shows the Duke standing over defeated nobles who were involved in his sister's death.
The sleeping princess mutters an apology while a bright, magical aura surrounds her bed.
The Duke begins to think, perhaps reflecting on things he must regret in this moment. The red-haired Duke watches over the sleeping Shushu with a deeply conflicted and serious gaze.
A vision of the dejected Laciel highlights his status as the Duke's neglected third son.
To multiple soft sip soundings, Shushu wakes up and rubs her eyes as morning begins.
Shushu is surprised to see Lucille in her room and asks if he slept well. Lucille fidgets nervously, admitting he was worried because Shushu slept until the late afternoon. To a sudden, sharp set sounding, Shushu pulls Lucille closer, demanding an honest answer.
Shushu directly asks Lucille if his gray-haired teacher has been physically hitting him recently.
To a sudden, loud kaget sounding, Lucille reacts with sheer terror at her direct question.
Shushu realizes every reaction is an answer, recalling her own past of being unfairly blamed. Shushu shouts that she has also been hurt, trying to relate to Lucille's hidden pain.
Shushu describes her past suffering, mentioning being beaten and locked away in dark places. To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Rakshasa reacts with alarm as Shushu continues her emotional outburst.
To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Lucille is stunned and asks if she was also beaten.
Lucille quickly denies being hit, but Shushu asks to learn magic from his teacher instead.
To a sudden, soft munder sounding, Lucille's reaction changes instantly at the mention of his teacher.
Lucille looks down sadly, stating that he does not want her wrists to be hurt.
To a sudden, loud grep sounding, Shushu realizes Lucille is finally trying to tell her something.
To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Lucille is startled as he realizes it is time.
To a sudden, quick young sounding, Lucille runs away, promising to visit Shushu again soon.
To a sudden, loud brack sounding, Shushu realizes she cannot let him leave without the truth.
Shushu is startled by Daniel's arrival as he asks if the boy who just left was Lucille.
To a sudden, loud grep sounding, Shushu grabs Daniel while he asks if she and Lucille fought.
Pink-haired Shushu looks up with an urgent and intense expression.
To a sudden, quick suit sounding, Shushu demands to know where the teacher's room is.
Daniel points toward the East Tower's top floor, while Shushu reacts with a sharp realization.
To multiple soft tap soundings, Shushu denies being close to the Count as Daniel questions her curiosity.
Shushu is determined to reach the room despite the risks.
Narration details the long trek across the grounds from Shushu's residence to the distant East Tower.
Shushu realizes that riding her fox friend would be far too conspicuous for this secret mission.
Shushu worries that involving adults would only allow the teacher to hide his mistreatment of Lucille.
To a sudden, soft girt sounding, Shushu notes her uncle's deep distrust of even his own people.
Shushu asks Daniel to provide every bit of information he has regarding the gray-haired teacher.
To a sudden, quick suk sounding, Hainschweig looms over Lucille, mocking his failure to solve simple problems. Narration notes the teacher's special residence within the castle,
a sign of the Duke's misplaced trust.
Heinzweig relishes his status while secretly enjoying how a dark vision depicts the Duke's children being led like captives, unable to understand true affection.
Reflections in shattered glass suggest the family is uniquely vulnerable to threats coming from within.
To multiple soft tests sounding, Heinzweig feigns comfort as Lucille weeps over his perceived inadequacy.
To a sudden loud grue sounding, the teacher looms menacingly, insisting his cruelty is actually a benefit.
Heinzweig manipulates the boy by claiming his harsh actions are fueled by love for his student.
The teacher demands that the boy focus entirely on gaining the Duke's impossible-to-reach approval.
Shushu holds Lucille's hand, wishing he could hear her words of support.
Pink-haired Shushu looks toward the future with a resolute and focused gaze.
To a sudden, soft seuk sounding, Shushu sees a vision of Laciel begging her for help.
To a sudden, loud scring sounding, Shushu's eye glows as she prepares to use a new power.
A system window informs Shushu that the miracle's activation is currently blocked by unknown conditions.
To multiple soft cling soundings, Shushu is baffled by the glowing flower that has appeared. To a sudden quick ting sounding, the system announces that she must meet a specific display requirement.
To multiple soft tuck soundings, Daniel checks on Shushu while she questions the nature of the requirement.
To a sudden loud pat sounding, the system grants a brief, temporary look at the miracle's effects. To a sudden sharp deg sounding, Shushu witnesses a terrifying vision of Lucille's soul being consumed. To a sudden quick seut sounding, Shushu cries out for Lucille as the vision abruptly fades. To a sudden loud grue sounding, Shushu's anger boils over as she curses the teacher's vile nature. Shushu realizes she holds the evidence of abuse but needs a way to show others. To a sudden quick ting sounding, the system reveals she needs a reliable helper to proceed. The system specifies the helper must be someone who already suspects the truth without needing magic.
To a sudden, soft grek sounding, Shushu ponders who in the castle could possibly fit that description.
To a soft sima sounding, Daniel worries as Shushu concludes her brothers are too unaware to help. To a sudden, quick set sounding, the children's attention is drawn to a woman approaching the room. Shushu spots a nanny carrying a tray and wonders if she holds the key. To a sudden, loud grep sounding, Shushu startles Daniel by asking about their shared caretaker.
Daniel looks a bit overwhelmed as he confirms that they do indeed have a nanny.
Shushu stares ahead with wide eyes, forming a new plan to save her friend. To multiple, soft cling soundings, the story shifts to the bustling grounds of a grand academy.
To a sudden, loud clang sounding, Shushu cheers with excitement while visiting the new location.
A man with the Duke laughs at Shushu's enthusiasm for visiting the prestigious institution.
To a sudden, quick set sounding, Shushu quietly clarifies her true objective to her companion.
Shushu reveals that all the brothers were once cared for by the same person.
Shushu explains that this person suddenly departed for the academy, leaving the children behind.
To a soft cling sounding, the caretaker is revealed as a refined man with a monocle.
The white-haired man with a monocle praises Shushu's beauty, calling her a blessing for the North.
Shushu is startled by the man's intense flattery regarding her goddess-like appearance. Shushu recalls her primary goal was simply to locate and meet Lucille's nanny. To a sudden, loud kaget sounding, Daniel greets the group as Shushu reacts with surprise.
A dark-haired woman named Pasa is introduced as the devoted caretaker of the princes.
The brown-haired man notes Pasa's exceptional teaching skills and her long history with the boys.
To a sudden, loud Sanong sounding, Shushu cheers upon finally finding the person she sought. To a sudden, soft ah sounding, Shushu realizes the nanny holds her uncle's deep respect.
Shushu notices Lucille's extreme tension and nervous fidgeting, making her suspect something is wrong.
Shushu wonders if the nanny's kind face hides a collaboration with the cruel teacher to mistreat Lisiel.
Shushu suspects Heinzweig might use the nanny as a convenient scapegoat for his own crimes. Shushu observes that the woman appears genuinely kind, though her suspicion remains guarded.
To a sudden, loud grue sounding, a dark memory of deceptive smiles haunts Shushu's thoughts.
Shushu's gaze hardens as she vows never to trust anyone based on appearance alone.
To a sudden, loud grep sounding, Shushu resolves to only trust her own direct experiences.
Shushu looks toward Lisiel, whose downcast eyes and trembling form confirm her deep worries.
To multiple, soft drap soundings, Shushu begins to run toward the nanny for answers.
To a sudden, loud grep sounding, the brown-haired man stops Shushu's impulsive and determined sprint.
To a sudden, sharp bzz sounding, Shushu is shocked as she is lifted into the air.
Shushu is annoyed that she's being physically prevented from speaking with the nanny.
To multiple, soft suit soundings, Shushu kicks her legs while being carried away from Pasa.
The Academy's vibrant and spacious playroom is filled with students engaged in various activities.
Shushu is lifted to look through a large telescope, distracted from her initial mission.
Shushu is visibly frustrated that her plans for an interrogation have been completely derailed.
Shushu receives many gifts from the Academy's teachers and students, but feels incredibly anxious.
To multiple, soft burr soundings, the Duke notices Shushu shivering and holds her closer.
A purple-haired woman explains the necessity of constant monitoring for children who fall ill.
To a sudden, loud hotch sounding, Shushu sneezes as her condition begins to rapidly worsen.
Shushu insists on speaking with Pasa even as she begins to feel more unwell.
To a sudden, loud doing sounding, the Duke declares it is time to return home.
Shushu rejects leaving, wanting to ask Pasa about Lisiel's gloom, but the Duke notes her feverish state. To a sudden, soft glek sounding, the Duke explains the short winter days require their immediate departure. To a sudden, soft tuck sounding, the Duke pats Shushu's head, promising more playtime next summer.
The red-haired Duke looks at the sick child with a deeply serious and protective expression.
Shushu looks over her shoulder, asking if Lisiel will be returning to the castle with them. The Duke confirms they will all be leaving the Academy grounds together immediately.
To a sudden, soft senyum sounding, Lisiel's face brightens with a small and shy smile.
The Duke and the brown-haired man lead the children away from the Academy.
To a sudden, soft tap sounding, Pasa stands alone on the path, watching them leave.
To a sudden, loud whoosh sounding, Pasa stands with a look of concern as the group departs. To multiple, soft drop soundings, Lisiel runs to join his siblings as they leave the grounds.
A thought bubble expresses a silent and regretful apology to young Master Lisiel.
To a sudden, loud hutch sounding, Shushu is bedridden with the flu, lamenting her weak body. Shushu is deeply frustrated by how many times she has fallen ill in this life. To a sudden, soft unuk sounding, Shushu weeps over her inability to protect Lasiel while bedridden.
Shushu reflects with deep regret that she should have spoken to the nanny sooner. Shushu asks Daniel to describe the personality and nature of their former caretaker.
Daniel fondly recalls her excellent cooking and the delicious treats she used to prepare for them.
Daniel admits that if he had a mother, he imagines she would be like Pasa.
Daniel's expression turns melancholic as he notes that she eventually left their family behind.
Pasa stands outside the Grand Academy, looking toward the distant white building.
Shushu asks Daniel why their former caretakers suddenly left them behind.
Daniel explains that she was happily caring for Lisiel before abruptly departing without a word.
Daniel looks down with a melancholic expression as he recalls the nanny's departure.
To a sudden, quick set sounding, Shushu looks toward Daniel with a determined expression.
To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Daniel reacts with shock and confusion to Shushu's suggestion.
To a sudden, soft senyum sounding, Shushu smiles mischievously while planning her next move.
Avina and a knight are excited about the prospect of visiting the academy together. Ivina cheers with joy, though the knight reminds her they need the Duke's approval first. Shushu tells Daniel that her uncle granted her permission to go out once she recovered. Shushu admits she stretched the truth about her permission while preparing to leave the grounds. A system window shows Ivina's overwhelming joy at the prospect of traveling with the princess.
The scene shifts to the Academy's majestic white towers under a bright, sunny sky.
Pasa curtsies elegantly, expressing her profound honor at being able to serve the young royals.
To a sudden, loud senong sounding, Daniel greets Pasa with a wide and happy smile.
Pasa asks about Daniel's well-being while he tries to act mature despite his excitement.
To a sudden, soft senyum sounding, Pasa notes that Daniel has grown into a mature young man. Shushu observes Pasa's easy rapport with Daniel and wonders why she ignores Lucille entirely. To a sudden, soft clang sounding, Pasa presents a variety of beautifully prepared desserts and treats.
To a sudden, loud pot sounding, Shushu and Daniel look at the food with pure delight.
To a sudden, quick swoop sounding, Shushu concludes that anyone who provides delicious food is inherently good.
Shushu quickly corrects her thoughts, realizing that logic would make their cruel teacher seem good.
To a sudden, soft jerk sounding, Pasa serves tea as Shushu refocuses on her interrogation plan.
Pasa explains she prepared herbal tea specifically because milk causes Daniel to have stomach issues.
A speech bubble confirms that Pasa remembers every detail and preference of the young princess.
To a sudden, soft senyum sounding, Pasa's warm and gentle smile appears completely sincere.
Shushu admits that Pasa seems like a genuinely kind person upon closer inspection.
Shushu warns herself that if this is an act, Pasa's manipulation rivals even Heinschweig's.
To multiple, soft drap soundings, someone approaches as Shushu remains conflicted about Pasa's true nature.
Pasa is summoned by the academy head and asks the princess to wait for her return.
To a sudden, loud senong sounding, Shushu thanks Pasa for the delicious cake with a bright smile.
Pasa tells Shushu that her beautiful smile reminds her very much of Prince Lucille's.
To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Shushu is startled by the unexpected mention of her friend.
Pasa recalls personally caring for Lucille as a baby while watching him sleep peacefully.
Shushu's expression hardens as she prepares to ask Pasa a very serious question.
To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Pasa reacts with visible shock as Shushu confronts her.
Shushu suspects that Pasa is hiding something and will not answer a direct inquiry honestly.
Shushu points out that Lucille was unhappy even before Pasa left the family service.
A vision shows Pasa playing with a younger Lucille and several soft stuffed animals.
To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Pasa admits she left the household primarily because of money. Pasa reveals her husband's gambling debts forced her departure, shocking the young pink-haired princess.
To a sudden, soft ah sounding, Pasa apologizes for revealing such an inappropriate and personal secret.
To a sudden, quick suit sounding, Shushu calls out to stop Pasa from leaving the room.
A system window instructs Shushu to open the dimensional infinity store to find a solution.
To a sudden, loud pots sounding, Shushu opens a glowing magical menu featuring various items.
The system reveals a magical powder that allows the user to eavesdrop on hidden secrets.
Shushu grumbles that she has to buy a miracle instead of getting it for free.
To a sudden, soft tuck sounding, Shushu decides to purchase and immediately use the magical item.
To a sudden, loud shrieing sounding, Pasa is bathed in light as the magical effect activates.
Shushu demands to know the real reason why Pasa abandoned young Master Lucille.
Pasa confesses with a heavy heart that her husband has accumulated massive gambling debts. Fearing for her reputation, Pasa explains she couldn't tell the Duke and chose to leave.
A memory shows young Lucille holding a plush toy as Pasa regrets leaving his side.
The gray-haired man with the mustache appears in a flashback to confront the distressed nanny.
The man tells Pasa she is unworthy of her position, and she sadly agrees with him. He cruelly asks if the Duke would ever accept a nanny with such an immoral husband. Pasa weeps as the man offers her a way to see the princes from afar.
Shushu realizes that Heinschwag used Pasa's weakness as a way to blackmail her for his benefit.
Pasa covers her mouth in horror as the weight of her past choices begins to settle. Shushu views a memory of Heinschwag telling Lucille that his nanny has utterly betrayed him. Shushu is absolutely livid, calling Heinschwag a piece of trash for his cruel and manipulative actions. To a sudden, firm girt sounding, Shushu slams her fist, vowing never to let him escape. To a sudden, soft Tess sounding, Pasa cries as Shushu's interrogation finally reveals the hidden truth. Shushu reflects that the faces of those who feel deep regret all look remarkably identical. To multiple, soft Tess soundings, Pasa's tears continue to fall as her immense guilt consumes her. Shushu kindly tells Pasa not to cry because it will make her eyes hurt. To a sudden, sharp set sounding, Pasa wipes her eyes, wondering why she is confessing everything. Shushu feels that even though she was suspicious, Pasa is likely a truly good person. Shushu asks Pasa what she would think if Heinschwag were actually a very unfair person.
Shushu begs Pasa to help save Lucille from the cruel environment he is currently facing.
Pasa looks on with wide eyes, stunned by the young princess's urgent and desperate plea.
To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Pasa freezes in place as Shushu's words sink in deeply. To a sudden, light Huyang sounding, Pasa leans forward over the table in a complete daze. To a sudden, sharp set sounding, Pasa declares her willingness to do anything for the princess.
To a sudden, quick tap sounding, a hand appears as the secret meeting is interrupted.
The red-haired Duke appears and tells the children it is time for them to return home.
Daniel panics, realizing they sneaked out to the academy without informing their uncle first. The red-haired Duke gazes down at Shushu with a stoic and completely unreadable expression.
Shushu insists she is healthy, but the Duke remains skeptical of her very quick recovery.
Shushu flexes her tiny arms energetically to prove she is no longer feeling ill. To a sudden, firm grep sounding, the Duke grabs her arm to prove she is still weak. A status window shows that Berg intends to feed Shushu many more meals every day. Pasa tells the Duke she understands his concern, but insists the princess is truly healthy.
To a sudden, sharp set sounding, Shushu is surprised as she is suddenly lifted up.
To a sudden, soft suit sounding, the Duke lifts Shushu while Daniel watches him in surprise. Daniel pleads to stay longer, noting it has been a long time since they saw Pasa.
To a sudden, light tap sounding, the Duke pats Daniel's shoulder and denies his simple request.
Pasa giggles softly, realizing how much the children have changed while she was away. A thought bubble notes how difficult things would be if the Duchess were not present. Shushu observes that flowers in this region struggle to grow without the help of magic. To a sudden, loud whoosh sounding, the Duke looks out over the flower garden very thoughtfully. Shushu explains that the garden exists because the person who left loved flowers so much. Shushu asks the Duke if he actually loves his children, catching him completely off guard. The Duke remains silent, appearing uncomfortable and breaking into a cold sweat at the question. Shushu admits she has wanted to ask him that for a very long time. To a sudden, loud grue sounding, a dark and heavy aura surrounds the red-haired Duke.
Shushu wonders about the true nature of the parenting style the Duke actually uses.
Shushu watches him, questioning if he ever truly intended to love his own children. A text box expresses a wish for everyone in the castle to live happily. A woman stands before a burning manor, representing the deepest wishes of a sad life.
Shushu looks down in sadness, her heart aching for Lucille's plight. To a sudden, firm girt sounding, she clutches her dress tightly.
The red-haired Duke remains silent, deeply contemplating the heavy situation surrounding his third son. Shushu's eyes well with tears as she imagines Heinzweig manipulating a much younger, innocent Lysiel.
She envisions the gray-haired teacher as a literal monster, wielding a whip amidst an oppressive red aura.
Shushu looks up with a solemn gaze, emphasizing that the Duke's honest answer is absolutely critical.
The Duke's expression softens into one of profound melancholy as he questions when he last heard the word love.
The Duke stands alone in the vast garden, the weight of his responsibilities and past regrets pulling at his spirit. A memory flashes back to a younger Duke in the heat of battle, his armor and face splattered with blood.
A dying, dark-haired woman reaches out to the bloodied knight, whispering a final, desperate request to her husband.
The woman, revealed to be the Duchess, weakly admits that their life together was never filled with affection. A text box explains their union was merely a political arrangement dictated by the contracts of their ancestors. He recalls her as a distant figure who preferred solitude, greeting him coldly upon his return from duties. The Duke reflects on how much simpler life would have been if she had been a talented and cooperative political partner.
A beautiful portrait shows the Duchess surrounded by white lilies, her expression serene but undeniably tragic. The Duke watches her from a distance, wondering if they could have truly shared a life forever under different circumstances.
On her deathbed, the Duchess begs him to make a sacred promise regarding anyone who might ask him about love.
She instructs him to grant the request of anyone brave enough to confront him with such a question.
To a sudden, firm girt sounding, the Duke clenches his gauntleted fist, admitting he felt a duty to fulfill her wish despite his lack of love.
He reasons that because he failed to love her in life, he must at least honor her final, dying request.
The Duchess smiles through her tears, predicting that even those afraid of him will eventually show him love.
The Duke gazes into the distance with a heavy heart, vowing never to forget the sight of her last smile.
To a sudden, loud zrash sounding, a somber funeral procession moves through the pouring rain under black umbrellas.
A hand lays a single white lily upon the grave, marking the final departure of the Duchess from this world.
Pasa stands in the grand hall, tenderly cradling the infant prince who was the last gift the Duchess left behind. A close-up reveals a younger Lysiel as a happy, radiant baby reaching out with a wide and innocent smile.
The Duke sits at his desk in the present day, his head in his hands as he struggles with the memory of that smile.
He confesses to himself that he cannot bring himself to look at his third son's face because of that painful resemblance.
A tiny, uncertain hand reaches out to push open the heavy door to the Duke's private study.
Young Lysiel peeks into the room, his eyes wide with a mix of hope and fear as he looks for his father's attention.
To multiple soft drap soundings, the young boy runs away in tears, convinced he is hated for his lack of swordsmanship.
To a sudden, sharp set sounding, Heinzweig looms over the crying boy, offering a deceptive hand of support.
To a sudden, loud shrash sounding, Shushu sits by the fountain and demands to know why the Duke won't answer her simple question.
The Duke explains that as the ruler of the North, his primary obligation is the protection of everyone within his borders.
Shushu tilts her head in confusion, wondering what his territorial borders have to do with her question about love.
A thought bubble reveals his desire to bounce the seemingly fragile princess in the safest, most comfortable place he can provide. He recalls the sight of the pink-haired girl sleeping peacefully, tucked safely away under the protection of his heavy cloak. Shushu narrows her eyes and grumbles about why he is giving her such a needlessly complicated and indirect answer.
She wonders if the Duke is truly ignorant of love,
or if he has simply never recognized the feelings he already possesses.
The scene pulls back to show the Duke and Princess together by the water as Daniel and Pasa depart. To a sudden, soft tap sounding, the Duke carries Shushu through the palace grounds while her brother follows behind them.
The Duke points out a modest building in the distance, asking Shushu if she recognizes the small house.
To a sudden, sharp dag sounding, Shushu gasps, "Ugh!" as she learns that it is the residence of the boy named Aiden.
Shushu questions why he brought up the boy, admitting that while she is grateful for his help, he still frightens her.
The Duke notes that Aiden has been training relentlessly to become stronger, making him a rare sight around the academy grounds.
To a sudden, soft Usopp sounding, the Duke pats her head, assuring her that she will soon understand why Aiden's strength matters.
To multiple, soft tap soundings, Daniel waves goodbye as they walk away, and Shushu asks if she is also under his protection.
Shushu asks if he truly believes everything she tells him, and the red-haired Duke answers her with a simple and firm affirmation.
To a sudden, loud bzzz sounding, the atmosphere grows tense as Shushu recalls him getting angry over her previous inquiries.
To multiple, soft duck soundings, Shushu flails her arms and accuses him of wanting to strike her, which he frantically and loudly denies.
Shushu looks at him with a flat, unimpressed expression, stating clearly that his intense behavior was genuinely terrifying for her.
Shushu notices the red-haired Duke's sudden anxiety and wonders why he is so worried.
Shushu feels that if her uncle truly regrets his past actions, she should forgive him. The red-haired Duke admits his sincere regret and offers to apologize to her at any time.
Shushu acknowledges that they are indeed family and wonders if he is thinking of his sons. Shushu considers how much the Duke cares for his children as he stands with her and Daniel. Shushu asks if her uncle will remain on her side regardless of what she says later.
A pinky promise is shared against a soft floral background to seal their new pact of trust.
Shushu smiles brightly as a system window confirms the Duke is willing to cause significant trouble. The red-haired Duke sits alone in his study, overwhelmed by the weight of the girl's trust. Shushu asks if he believes everything she tells him, and he confirms his absolute faith in her.
He reflects on whether he failed her by only providing for her physical needs without emotional support.
A dark silhouette looms over Shushu, representing the many ways the imperial family mistreated the young princess. The Duke wonders why she kept her suffering secret, fearing he seemed less capable than the emperor. A painful memory shows Shushu crying over a torn doll, highlighting the cruelty she endured in silence. He resolves to demonstrate the North's true power to ensure Shushu finally feels safe and at peace. The massive stone palace of the North stands imposing amidst the quiet, snow-covered forest trees.
A flashback explains that the North has refrained from rebellion against the Empire for very specific reasons.
Shushu reaches out toward the red-haired Duke as they stand together in the bright, open garden. The Duke pulls Shushu into a warm embrace, surrounded by a frame of delicate white blossoms. The Duke orders his aide, Rubis, to prepare a massive display of northern strength within the week.
Rubis stands before the Duke, who commands him to organize a formal contest of martial strength.
Knights and mages clash in training as the aide worries about the extremely short preparation time given. Rubis admits his respect for the Duke, but protests that only 3 days remain for the task. To multiple, soft talk soundings, Rubis works frantically at his desk, fueled by energy drinks and desperation. To a sudden, sharp dag sounding, the Duke questions if there is a problem, making Rubis stammer. To a sudden, loud bzzzt sounding, the Duke coldly notes that enemies never give warnings before they strike. To a sudden, loud grue sounding, a dark aura surrounds the Duke as he mentions knightly discipline. To a sudden, loud hua sounding, Rubis panics and promises to finish everything while mentally begging for help. To a sudden, sharp set sounding,
Rubis vows to fulfill his duty as an aide without disappointing anyone.
A group of citizens and soldiers gather to read a large official notice posted on the wall. Shushu enjoys a slice of cake when her uncle suddenly returns, prompting her to ask why.
To multiple soft tap soundings, the red-haired Duke approaches Shushu and asks what she is currently doing. He promises Shushu she will soon see a spectacle of the North's true power and military might.
To a sudden, firm Gyut sounding, he assures her this show of force is strictly for her protection. To a sudden, sharp set sounding, Shushu is thrilled and asks if he truly intends to protect her. To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Shushu asks if her brothers will also be showing their strength.
Shushu is delighted to learn the princes must attend, envisioning a gathering of the North's finest warriors. Shushu hopes that if Lucille shows his hidden power, the Duke will finally reconsider his harsh views.
Shushu continues eating her cake with a happy smile, excited for the upcoming display of northern strength. To a sudden, firm set sounding, the Duke advises her to rest today after yesterday's long journey.
Shushu watches him leave, worried about why he mentioned Aiden and fearing he involved the wrong person.
To a sudden, light sret sounding, Shushu leans on the table, admitting she is still afraid of Aiden. A group of faceless, cloaked figures gather in the training courtyard near several wooden practice dummies. A formal notice confirms that the castle's knights and mages are preparing for the long-awaited contest.
To a sudden, loud whoa sounding, a black-haired knight rallies his troops to outperform the mages and redeem themselves.
To multiple, loud wah sounding, a blue-haired mage leads a rally to show magic's superiority for the princess. An internal monologue reveals that the staff previously faced the Duke's wrath and now seeks a second chance. A green-haired woman explains that gaining the princess's favor is the key to pleasing the loving Duke.
To a sudden, loud bangoon sounding, her subordinates stand in unison and pledge their readiness for the task.
While everyone else works together enthusiastically, the gray-haired teacher Heinzweig sits alone, consumed by growing anxiety.
Heinzweig is frustrated as his long-term work is nearly finished but facing obstacles. Sound, multiple krek soundings.
He worries the perfect puppet prince might escape his control if current events continue. Sound, multiple soft talk soundings. He recalls standing over the young boy amidst a sea of scattered open books.
He views the situation as a chance to obtain a talented slave from a quality lineage. Sound, loud gert sounding.
He resolves to ensure this opportunity does not slip through his fingers. A vision suggests the Duke will easily recognize Raciel's hidden magical genius if revealed. Heinzweig has suppressed Raciel's talent and decides the boy must not participate in the contest. He stands abruptly, fearing all his past efforts will be rendered completely useless. Sound, a sudden, loud bangin' sounding. He plans to manipulate Raciel, knowing the Duchess is no longer there to protect him. He grumbles that the appearance of the princess has disrupted his previously perfect plans. He remains firm in his decision that Raciel cannot be allowed to show his skills. The young prince walks through the ornate hallway, burdened by a heavy stack of books. 4 lit candles illuminate a magic circle as a voice encourages Shushu to lift her hands. Lucille patiently guides Shushu in the magic circle, showing her exactly how to open her palms.
Shushu happily notes that Lucille has been secretly visiting her room late at night. Lucille arrives out of breath, asking if he can stay with her for just a moment. Sound, multiple, soft hosh soundings.
Shushu notices he only visits late, despite his claims of being overwhelmed with work duties. She realizes that her brother has become much more perceptive of his surroundings than before.
The 2 children stand together in the warm glow of the palace's grand staircase.
Shushu reflects on how she was unable to understand her previous life's circumstances.
Lucille gently reaches out to guide her hands, pleased that she sought him out. Sound, a sudden, soft suit sounding.
He smiles warmly at her, remembering that she specifically asked him to teach her magic. A close-up captures Shushu's vibrant green eyes as she focuses intently on her brother's lesson. They work together late into the night, preparing for the upcoming day of decision. Sound, ha ha, and burr soundings. A system window highlights Lucille's enthusiasm as he vows to teach Shushu anything she needs. Sound, a sudden, loud Senang sounding.
Shushu flails her arms in denial, insisting she has no talent or special abilities. Sound, multiple, soft suit soundings. She collapses playfully onto the floor, declaring that she simply cannot perform the magic. Sound, a sudden, loud brook sounding.
She pulls at Lucille's arm, inviting him to join her in rolling around on the carpet. Sound, a sudden, soft syat sounding. The two kids crash together onto the floor with a loud, painful exclamation from Shushu. Sound, a sudden, loud gabrak sounding.
She laughs, enjoying the simple pleasure of playing like normal, carefree children. Sound, a soft hee-hee sounding. Lucille asks if she truly feels that way, and she confirms with a simple, happy response.
She assures him that things will go well, and he won't have to worry about anyone soon.
Shushu suddenly grows serious, telling Lucille she has something important to tell him. Sound, a sudden, soft set sounding.
Lucille looks at her with wide, attentive eyes as he waits for her to speak. She confesses that she has been watching Heinzweig's mistreatment of him and knows the truth. She places her hand over her mouth, earnestly asking if she can help her brother. Sound, a sudden, soft set sounding.
She reaches out to touch his face, wishing for all wicked people to be punished.
She plans to use Lucille's memories to prove his suffering to their uncle, the Duke. She envisions Lucille revealing his true power, ensuring no one remains on Heinzweig's side. She resolves that the teacher must pay for his sins 100-fold for what he did. Sound, a sudden, loud gurt sounding. Lucille looks bewildered and slightly flustered by his sister's sudden, intense declaration of support. Shushu calls out to him again, her expression soft as she addresses her older brother. He stares back in shock, processing her belief in him despite his own self-doubts. He quickly wipes his eyes, overwhelmed by the realization that someone truly believes in him. Sound, multiple, soft. He finds his resolve, promising her he will try to prove his strength in the competition. Shushu is overjoyed and invites him to stay in her room until the contest begins. Sound, a sudden, loud Kaget sounding. Lucille realizes with relief that he no longer needs to see Teacher Heinzweig at all.
Shushu explains the rest of her elaborate plan to her brother as they sit together.
Lucille listens thoughtfully and admits there is something specific he wants to accomplish himself. Sound, a sudden, soft Burpeaker sounding.
He looks at her with a new sense of purpose and a serious, focused expression.
The Grand Northern Palace stands majestically under a clear, snow-flecked sky. Shushu's small hands busily stack a set of colorful toy building blocks. To a sudden, soft ta-top sounding, Shushu notices Raciel's speech becomes clearer when he isn't anxious. A sudden, soft deg sounding accompanies the young prince's look of quiet surprise. Raciel offers a sweet, gentle smile as he addresses his sister directly. Shushu smiles back brightly while pretending nothing out of the ordinary is happening.
A purple-haired maid hurriedly enters to announce that an unexpected guest has arrived.
Teacher Heinzweig stands tall, his expression calm and his hands folded politely. To a sudden, sharp deg sounding, Shushu's eyes narrow as she glares at the teacher.
Heinzweig explains he has heard Raciel has been here for days and came to collect him.
The Duke's aide, Rubis, informs the teacher that it has been a long time. To multiple, soft gurt soundings, Shushu trembles with suppressed rage while watching the teacher. To a sudden, soft grep sounding, Shushu declares Raciel will stay with her until the competition. Shushu beams with joy as she continues to hold on to her older brother. To a sudden, soft ta-top sounding, Rubis and the blue-haired Ivina watch the teacher. Heinzweig thinks that without the knights present, he could easily threaten the little princess.
To multiple loud wee soundings, Shushu sticks her tongue out to mock the teacher's frustration.
To multiple loud gru and kaget soundings, Avina's dark aura looms over the playing children. The next day, Heinzweig peeks from a distance while the children play together.
To a sudden light threat sounding, the Duke permits Raciel to skip lessons for now.
Heinzweig bows his head in a state of complete despair after hearing the order.
To multiple soft huyang soundings, the defeated teacher slowly walks out of the room.
To a sudden soft focus sounding, Shushu resolves to do more than just this.
To a sudden soft set sounding, the two siblings share a firm, reassuring handhold.
To a sudden soft anguk sounding, the siblings share a silent moment of mutual understanding.
The palace of the north is bathed in cool moonlight during a quiet night.
To a sudden soft tap sounding, Rubis meets Ivina late at night to discuss the princess.
Avina looks off into the distance with a serious and contemplative expression.
A close-up highlights Ivina's focused gaze as he processes the aide's concerns.
Rubis asks the blue-haired man if he's noticed anything unusual about Shushu lately.
Shushu is shown watching her uncle's departure with a look of lingering concern. To a sudden soft deg sounding, Rubis questions if Ivina felt something as a knight.
Ivina admits he has indeed felt the exact same thing regarding the princess.
To a sudden soft huh sounding, Ivina mentions he's been studying books about baby development.
To multiple loud grep and ok soundings, Ivina panics while discussing signs of childhood fear.
Ivina reflects on his long-standing dislike for teacher Heinzweig and his suspicious nature.
Ivina declares he won't remain silent if the teacher harms their precious princess.
To a sudden loud blar sounding, Ivina's passion flares up while the aide watches awkwardly.
To multiple loud grr and samanga soundings, Ivina vows to deal with Heinzweig himself. To multiple loud woof soundings, a spectral beast howls against the starry night sky.
The narration notes that Shushu has never shown fear toward anyone else before. Shushu is described as a child who typically smiles brightly at everyone she meets. Ivina grumbles that he has always found Heinzweig's polite smile to be quite irritating.
To a sudden, loud blar sounding, Ivina promises to show the full tenacity of a mage.
To multiple soft tap soundings, the two men part ways to continue their investigation.
To multiple soft Z soundings, the two children sleep peacefully together in one bed. To a sudden soft threat sounding, Raciel wakes up after sensing a surge of magic. He wonders if the magical energy he feels is coming from his teacher.
To a sudden soft deg sounding, a menacing voice commands Raciel to come outside.
To a sudden soft glance sounding, Raciel looks at his sleeping sister before moving.
Raciel strokes Shushu's hair while she sleeps, thanking her for saying his suffering wasn't his fault.
A transition bubble hangs over a pale blue background as the story shifts to a new moment. The young princess sleeps soundly in her grand bed alongside her small, white plush toy.
To a sudden sharp creet sounding, the boy's dark shadow slips quietly out of the bedroom door.
A hooded man holding a lantern waits in the cold darkness to receive the young prince.
Raciel stands under the vast starlit sky as the teacher addresses him with a quiet greeting. To multiple soft tap soundings, the teacher leads the way while mentioning he has a new task. To a sudden soft suit sounding, the man grabs the boy's shoulder and forbids him from competing.
To a sudden soft munder sounding, the teacher claims to be the only person who truly cares.
To a sudden soft deg sounding, the teacher is stunned as the boy declares his intent to compete. To a sudden loud shout sounding, the young boy yells that he made a promise to Shushu. To a sudden soft senyum sounding,
The teacher feigns pride while watching the boy's defiant outburst.
To a sudden, soft suit sounding, glowing magical ropes suddenly appear and begin to encircle the boy.
To a sudden, loud grep sounding, the boy cries out in pain as the ropes tighten around him. The teacher mockingly asks how the boy could forget who enabled his entry into the contest.
To a sudden, loud grep sounding, the man cruelly calls him a worthless child who has nothing.
To soft and ook soundings, the boy gasps as the magical ropes constrict his neck and limbs. To a soft sounding, the boy begs for help while the teacher watches with a sigh.
To a sudden light threat sounding, the man claims he is a great mentor who gave him everything.
To multiple soft hosh soundings, the bound boy pants heavily while enduring the agonizing magical pressure.
To a sudden soft tap sounding, the teacher walks away and orders him to return home immediately.
The teacher turns back to warn that he won't guarantee what happens if this mischief continues.
The man thinks to himself that the boy will be helpless after being thoroughly terrified like this.
To soft seringai and cling soundings, the boy reveals a small, glowing red gem hidden in his hand. Raciel tells his sister that he will need this item if he wants to report their teacher.
To a sudden, soft set sounding, the boy presents the shining red gem to his sister's view.
He explains that the recording device will serve as vital evidence when he finally reports the abuse.
A dark background highlights his past belief that no one in the world would ever trust him. The boy envisions himself standing alone before the looming silhouette of the teacher and a crowd.
Bubbles convey Shushu's supportive thoughts, urging her brother to stop suffering in silence and hide with her.
A close-up captures Shushu's vibrant green eyes as she offers her silent, unwavering support to her brother.
The boy reflects that this final step will be the last part of his secret plan.
To a soft poo-poo sounding, Shushu pouts as her brother apologizes for excluding her from his plan.
To a sudden, loud grep sounding, the boy gasps in shock after feeling a sudden physical sensation.
To soft hinks and binging soundings, Shushu cries that she only bought the badge to protect him.
The older brother gently wipes away the princess's tears while trying to comfort her in the hallway. Shushu responds with a simple, firm exclamation as she refuses to let the matter go easily.
To loud gror and iya soundings, the girl rages that he must be both punished and healed immediately.
The scene shifts to the moonlit palace grounds as different groups prepare for the upcoming day.
To a sudden, loud wah sounding, the young princess is stunned by the stadium's massive size.
Shushu watches her brother from a distance and asks her aide if the boy is better.
She notes the teacher sent medicine, but the boy refuses to use it to keep his evidence.
Shushu's inner voice expresses a wish for her brother to stay a child instead of maturing. The aide informs the princess that the duke has arrived to oversee the start of the event. The red-haired duke stands with a serious expression while holding an official rolled-up competition scroll.
The stadium is filled with a vast, faceless crowd that whispers in anticipation of the magic contest.
To multiple loud wah and gamos soundings, spectators and participants react as the competition finally begins.
To a sudden, loud wah sounding, a banner officially announces that the long-awaited competition has started.
The red-haired duke sits on a throne, comfortably holding the small princess on his lap during the event.
Shushu looks adorable while sitting comfortably on the red-haired duke's lap.
The red-haired man, Berg, praises the princess as the most beautiful baby he has seen, noting her beauty transcends whatever clothes she wears. Narration explains that the current circumstances continue to differ greatly from the princess's second life.
The text ponders how her future will unfold if she continues to grow up this way.
To a sudden, loud wah sounding, the young princess cheers happily at the spectacle before her.
The red-haired man asks the girl if she likes the display, and she enthusiastically confirms its beauty.
To a sudden, light ting sounding, the man explains that since real flowers wither, he had them turned into gems for her.
To a sudden, light tack sounding, the brown-haired aide salutes the Duke and promises to take command today. To multiple, soft grep sounding, the Duke promises to have wizards create long-lasting flowers, while the girl protests that wasn't her intention.
The purple-haired boy runs across the arena floor toward the princess, calling out her name. To a sudden, soft top sounding, the boy says he must go now, and Shushu tells him to be careful.
To a sudden, soft set sounding, the princess watches with a curious expression as her brother pauses.
To a sudden, soft shh sounding, the boy leans in and whispers a secret into the girl's ear.
He instructs the princess that she must clap very loudly for him during his turn.
To a sudden, soft grep sounding, she promises to watch closely and clap with class as they share a pinky promise.
To multiple, soft brr sounding, the princess is startled to notice that her brother's hand is visibly shaking.
Narration notes that though the boy has made a firm decision, he is still deeply afraid. A text bubble conveys the overwhelming fear that once made it impossible for him to even think of fighting back.
The text notes that he is speaking those words to actively fight against his own lingering terror.
To multiple, loud grr and brack soundings, a caged beast roars and bangs against its bars with a sudden, loud roar sounding.
To a sudden, loud roar sounding, the massive blue beast bares its fangs from behind the metal bars.
The girl's white fox asks if monsters are bred here, while she watches the scene with a nervous sweat.
To a sudden, loud wah sounding, a command to free the beast echoes as a hand draws a gleaming sword. To a sudden, sharp shing sounding, the dark-haired first prince prepares for battle, much to Shushu's shock. To a sudden, loud roar sounding, the first prince stands his ground against the looming shadow of the massive monster.
A close-up shows the reflection of the snarling blue beast on the polished surface of the prince's blade.
To a sudden, sharp strat sounding, the prince swings his sword with precision, leaving a purple trail of magic.
To a sudden, loud wah sounding, the crowd erupts into cheers as the prince finishes his strike.
The prince stands calmly over the defeated monster, which lies motionless on the arena floor.
The Duke covers Shushu's eyes, claiming the competition is too cruel for a child despite her curious protests. To a sudden, loud wah sounding, the audience marvels at the first prince's skill, comparing his swordsmanship to the Duke's.
A decorative frame notes that the boy, Daniel, also succeeded in defeating a monster, though not as perfectly as the prince.
The dark-haired boy stands in the arena with his sword, looking composed after his victory.
The boy flashes a peace sign and a smile, leading Shushu to find his celebratory antics quite cute.
Shushu praises Daniel's greatness, while the Duke tells her to be proud since she also inherits their family's blood.
Shushu feels embarrassed that the Duke speaks so casually, as if nothing significant had happened before.
To a sudden, soft set sounding, the girl asks about the competition, while the aide offers to explain it to her.
He explains that the contest showcases the participants' bravery and their ability to slay monsters.
The aide notes that while the crowd's reaction matters, the judgment of the Duke and Princess is far more important. Narration notes that several familiar faces appeared to showcase their impressive skills during the event.
To a sudden, soft ahem sounding, the girl notices teacher Heinschweig looking uneasy because things aren't going his way.
To multiple soft who sounding, Shushu asks to watch with the vassals, planning to keep the teacher nearby so he cannot escape.
The princess thinks of the word sparrow while looking off with a thoughtful expression.
To a sudden, soft tap sounding, the dark-haired Mowgli returns and mentions that Daniel has already gone to train. Shushu wonders to herself how the prince managed to shower and look so clean before returning.
Mowgli explains that the boy was angry because he felt he couldn't match the prince's skill. The prince smirks and describes the boy as a little monkey who is impatient and quick to lose his temper. He notes that if the boy could learn a bit of patience, he would surely become a great swordsman. The princess beams with joy and asks the first prince if he actually likes her. To a sudden light ting sounding, Mowgli admits he likes her, thinking to himself that it's hard to hate this little sparrow. The pink-haired princess looks up with a wide-eyed, startled expression. The first prince, Mowgli, pouts as he demands an immediate answer regarding the girl's younger siblings. After Mowgli admits he might like them, Shushu playfully teases his defensive and prideful personality. To a sudden light grep sounding, the prince notes she uses surprisingly advanced vocabulary for a child. The first prince looks down at Shushu and asks what is currently troubling her.
A grim flashback shows Mowgli with blood on his face, promising to personally handle the situation.
He recalls protecting his youngest sibling from being exiled, despite the violence required to do so. Shushu worries that her brother's perceived weakness might lead to his eventual death in this world. Narration explains that Mowgli was raised with harsh lessons, never knowing a gentler way of living. The princess questions why the prince is suddenly concerned about her deep feelings for her brothers. Mowgli tells the girl to ask for help, warning that she is currently far too weak. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft tap sounding as the prince gently pats her head. The scene shifts as the first prince stands with Shushu, overlooking the grand stadium's massive arena. The focus shifts to the arena floor following a sudden, light sounding of a footfall.
Raciel enters the stadium wearing a white cloak and holding a gleaming magical staff in his hand.
An announcer declares the end of the sword matches and introduces the next magical shield trial. The purple-haired boy stands alone in the arena, preparing to face his daunting upcoming challenge. To multiple, loud grrr sounding, the announcer introduces the third prince as the first participant of the round. A massive, muscular beast with sharp claws and glowing eyes looms over the arena floor. Shushu gasps at the monster's size while loudly cheering for her brother's safety and victory. The aide jokingly asks for cheers, but the first prince tells him to remain focused and respectful. Shushu glares at teacher Hainschweig, declaring that Raciel will not submit to his repeated cruelty and oppression. The teacher reveals a malicious smirk while watching the vulnerable boy in the arena. To a soft bzzz sounding, the man uses dark magic to secretly sabotage the boy's success. To a soft bzzz sounding, the teacher thinks that Raciel will never be allowed to succeed today. The white fox senses danger and warns Shushu that the current situation is becoming critical. To a sudden, loud boit, to multiple, soft bzz sounding, Raciel struggles as dark energy visibly interferes with his concentration and power.
Shushu realizes that something invisible and malicious is currently affecting her brother's magical performance. Narration explains the Black Mantra, a soul-binding curse used to create loyal and mindless slaves.
The text notes that victims of the mantra eventually lose their souls and become mere dolls. To multiple, soft burr sounding, the boy trembles as his magical barrier begins to visibly crack. Shushu suspects that teacher Hainschweig's calm demeanor is a sign of his ongoing magical interference. She realizes that her brother has been under the teacher's secret magical control for many years. To multiple, soft tuck sounding, the teacher prepares to finalize his total control over the boy's mind. To multiple, loud crack sounding, Raciel's shield shatters as his magic fails to manifest properly in the arena. Spectators misinterpret the delay as the boys attempt to savor the thrill of the battle. To multiple, loud duar sounding, the monster relentlessly strikes at the boy's rapidly failing magical defenses. Shushu notices a strange magical smoke that only she seems to be able to see clearly. To a sudden, soft tap sounding, the girl rushes forward to stop the rigged and dangerous competition. To a sudden, light whoosh sounding, she realizes the boy will die if he loses consciousness now.
To a sudden, light sayat sounding, the massive beast swings its lethal claws directly at the defenseless Raziel. The princess desperately begs her spirit fox to use its unique powers to save her brother's life. To a sudden, light whoosh sounding, the monster's powerful strike narrowly misses the terrified and retreating boy. To a soft ach sounding, the boy is knocked down while Shushu screams his name in terror.
Shushu calls out to Raziel as he looks up with a dazed and confused expression. To a sudden, light whing sounding, a powerful and intricate new magical crest erupts around the boy. The girl and her fox watch the magical spectacle with wide-eyed shock and sudden hope.
Raziel is shown in a flashback, leaning in to share a vital secret with the young princess.
To multiple, soft girt sounding, Shushu grips her brooch while preparing to counter the teacher's plan.
Mowgli calls out to Ivina while the blue-haired Daniel watches with a surprised expression.
A close-up focuses on the pink-haired princess as she gasps in the bright light.
The young girl stares in shock as the intensity of the scene unfolds before her.
Daniel looks on with a wide-eyed expression of pure disbelief as events take a turn.
Raziel hunches over his staff, visibly drained as dark energy swirls around his small form.
Shushu brings her hands together to clap and focus her remaining magical energy.
The boy in the white cloak realizes that the girl has successfully refined her spirit.
A warm and hopeful smile spreads across the princess's face as she watches her brother. The two siblings share a heartfelt memory of the pinky promise they made to one another.
To a sudden, loud wah sounding, Raziel resolves to fulfill the promise made with his friend.
The monster's heavy fist strikes the shimmering blue magical barrier with immense force.
Shushu screams out in terror for Raziel as the situation in the arena turns dire. To a sudden, loud boom sounding, the boy's magical shield shatters into countless glowing fragments.
The boy manages to narrowly avoid the beast's follow-up strike with a quick movement.
The massive monster charges forward, its shadow looming over the tiles of the arena floor.
To a sudden, light whoosh sounding, Raziel readies his staff for a final, desperate counterattack.
To a sudden, loud crack sounding, a blinding flash of white energy erupts across the stadium.
Silence falls as Raziel stands triumphantly over the motionless body of the massive fallen beast.
To a sudden, loud boom sounding, the boy's staff ignites with a roaring pillar of flame. To a sudden, loud whoosh sounding, a massive column of fire surges high into the sky. To a sudden, loud wah sounding, Shushu and her fox watch the spectacle in amazement. To a sudden, loud ooh sounding, Teacher Heinschweig gapes in shock at the boy's power. The red-haired Duke watches the display with a stoic and unreadable expression from the gallery. To multiple, loud wah sounding, the spectators erupt in a massive wave of excitement. To multiple, loud wah sounding, Raziel raises his flaming staff as the thunderous cheers continue. The announcer exclaims that Raziel used teleportation while mages marvel at his senior-level mastery. The boy takes a breath, looking up with an expression of relief and quiet accomplishment. Narration notes that Shushu used every ounce of her strength to aid her brother's success. The girl watches the celebration with a look of deep pride for her brother's victory. Spectators question if a child his age could truly handle such large-scale and complex firework magic. A decorative frame notes that a true genius magician has finally been born in North Castle. Raziel beams with joy as petals fall around him, celebrating his life-changing and triumphant moment.
Teacher Heinschweig sits alone, looking utterly defeated as his schemes crumble around him in silence.